The Battle of Sempach by Robert Walser. Translated by Michael Wooff. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Winston Tharp. One day, in the middle of high summer, a military expedition was advancing slowly down the dusty country road that led towards the district of Lucerne. The bright, actually more than bright, sun dazzled down over swaying armor, serving to cover human bodies, over prancing horses, over helmets and parts of faces, over equine heads and tails, over ornaments and plumes and stirrups as big as snowshoes. To the right and to the left of the shining military expedition spread out meadows with thousands of fruit trees in them up as far as hills that, looming up out of the blue-smelling, half-hazy distance, beckoned and had the same effect as light and carefully painted window dressing. It was before noon, and the heat was already oppressive. It was a meadowy heat, a heat contained in grass, hay, and dust, for thick clouds of dust were being thrown up that sometimes descended like a veil over parts and sections of the army. Sluggishly, ploddingly, carelessly, the long cavalcade moved forward. Sometimes it looked like a shimmering and elongated snake, sometimes like a lizard of enormous girth, sometimes like a large piece of cloth richly embroidered with figures and colorful shapes, and ceremoniously trailed, as with ladies, elderly and dominating ones, so far as I'm concerned, accustomed to dragging trains behind them. In all this military might's method and way of doing things, in the stamping of feet and the clinking of weapons, in this rough and ready clatter lurked, and as far as I'm concerned, that was uniform, something impudent, full of confidence, something upsetting, slowly pushing to one side. All these knights were conversing, as far as their ironclad mouths would allow them, in joyful verbal banter with each other. Peals of laughter rang out, and this sound was admirably suited to the bright tones emitted by weapons and chains and golden belts. The morning sun still appeared to caress a good deal of brass and finer metal. The sounds of tin whistles flew sunward. Now and again one of the many footmen, walking as if on stilts, would tender to his mounted lord a delicate tidbit, stuck on a silver fork right up to his swaying saddle. Wine was drunk on the move, poultry consumed, and nothing edible spat out, with an easy-going, carefree amiability. For this was no earnest war involving chivalry they were riding to, but more of a punitive expedition, a statutory rape, bloody, scornful, histrionic things. Everybody there thought so, and everybody saw already the heap of cut-off heads that would redden the meadow. Among the leaders of the expedition was many a wonderful, noble young man, splendidly attired, sitting on horseback like a male angel flown down from a blue, uncertain heaven. Many a one had taken off his helmet to make things more comfortable for himself and given it to an attendant to carry. By doing so, he displayed to the air a peculiarly finely drawn face that was a mixture of innocence and exuberance. They were telling the latest jokes and discussing the most up-to-date stories of courtly women. The serious ones in their company they tolerated as best they could. It seemed today as if a pensive expression was deemed to be improper and unchivalrous. The hair of the young knights who had taken their helmets off shone and smelt of oil and unguents and sweet-smelling water that they had poured on it as if it had been a matter of riding to visit a coquette to sing her charming love songs. Their hands, from which the iron gauntlets had been taken off, did not look like those of warriors, but manicured and pampered, slender and white like the hands of young girls. Only one person in the wild procession was serious. Already his outward appearance, armor that was deep black, broken up with a tender gold, indicated how the person it covered thought. He was the noble Duke Leopold of Austria. This man did not speak a word, and seemed completely lost in anxious thoughts. His face looked like that of a person who is being pestered by a fly that is impudently flying around his eye. This fly may have well been a presentiment that something bad was going to happen, for a smile that was permanently both contemptuous and sad played over his mouth. He kept his head lowered. The whole world, however cheerful it looked, seemed to him to roll and thunder angrily. Or was it just the thunder of the trampling hoofs of horses, as the army was now passing over a wooden bridge that spanned the river Reuss? Nevertheless, something foreshadowing misfortune hovered horribly about the Duke's bodily form. The army stopped near the little town of Sempach. It was now about 2:00 in the afternoon. It may have been 3:00. It was a matter of indifference to the knights what the time might be. As far as they were concerned, it could have been 8:00 at night. They would have found that quite in order. They were already terribly bored, and found even the slightest trace of military discipline laughable. It was a dull moment. It was like a parade ground maneuver, how they jumped from their saddles to take up a position. No one wanted to laugh any more. They had already laughed so much. Yawning and exhaustion had set in. Even the horses seemed to understand that all one could do now was yawn. The servants on foot, tucked into the remnants of the food and wine, quaffed and scoffed what there was still left to scoff and quaff. How ridiculous this whole expedition appeared to all concerned. This shabby little town that was still holding out, how stupid it all was. The call of a horn rang out suddenly through the frightful heat and boredom. It left one or two more attentive ears, particularly inquisitive as to what it might be. Listen, there it is again. It really did sound out again, and it could generally have been believed that it was now ringing out from not so far away. "All good things come in threes," lisped a facetious fop. "Sound one more time, horn." And time marched on. People had become somewhat pensive, and now, in addition, frightened, as if the thing had grown wings and was riding on fiery monsters in that direction, consumed by flames and shouting, setting up a long cry, "We're coming!" It was, in truth, as if a subterranean world had suddenly received a breath of fresh air, breaking in through the hard earth above. The sound was like the opening up of a dark precipice, and it seemed as if the sun were shining down now out of a darkened sky even more glowingly, even more harshly, but a light coming down out of hell and not out of heaven. People laughed again. There are moments when man thinks he ought to smile, when really what he feels is the icy grip of terror. The mood of a military expedition made up of many men is, at the end of the day, not very different from the mood of a single and solitary individual. The whole of the landscape in its stifling white heat now seemed to be still making a hooting noise. It had turned into the sound of horns, and now there entered without any more ado into the range of horns being blown, as from an opening, the crowd of men from whom the sound had gone out. Now the landscape was featureless. The sky and earth and summer came together as something solid. The season disappeared. A geographical location, a tilting yard, a bellicose play area had become a battlefield. Nature plays no part in a battle. Everything depends on luck, the caliber of the weaponry, one crowd of people and another crowd of people. The rushing forward, to all appearances heated crowd grew nearer, and the crowd of knights stood firm, seeming for once to have knit together. Lads of iron held their lances out in front of them, so you could have driven a coach and four over the resulting bridge, so densely packed were the knights, and so unsurprisingly lance after lance stuck out, immobile, unmovable, just the thing one might have thought for one of the pushing, pressing human chests opposite to be spitted by. Here a stupid wall of sharp points, there men in shirts, only half dressed. Here the art of war, practiced in the most narrow-minded of ways, there men in the grip of inarticulate anger. One after another they ran forward boldly, just to put an end to this despicable lack of enthusiasm, and threw themselves onto the tip of a lance, crazy, mad, driven by rage and fury. They ended up, of course, falling over one another on the ground, without having been able even to inflict a wound with their hand-held weapons on the plumed and helmeted louts of iron opposite. They fell face down into the dusty horse dung left behind on the ground by noble mounts. And so it befell nearly all these men in a state of undress, while the lances, already reddened by their blood, seemed to smile at them disdainfully. No, that was nothing. One saw himself compelled to make use of a trick in order to be on the side of humanity. Confronted by art, either art or some lofty thought was called for, and that lofty thought, in the shape of a man of lofty face, immediately stepped forward, as if pushed there by a supernatural power, and addressed his countrymen. "Look after my wife and my children. I'll make a path through for you." And he threw himself forthwith, so as not to let cool his desire for self-sacrifice, onto 4 or 5 lances, and pulled down several more, as many as he could force to his chest in the act of dying. It was as if he could not embrace these iron points enough, and drag them into himself, to be able to die with unlimited resources, and to lie on the ground and turn into a bridge for men who then trampled over his body, on the lofty thought that wanted to be trampled on. Nothing will ever again compare with such a thrashing, and the way in which those lightly clad valley and mountain folk smashed that clumsy, despicable wall, and tore it and beat it to bits like tigers ripping to pieces a defenseless herd of cows. The knights had become almost totally defenseless, since being hemmed in they could hardly move to the side. Mounted knights were popped from their horses like paper bags filled with air pop when you clap your hands on them. The herdsmen's weapons now proved frightful, and their light summer clothing just right. Armor to the knights was that much more burdensome. Heads were stroked by side swipes, only stroked apparently, and turned out to have been severed. More and more knights were being struck down, horses overturned, and the power and rage of the onslaught kept increasing. The Duke was killed outright. It would have been a miracle had he not been killed. Those who were raining down blows shouted as they did so, as if it were appropriate, as if killing were too slight an annihilation, only a half measure. Heat, steam, the smell of blood, dirt and dust, and the shouting and yelling merged in a wild, diabolical turmoil. The dying hardly even felt the onset of their death. They died so quickly. They suffocated in droves in their showy iron armor, those threshing flails. What further comment need be made? Each of them would gladly have given a damn had they been able to. Fine noblemen drowned in their hundreds. No, they were drowned in the nearby lake of Sempach. They were drowned because they were pushed into the water like cats and dogs. They overbalanced and fell over one another in their elegant pointed shoes. It was a real shame. The most splendid armor-plating could only vouchsafe to its wearer oblivion, and the realization of this frightening presentiment was not contradicted. What did it matter now that at home in the Aargau or in Swabia knights owned land and people, had a beautiful wife, servants, maidservants, fruit trees, fields and woods, and collected taxes and enjoyed the finest privileges? That only made dying in these pools of water, between the pressing down knee of a crazy herdsman and a piece of earth, more bitter and more wretched. The war horses on their uncontrolled flight naturally stamped on their own masters. Many knights, in the abruptness of their desire to dismount, got caught up in the stirrups with their silly but fashionable footwear, and were left hanging from them, so that they bumped themselves over the grass, bleeding from the backs of their heads. Their shocked eyes, in the meantime, before they closed for good, saw the sky burn above them like an angry flame. Herdsmen also died, of course, but for every one bare-breasted and bare-armed combatant who died, there were always 10 armor-plated and wrapped-up ones. The Battle of Sempach teaches us, in fact, how dreadfully stupid it is to wrap up well. If only those puppets had been able to move, yes, they would have done. Some did manage to do so that they were finally able to free themselves from that totally unbearable thing they were carrying on their body. "I am fighting with slaves. How disgusting!" cried a handsome youth with yellowish hair falling down to his shoulders, and sank to the ground, hit full in his fair face by a vicious blow, where he, finely wounded, bit the grass with his half-smashed teeth. A few herdsmen, whose deadly weapons had gone missing from their hands, pulled down like wrestlers at a wrestling ring their opponents from below by the scruff of the neck and head, or threw themselves, avoiding counter-blows, at the throat of a knight and throttled him, strangling him to death. Meanwhile it had started to go dark. The dying light still glowed in trees and bushes, while the sun went down among the dusky foothills of the Alps like a dead, sad, and handsome man. The grim battle was over. The snow-white pallid Alps let their fine, cold brows hang down, and in the background was the world. Burial details gathered up the dead, went around quietly doing this, lifted up the fallen who were lying on the ground, and took them to the mass grave that other men had dug. Standards and armor were piled up together till they formed an imposing heap. Money and treasure together. Everything was set down in a certain place. Most of these strong and simple men had grown silent and well-behaved. They were observing the captured valuables not without a melancholic contempt, walking up and down the meadows, looking at the faces of the slain, and washing off the blood when it pleased them to see what the sullied facial features looked like. 2 youths were found at the foot of some shrubs with young bright faces, lips still smiling, even in death, and with their arms around each other as they lay on the ground. One of them had suffered a blow to the chest, while the other had had his body ripped open. There was work for them to do till late at night. After that, torches were used to find corpses. They came across the body of Arnold von Rinkelried, and beheld him with reverence. When the men buried him, they sang with deep voices one of their simple songs. There was no more pomp under the circumstances. There were no priests there. What would one have done with priests? Praying and thanking God for the hard-fought victory had to happen quietly, without church candles. Then they went home, and after a few days they were scattered back again in their high valleys. They were working, serving, saving, looking after businesses, doing what needed to be done, and still spoke occasionally of the battle they had lived through, though not much. They were not hailed as heroes, well, perhaps a little in Lucerne on their triumphal entry to that town. No matter. The days glided over it, for the days, with their multiplicity of cares, were harsh and raw even then in 1386. A great deed does not strike from the calendar the arduous sequence of days. Life does not stand still for long on the day of a battle. History just pauses a short while, until it, too, forced on by life's imperious demands, has to hasten forward. End of The Battle of Sempach by Robert Walser, translated by Michael Wooff.
The Bet by Anton Chekhov. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Thomlinson. It was a dark autumn night. The old banker was walking up and down his study, remembering how, 15 years before, he had given a party one autumn evening. There had been many clever men there, and there had been interesting conversations. Among other things, they had talked of capital punishment. The majority of the guests, among whom were many journalists and intellectual men, disapproved of the death penalty. They considered that form of punishment out of date, immoral, and unsuitable for a Christian state. In the opinion of some of them, the death penalty ought to be replaced everywhere by imprisonment for life. "I don't agree with you," said their host, the banker. "I have not tried either the death penalty or imprisonment for life, but if one may judge, a priori, the death penalty is more moral and more humane than imprisonment for life. Capital punishment kills a man at once, but lifelong imprisonment kills him slowly. Which executioner is the more humane? He who kills you in a few minutes, or he who drags the life out of you in the course of many years?" "Both are equally immoral," observed one of the guests. for they both have the same object, to take away life. The state is not God. It has not the right to take away what it cannot restore when it wants to. Among the guests was a young lawyer, a young man of 25. When he was asked his opinion, he said, "The death sentence and the life sentence are equally immoral, but if I had to choose between the death penalty and imprisonment for life, I would certainly choose the second. To live anyhow is better than not at all." A lively discussion arose. The banker, who was younger and more nervous in those days, was suddenly carried away by excitement. He struck the table with his fist and shouted at the young man, "It is not true. I'll bet you 2 million you wouldn't stay in solitary confinement for 5 years." "If you mean that in earnest," said the young man, "I'll take the bet. But I would stay not 5, but 15 years. 15? Done, cried the banker. "Gentlemen, I stake 2 millions. "Agreed, you stake your millions and I stake my freedom," said the young man. And this wild, senseless bet was carried out. The banker, spoilt and frivolous, with millions beyond his reckoning, was delighted at the bet. At supper he made fun of the young man and said, "Think better of it, young man, while there is still time. To me 2 millions are trifle, but you are losing 3 or 4 of the best years of your life. I say 3 or 4 because you won't stay longer. Don't forget either, you unhappy man, that voluntary confinement is a great deal harder to bear than compulsory. The thought that you have the right to step out in liberty at any moment will poison your whole existence in prison. I am sorry for you." And now the banker, walking to and fro, remembered all this and asked himself, what was the object of that bet? What is the good of that man's losing 15 years of his life and my throwing away 2 millions? Can it prove that the death penalty is better or worse than imprisonment for life? No, no. It was all nonsensical and meaningless. On my part it was the caprice of a pampered man, and on his part simple greed for money. Then he remembered what followed that evening. It was decided that the young man should spend the years of his captivity under the strictest supervision in one of the lodges in the banker's garden. It was agreed that for 15 years he should not be free to cross the threshold of the lodge, to see human beings, to hear the human voice, or to receive letters and newspapers. He was allowed to have a musical instrument and books, and was allowed to write letters, to drink wine, and to smoke. By the terms of the agreement, the only relations he could have with the outer world were by a little window made purposely for that object. He might have anything he wanted, books, music, wine, and so on, in any quantity he desired by writing an order, but he would only receive them through the window. The agreement provided for every detail and every trifle that would make his imprisonment strictly solitary, and bound the young man to stay there exactly 15 years, beginning from 12 o'clock on November the 14th, 1870, and ending at 12 o'clock on November the 14th, 1885. The slightest attempt on his part to break the conditions, if only 2 minutes before the end, released the banker from the obligation to pay him 2 millions. In the first year of his confinement, as far as one could judge from his brief notes, the prisoner suffered severely from loneliness and depression. The sounds of the piano could be heard continually day and night from his lodge. He refused wine and tobacco. Wine, he wrote, excites the desires, and desires are the worst foes of the prisoner. And, besides, nothing could be more dreary than drinking good wine and seeing no one. And tobacco spoilt the air of his room. In the first year the books he sent for were principally of a light character, novels with a complicated love plot, sensational and fantastic stories, and so on. In the second year the piano was silent in the lodge, and the prisoner asked only for the classics. In the 5th year, music was audible again, and the prisoner asked for wine. Those who watched him through the window said that all that year he spent doing nothing but eating and drinking and lying on his bed, frequently yawning and angrily talking to himself. He did not read books. Sometimes at night he would sit down to write. He would spend hours writing, and in the morning tear up all that he had written. More than once he could be heard crying. In the second half of the 6th year, the prisoner began zealously studying languages, philosophy and history. He threw himself eagerly into these studies, so much so that the banker had enough to do to get him the books he ordered. In the course of 4 years, some 600 volumes were procured at his request. It was during this period that the banker received the following letter from his prisoner. "My dear jailer, I write you these lines in 6 languages. Show them to people who know the languages. Let them read them. If they find not one mistake, I implore you to fire a shot in the garden. That shot will show me that my efforts have not been thrown away. The geniuses of all ages and all lands speak different languages, but the same flame burns in all of them. Oh, if you only knew what unearthly happiness my soul feels now from being able to understand them." The prisoner's desire was fulfilled. The banker ordered 2 shots to be fired in the garden. Then after the 10th year, the prisoner sat immovably at the table and read nothing but the Gospel. It seemed strange to the banker that a man who in 4 years had mastered 600 learned volumes should waste nearly a year over one thin book, easy of comprehension. Theology and histories of religion followed the Gospels. In the last 2 years of his confinement, the prisoner read an immense quantity of books, quite indiscriminately. At one time he was busy with the natural sciences. Then he would ask for Byron or Shakespeare. There were notes in which he demanded at the same time books on chemistry and a manual of medicine and a novel and some treatise on philosophy or theology. His reading suggested a man swimming in the sea among the wreckage of his ship and trying to save his life by greedily clutching first at one spar and then at another. The old banker remembered all this and thought, "Tomorrow at 12 o'clock he will regain his freedom. By our agreement I ought to pay him 2 millions. If I do pay him, it is all over with me. I shall be utterly ruined." 15 years before, his millions had been beyond his reckoning. Now he was afraid to ask himself which was greater, his debts or his assets. Desperate gambling on the stock exchange, wild speculation, and the excitability which he could not get over even in advancing years, had by degrees led to the decline of his fortune, and the proud, fearless, self-confident millionaire had become a banker of middling rank, trembling at every rise and fall in his investments. "Cursed bet," muttered the old man, clutching his head in despair. "Why didn't the man die? He is only 40 now. He will take my last penny from me. He will marry, will enjoy life, will gamble on the exchange, while I shall look at him with envy like a beggar, and hear from him every day the same sentence. I am indebted to you for the happiness of my life. Let me help you." No, it is too much. The one means of being safe from bankruptcy and disgrace is the death of that man. It struck 3 o'clock. The banker listened. Everyone was asleep in the house, and nothing could be heard outside but the rustling of the chilled trees. Trying to make no noise, he took from a fireproof safe the key of the door which had not been opened for 15 years, put on his overcoat, and went out of the house. It was dark and cold in the garden. Rain was falling. A damp, cutting wind was racing about the garden, howling and giving the trees no rest. The banker strained his eyes, but could see neither the earth, nor the white statues, nor the lodge, nor the trees. Going to the spot where the lodge stood, he twice called the watchman. No answer followed. Evidently the watchman had sought shelter from the weather and was now asleep somewhere, either in the kitchen or in the greenhouse. If I had the pluck to carry out my intention, thought the old man, suspicion would fall first upon the watchman. He felt in the darkness for the steps and the door and went into the entry of the lodge. Then he groped his way into a little passage and lighted a match. There was not a soul there. There was a bedstead with no bedding on it, and in the corner there was a dark cast-iron stove. The seals on the door leading to the prisoners' rooms were intact. When the match went out, the old man, trembling with emotion, peeped through the little window. A candle was burning dimly in the prisoner's room. He was sitting at the table. Nothing could be seen but his back, the hair on his head and his hands. Open books were lying on the table, on the 2 easy chairs, and on the carpet near the table. 5 minutes passed and the prisoner did not once stir. 15 years' imprisonment had taught him to sit still. The banker tapped at the window with his finger, and the prisoner made no movement whatever in response. Then the banker cautiously broke the seals of the door and put the key in the keyhole. The rusty lock gave a grating sound and the door creaked. The banker expected to hear at once footsteps and a cry of astonishment, but 3 minutes passed and it was as quiet as ever in the room. He made up his mind to go in. At the table, a man, unlike ordinary people, was sitting motionless. He was a skeleton with the skin drawn tight over his bones, with long curls like a woman's and a shaggy beard. His face was yellow with an earthy tint in it. His cheeks were hollow, his back long and narrow, and the hand on which his shaggy head was propped was so thin and delicate that it was dreadful to look at. His hair was already streaked with silver, and seeing his emaciated, aged-looking face, no one would have believed that he was only 40. He was asleep, in front of his bowed head, and there lay on the table a sheet of paper on which there was something written in fine handwriting. Poor creature, thought the banker, he is asleep and most likely dreaming of the millions. And I have only to take this half-dead man, throw him on the bed, stifle him a little with the pillow, and the most conscientious expert would find no sign of a violent death. But let us first read what he has written here. The banker took the page from the table and read as follows. Tomorrow at 12 o'clock I regain my freedom and the right to associate with other men. But before I leave this room and see the sunshine, I think it necessary to say a few words to you. With a clear conscience I tell you, as before God, who beholds me, that I despise freedom and life and health, and all that in your books is called the good things of the world. For 15 years I have been intently studying earthly life. It is true I have not seen the earth nor men, but in your books I have drunk fragrant wine. I have sung songs. I have hunted stags and wild boars in the forests, have loved women, beauties as ethereal as clouds, created by the magic of your poets and geniuses, have visited me at night, and have whispered in my ears wonderful tales that have set my brain in a whirl. In your books I have climbed to the peaks of Elsberg and Mont Blanc, and from there I have seen the sun rise and have watched it at evening flood the sky, the ocean, and the mountain tops with gold and crimson. I have watched from there the lightning flashing over my head and cleaving the storm clouds. I have seen green forests, fields, rivers, lakes, towns. I have heard the singing of the sirens and the strains of the shepherds' pipes. I have touched the wings of comely devils who flew down to converse with me of God. In your books I have flung myself into the bottomless pit, performed miracles, slain, burned towns, preached new religions, conquered whole kingdoms. Your books have given me wisdom. All that the unresting thought of man has created in the ages is compressed into a small compass in my brain. I know that I am wiser than all of you, and I despise your books. I despise wisdom and the blessings of this world. It is all worthless, fleeting, illusory, and deceptive, like a mirage. You may be proud, wise and fine, but death will wipe you off the face of the earth, as though you were no more than mice burrowing under the floor. And your posterity, your history, your immortal geniuses will burn or freeze together with the earthly globe. You have lost your reason and taken the wrong path. You have taken lies for truth and hideousness for beauty. You would marvel if, owing to strange events of some sort, frogs and lizards suddenly grew on apple and orange trees instead of fruit, or if roses began to smell like a sweating horse. So I marvel at you who exchange heaven for earth. I don't want to understand you. To prove to you in action how I despise all that you live by, I renounce the 2 millions of which I once dreamed as of paradise, and which now I despise. To deprive myself of the right to the money, I shall go out from here 5 hours before the fixed time, and so break the compact. When the banker had read this, he laid the page on the table, kissed the strange man on the head, and went out of the lodge, weeping. At no other time, even when he had lost heavily on the stock exchange, had he felt so great a contempt for himself. When he got home he lay on his bed, but his tears and emotion kept him for hours from sleeping. Next morning the watchmen ran in with pale faces and told him that they had seen the man who lived in the lodge climb out of the window into the garden, go to the gate and disappear. The banker went at once with the servants to the lodge and made sure of the flight of his prisoner. To avoid arousing unnecessary talk, he took from the table the writing in which the millions were renounced, and when he got home, locked it up in the fireproof safe.
End of the Bet by Anton Chekhov.
The Curious Case of Kenelm Digby by Christopher Morley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Curious Case of Kenelm Digby. We had been dining together at the Hotel Ansonia, and as we walked up the shining, breezy channel of Broadwat, is the commonest phrase of the detectives. To put 2 and 2 together, what else, I ask you, is the poet doing all the time but putting 2 and 2 together, 2 rhymes and then 2 rhymes more, and making a quatrain? He swung his stick, puffed strongly at his cigar, and amorously surveyed the deep blue of the night, against which the huge blocks of apartment-houses spread their random patterns of lighted windows. Between these granolithic cliffs flowed a racing stream of bright motors, like the rapids of a river of light hurrying downward to the whirlpool of Times Square. My friend Dove Dulcet, the well-known poet and literary agent, vigorously expounded a theorem which I afterward had occasion to remember. "There is every reason," he cried, "why a poet should be the best of detectives. My boy, there is a rhyme in events as well as in words. When you see 2 separate and apparently unconnected happenings that seem, as one might say, to rhyme together, you begin to suspect one author behind them both. It is the function of the poet to have a quick and tender apprehension of similarities. The root of poetry is nothing else than describing things as being like other apparently quite different things. The lady who compared herself to a bird in a gilded cage was chaffed for her opulent and spendthrift imagination, but in that lively simile she showed an understanding of the poetic principle. Look here. Either for a poet or for a detective," he said gaily. "This seems to me the ideal region. I tell you, I walk about here suspecting the most glorious crimes. When I see the number of banana splits that are consumed in these glittering drug stores, I feel sure that somewhere, in the purple silences of the night, hideous consequences must follow. Those who feed so violently on that brutalizing mixture of banana, chocolate ice cream, cherry syrup, and whipped marshmallow must certainly be gruesome at heart. I look out of my window late at night, toward the scattered lights of that vast pile of apartments, always thinking to see them blaze some great golden symbol or letter into the darkness, some terrible or obscene code that means death and terror. "Your analogy seems to have some sense," I said. "Certainly the minor poet, like the lawbreaker, loves to linger about the scene of his rhyme or crime." "You are an amateur of puns," he replied. "Then let me tell you the motto I have coined to express the spirit of this little white way. Ein fester Bourgeois ist unser Gott. This is the proud kingdom of the triumphant middle class. It is a perilous country for a poet. If he were found out, he would be martyred at the nearest subway station. But how I love it! See how the quiet side streets cut across highways so richly contrasting. West End Avenue, leafy, expensive and genteel. Broadway, so gloriously cruel and artificial. Amsterdam Avenue, so honestly and poignantly real. My club is the Hertford lunchroom, where they call an omelette an omelette, and where the mystic word combo resounds through the hatchway to the fat man in the kitchen. My church is the St. Agnes brand of the public library over on Amsterdam Avenue. In those cool, quiet rooms, when I watch the pensive readers, I have a sense of treading near an artery of fine human idealism. In all this various neighbourhood I have a cheerful conviction that almost anything might happen. In the late afternoons, when the crosswise streets end on the glimpse of the Jersey bluffs that glow like smoky blue opals and smell like rotten apples, I feel myself on the very door-sill of the more stunning outrages." We both laughed, and turned off on 77th Street to the small apartment house where Dulcet had a comfortable suite of 2 rooms and bath. In his book-lined sitting-room we lit our pipes and sat down for a gossip. We had been talking at dinner of the extraordinary number of grievous deaths of well-known authors that had happened that year. As it is almost unnecessary to remind you, there was Dunraven Bleak, the humorous essayist, who was found stark in both senses in his bathtub, and Cynthia Carboy, the famous writer of bedtime stories, who fell down the elevator shaft. In the case of Mrs. Carboy, the police were distracted because her body was found at the top of the building, and the Detective Bureau insisted that in some unexplainable manner she must have fallen up the shaft. But as Dulcet pointed out at the time of the Authors' League inquiry, the body might have been carried upstairs after the accident. Then there was Andrew Baffle, the psychological novelist, whose end was peculiarly atrocious and miserable, because it seemed that he had contracted tetanus from handling a typewriter ribbon that showed signs of having been poisoned. Frank Lebanon, the brilliant short story writer, was stabbed in the fullness of his powers, and there were others whom I do not recall at the moment. Mr. Dulcet had suffered severely by these sad occurrences, for a number of these authors were his clients, and the loss of the commissions on the sale of their works was a serious item. The secret of these tragedies had never been discovered, but there had been something of a panic among members of the Authors' League. The rumour of a pogrom among best-selling writers was tactfully hushed. "What is your friend Kenelm Digby writing nowadays?" I asked, as I looked along Dulcet's shelves. Digby, the brilliant novelist, was probably Dulcet's most distinguished client, an eccentric fellow who, in spite of his excellent royalties, lived a solitary and modest existence in a boarding-house somewhere in that part of the West Side. Outside his own circle of intimates, Dulcet was almost the only man whom Digby saw much of, and many of us, who admired the novelist's work, had our only knowledge of his person from hearing the agent talk of him. "By George, I'm glad you reminded me," said Dulcet. "Why, he has just finished a story, and he telephoned me this afternoon, asking me to stop over at his house this evening to get the manuscript. He never has any dealings with the editors on his own hook. Likes me to attend to all his business arrangements for him. I said I'd run over there about 10 o'clock. "That last book of his was a great piece of work," I said. "I've been following his stuff for over 10 years, and he looks to me about the most promising fellow we've got. He has something of the Barry touch, it seems to me." "Yes, he's the real thing," said Dulcet, blowing a blue cloud of his Cartesian mixture. "I only wish he were not quite so eccentric. He lives like a hermit crab over in a lodging-house near the park. Even I, who know him as well as most people, never feel like intruding on him, except when he asks me to. I can't help thinking it would be good for him to get out more and see something of other men in his line of work. I tried to get him to join the Snails, but he says that Amsterdam Avenue is his only amusement, and Central Park seems to be his country club. I wonder if you've noticed that in his tales, whenever he wants to describe a bit of country, he takes it right out of the park. I sometimes suspect that's the only scenery he knows." "He has attained a very unusual status among writers," I said. "In my rambles among bookshops I have noticed that his first editions bring quite a good price. It's very seldom that a writer, at any rate an American, gets 'collected' during his lifetime." "Did you ever see any of his manuscript?" asked Dulcet, and on my shaking my head he took out a thick packet of foolscap from a cabinet. "This is the original of Girlhood," he explained. "Digby gave it to me. It'll be worth a lot some day." I looked with interest at the neatly written sheets, thickly covered with a small, beautiful, and rather crabbed penmanship. "Worth a lot!" I exclaimed. "Well, I should say so. Why, the other day I was browsing round in a bookshop, and I found a lot of his first editions marked at $15 each, and it struck me as a very high price, for I know I have seen them listed for $3 or $4 in catalogues." "Exorbitantly high," Dulcet said. "I'm afraid your bookseller is profiteering. I admire Digby as much as any one, but that is an artificial price. The firsts aren't rare enough to warrant any such price as that." "Still, I'm glad to know about it, as it's a sign of growing recognition. I remember the time when it was all I could do to get any editors to look at his things. I'll have to tell him about that. It will please him mightily." We sat for a while chatting about this and that, and then Dulcet got up and put on his hat. "Look here, old man," he said, "you squat here and be comfortable while I run round to Digby. It won't take me more than a few minutes. He lives on 82nd Street. I'll be back right speedily, and we can go on with our talk." I heard him go down in the elevator, and then I relit my pipe, and picked out a book from one of his shelves. I remember that it was Brillat-Savarin's amusing Gastronomy as a Fine Art. I smiled at finding this in Dulcet's library, for I knew that the agent rather prided himself on being something of a gourmet, and I was reading the essays of the jovial French epicure with a good deal of relish when the telephone rang. I went to it with that slight feeling of embarrassment one always has in answering someone else's phone. To my surprise, it was Dulcet's voice. "Hello," he said. "That you, Ben? Listen, I want you to come round to Digby's right away." And he gave the address. Thinking he had arranged a chance for me to meet Digby, I had long wanted to do so, I felt hesitant about intruding. But he repeated his message rather sharply. "Please come at once," he said. "It's important." Again he gave the street number, made me promise to come immediately, and rang off. It was nearly 10:30, and the streets were fairly quiet as I walked briskly along. The house was one of a row of old cocoa-coloured stone dwellings, and evidently someone was watching for me, for while I was trying to read the numbers a door opened, and from a dark hall an arm beckoned to me. I went up the tall steps, and a stout woman, who seemed to be in some agitation, whispered my name interrogatively. "Is this Mr. Trevatto?" she murmured. "Yes," I said, puzzled. "Third floor, front," she said, and I creaked quietly up the stairs. I tapped at the front room on the top floor, and Dulcet opened. "Thank goodness you're here, Ben," he said. "Something has happened." It was a large, comfortable room, crowded with books on 3 walls, furnished with easy chairs and a couch in one corner. A brilliant blaze of light from several bulbs under a frosted hood poured upon a reading table in the middle of the room. Sitting at his table, in a Windsor chair, slumped down into the seat, was a short, stout man, whose head lolled sideways over his chest. He was wearing a tweed suit and a soft shirt, and looked as though he had fallen asleep at his work. In front of him were some books and a can of tobacco. I recognized him, of course, from the photographs I had often seen. It was Digby. I looked at Dulcet, aghast. But, as always at such moments, what was uppermost in my mind was something trivial and irrelevant. I had an intense desire to open a window. The air in that room was thick and foggy, a sort of close, strangling frowst of venomously strong tobacco and furnace gas. After the clear elixir of the wintry night it was loathsome. It was the typical smell that hangs about the rooms of literary bachelors, who work all day long in a room without ever thinking of airing it. "Yes," he said, "he's dead. Pretty awful, isn't it? I found him like this when I got here. No sign of injury, as far as I can see." There was something profoundly dreadful in this first sight, as mere sagging clay, of the brilliant and powerful writer whose books I had so long admired, and whom I had thought of as one of the strong and fortunate few who shape human perplexities to their own ends. I looked down at him with a miserable blackness in my spirit, and laid a hand on Dulcet's shoulder in sympathy. "I've sent for a doctor," he said. "Before he comes I want to get all the information I can from the landlady. I wanted to have you here as a witness. I haven't touched anything." The woman had followed me upstairs, and stood crying quietly in the doorway. "Come in, Mrs. Barlow," said Dulcet. "Now, please tell us everything you can about where Mr. Digby went this evening, and anything that has happened." Mrs. Barlow, who seemed to be a good-hearted, simple-minded creature, snuffled wretchedly. "Oh dear," she said. "He was such a nice gentleman, too. Let me see. He went out about 7, I suppose, for his supper, but he was always irregular about his meals, you never could tell. Sometimes he would eat in the middle of the afternoon, and sometimes not till late at night. I always would urge him that he would die of indigestion, but he was so kind-hearted." "You don't know where he went?" said Dulcet. "Perhaps he went round to the laundry," she said, "for he had a parcel with him, which I took to be his laundry because he usually took it out on Monday evenings, because by that time the clean shirt he put on Sunday was ready to go to the wash. I hate to think that in all the years he lived in this house his laundry was the only thing we ever had a difference about, because I used to have it done in the house for him, but he said my washwoman tore the buttons off his shirts or collars or something, so a little while ago he started taking his things out to be done, but I don't know where, because he used to call for them himself." "You haven't any idea where he used to eat?" insisted Dulcet. "Oh, no, sir. He liked to go to different places. You know yourself how he was always a bit queer and concentric, and he never talked much about where he went, but always so nice and considerate. Oh, he was a fine gentleman." Mrs. Barlow, plainly much grieved, wept anew. "Please try to tell us everything you can think of," said Dulcet, gently. "What time did he come in? And did you notice anything unusual?" "Nothing out of the way that I can think of. But then I was down in the basement most of the evening, for I let my maid go to the movies, and I had a deal to do. I suppose he went along Amsterdam Avenue. He was always strolling up and down Amsterdam or Columbus, poor man, getting ideas for his literature, I guess. He came back about 9 o'clock, I should say, because I heard the door about then. Just a few minutes before he came in, there was a man came to the door with a tin of tobacco for him, which he said Mr. Digby had ordered sent around, and I took it up and put it on his table. There it is now, poor man, Carter's mixture." Mrs. Barlow pointed to the tin of Cartesian mixture that stood on the table. Evidently it had only just been opened, for it was practically full. "Yes," said Dulcet. "Here's his pipe lying on the floor under his chair." He picked up the briar and glanced at it. "Only just begun to smoke it, for the tobacco is hardly burned. He must have been smoking when he—" "There wasn't anything else you can think of?" The woman dried her eyes with her apron. "There was just one other thing I noticed, but I suppose it's silly. But I took a note of it special, because I thought I heard it before, lately. While he was out, and a little before the man brought the tin of tobacco, I heard a sharp tapping out on the street in front of the house. I noticed it special because I thought at first it was someone rapping on the door, and I wondered if the bell was out of order again, but when I went I couldn't see anyone. But I wondered about it because I heard it 2 or 3 times, a sharp kind of tapping. It sounded some way like hitting on stone with a stick of some sort." Dulcet and I looked at each other rather blankly. "And after that," she went on, "I didn't think about anything, one way or another, till you came in and I told you to go right up." There was a clear peal from the front door. "That's the doctor," said Dulcet, and Mrs. Barlow hurried downstairs. I have never seen any one so brisk and matter-of-fact as that physician, and after his arrival the affair seemed to pass out of Dulcet's hands into the painful official machinery that takes charge in such events. Dulcet, acting as the dead writer's literary representative, went into the adjoining room, which was Digby's study, to look over the papers in the desk for any manuscripts that he ought to take care of. He wrote out a list of friends and relatives for me to send telegrams to, and I went out to attend to this. I don't know how they get wind of these affairs, but the reporters were already beginning to arrive when I left. The next day, and for several days afterward, the papers all carried long stories about poor Digby's brilliant career. Then the literary weeklies took it up. At the libraries and bookshops everyone was asking for his books, and I have never seen a more depressing illustration of the familiar fact that a writer's real fame never comes until it's too late to do him any good. Editors and people who had hardly been aware of Digby's genius while he was alive now praised him fluently, speaking of him as America's most honest realist, and all that sort of thing. Moving picture people began inquiring about the film rights of his novels. Some of the sensational newspapers tried to play up his death as a mystery story, but the physicians asserted heart failure as the cause, and this aspect of the matter soon subsided. Except at the funeral, which was attended by a great many literary people, I did not see Dulcet for some days. I gathered from what I read in the news that Digby's will had appointed him executor of his literary property, and I knew that he must have much to attend to. But one afternoon the telephone rang, and Dulcet asked me if I could knock off work and come round to see him. As I was living up town at that time, it only took me a few minutes to go round to his apartment. I found him smoking a pipe as usual, and looking pale and fagged. He welcomed me with his affectionate cordiality, and I sat down to hear what was on his mind. "You must excuse me if I'm a little upset," he said. "I've just had an interview with a ghoul. A fellow came in to see me who had heard that I have a number of poor Digby's books and manuscripts. He wanted to buy them from me, offer big prices for them. He said that since Digby's death all his first editions and so on have gone up enormously in value. Apparently he expected me to do trading over the dead body of a friend." He smoked a while in silence, and then said, "Sorry not to have seen you sooner, but, to tell the truth, I've had my hands full. His brother, who was the nearest kin, couldn't come from Ohio on account of serious illness, and everything fell on me. I had to pack up all his things and ship them, all that sort of business. But I've been wanting to talk to you about it, because I'm convinced there was something queer about the whole affair. I'm not satisfied with that heart failure verdict. That's absurd. There was nothing wrong with his heart that I ever heard of. It's very unfortunate that for the first few days I was too occupied with urgent matters to be able to follow up the various angles of the affair, but I've been turning it over in my mind, and I've got some ideas I'd like to share with you. You remember what I told you, with unfortunate levity, about the secret of detective work being ability to notice the unsuspected rhymes in events? Well, there are 1 or 2 features of this affair that seem to me to rhyme together in a very sinister fashion. Wait a minute until I put on my other coat, and we'll go out." He went into his bedroom. I had not liked to interrupt him, but I was yearning for a smoke, for leaving my rooms in a hurry I had forgotten to bring my pouch with me. On his mantelpiece I saw a tin of tobacco, and began to fill my pipe. To my surprise, just as I was taking out a match, he darted out of the bedroom, uttered an exclamation, and snatched the briar from my hand. "Sorry," he said bluntly, "but you mustn't smoke that. It's something very special." He opened his penknife, scraped out the weed I had put in the bowl, and carefully put it back in the tin. He took the tin and locked it in his desk. "Try some of this," he said, handing his pouch. I concluded that the tension of the past days had troubled his nerves. This rudeness was so unlike him that I knew there must be some explanation, but he offered none. As we went down in the elevator, he said, "The question is, can you make a rhyme out of tobacco and collar buttons?" "No," I said, a little peevishly. "I don't believe anyone could, except Edward Lear." "Well," he continued, "that's what we've got to do. And don't imagine that it's merely a nonsense rhyme, any more than Lear's were. Edward Lear was as great as King Lear in his own way." He led me to 82nd Street. The December afternoon was already dark as we approached Mrs. Barlow's house. At the foot of her front steps he halted and turned to me. "Is your pipe going?" he said. "No," I said irritably. "It's out, and I haven't any tobacco." "Don't be surly, old chap. I'll give you some if you'll tell me what you do when your pipe goes out." "Why, you idiot," I cried, "I do this," and I knocked out the ashes by striking the bowl smartly against the palm of my hand. "Ah," he said, "but some people do this." He bent down and rapped his pipe against the stone ramp of the steps with a clear, sharp, hollow sound. "Yes, a good way to break a nice pipe," I was remarking when the basement door of the house flew open and Mrs. Barlow darted out of the sunken area just below the pavement level. In the pale, lemon-coloured glare of a near-by street lamp we could see that she was strongly excited. "Good gracious!" she panted. "Is it Mr. Dulcet? Oh, sir, you did give me a turn. Oh, dear, that was just the tapping sound I heard the night poor Mr. Digby died. What was it? Did you hear it?" "Like this?" said Dulcet, knocking his pipe again on the stone step. "That was it exactly," she said. "What a fright, to be sure! Was it only someone knocking his pipe like that? Oh, dear, it did bring back that horrid evening just as plain." "So much for the mysterious death rap," said Dulcet as we walked back toward Amsterdam Avenue. "I can't claim much ingenuity for that, however. You see, the morning after Digby's death I went round to Mrs. Barlow's early, before she had been out to sweep her pavement. The first thing I noticed by the lowest step was a little dottle of tobacco, such as falls from a half-smoked pipe when it is knocked out. That seemed to me to make a perfect couplet with Mrs. Barlow's tale of the tapping she had heard. She heard it several times, you remember, in a short space of time. That suggests to me someone standing on the street or walking up and down in a state of nervousness because he didn't smoke any of his pipes through. When they were only half smoked he knocked them out in sheer impatience. Was he waiting for someone? "Perhaps it was Digby himself," I suggested. "I don't think so," he said, "because, in the first place, nervousness was the last thing I would associate with his temperament, which was calm and collected in the extreme. And also, he always smoked brown-eyed blend, and had done so for years. That was the first thing that struck me as unusual the night we were there, that tin of Cartesian on the table. He was a man of fixed habits. Why should he have made a change just that night?" I picked up the little wad of tobacco I found lying on the step and took it carefully home. "It's Cartesian or I'm a Dutchman. So item 1 in our criminal rhyme scheme is, find me a nervous man smoking Cartesian." "It's a bit fanciful," I objected. "Of course it is," he cried, "but crime is a fanciful thing. Ever let the fancy roam, as Keats said. What the deuce is the line that follows? Suppose we stroll down Amsterdam Avenue and find a new place to have dinner." "Poor old Digby," he said, as we walked along, admiring the lighted caves of the shop windows. "How he enjoyed all this! You know, there is a certain honest simplicity about Amsterdam Avenue's merchandising that is pleasant to contemplate after the shining sophistications of Broadway. In a Broadway delicatessen window you will see such horrid luxuries as jars of coxcombs in jelly, whereas along here the groceries show candid and heartening signs, such as this, coming back to the old times, 17 cents a pound of sugar, Amsterdam Avenue shopkeepers speak with engaging directness about their traffic. For instance, there's a barber at the corner of 81st Street who embosses on his window the legend, 'Yes, we do Buster Brown hair cutting.' That sort of thing is very humane and genuine. That's why Digby was so fond of it. There's a laundry along here somewhere that I have often noticed. It calls itself the Fastidious Laundry. Speaking of laundries," I said, "what do you think of this?" We stopped, and I pointed to a neatly lettered placard in a window which had caught my eye. It said, "Notice to artists and authors. We sew buttons on soft collars, free of charge." "By Jove," I said, "there's a laundry that has the right idea. I think I'll bring my—" I broke off when I saw my companion's face. He was leaning forward toward the pane, and his eyes were bright but curiously empty, as though in some way the mechanism of sight had been reversed, and he was looking inward rather than out. "That's very odd," he said presently. "I've been up and down this street many times, but I've never noticed that sign before." He turned and marched into the shop, and I followed. In the soft, steamy air several girls were ironing shirts, and a plump, pink-cheeked Hebrew stood behind a counter wrapping up bundles. "I noticed your sign in the window," said Dulcet. "What do you charge for laundering soft collars?" 5 cents each, but we mend them too, and sew on the buttons." "That's a good idea," said Dulcet genially. "I wish I'd known that before. I'd have brought my collars round to you. How long have you been doing that? I often go by here, but I never saw the sign before." "Only about a week," the man replied. "Let's see, a week ago last Monday I put that sign up. You wouldn't believe how much new trade it has brought in. I thought it would be a kind of a joke. The man next door suggested it, and I put it in to please him. But most everybody wears soft collars nowadays, and it seems good business." "The man next door?" said Dulcet in a casual tone. "Sure, the cigar store." "Is his name Stork?" said Dulcet reflectively. "Stork? Why, no. Basswood. What do you mean, Stork?" "I mean," said Dulcet slowly, "does he ever stand on one leg?" "Quit your kidding," cried the laundryman, annoyed. "I assure you I do not trifle," said Dulcet gravely. "I'll bring you in some collars to fix up for me. Much obliged." We went out again, and my companion stood for a moment in front of the laundry window, looking thoughtfully at the sign. "While you ponder, old son," I said, "I'll run into Mr. Stork Basswood's and get some tobacco." He seized my arm in a firm and painful clutch and whispered, "Look at the corner." The laundry was the second shop from the corner. Under the lamp-post at the angle of the street I saw, to my amazement, a man standing balanced on one leg. Directly under the light he was partly in shadow, and I could only see him in silhouette, but the absurd profile of his one-legged attitude afflicted me with a renewed sense of absurdity and irritation. Dulcet, I thought, had evidently suffered some serious stroke in the region of his wits. "Now," he said softly, "can you see any rhyme between soft collars and standing on one leg?" As he spoke we both started, for somewhere near us on the street there sounded a sharp tapping, a ringing hollow wooden sound. Evidently it came from the one-legged man. This was too much for my composure. I broke away from Dulcet and ran to the corner. As I got there the one-legged creature put down a concealed limb and stood solidly on 2 feet, in a state of normalcy, as an eminent statesman would say. I was confused, and said angrily to the man, "Here, you mustn't stand like that on the public street, you know, on one leg. It's setting a bad example." To my amazement he made no retort whatever, but turned and scuttled hastily down the avenue, disappearing in the crowds that were doing their evening marketing. "My dear fellow," said Dulcet calmly, coming up to me, "you shouldn't have done that. You very nearly spoilt it all. Come on, let's go in and get your tobacco." Basswood's proved to be one of those interesting combination tobacco, stationery, toy and bookshops which are so common on the Upper West Side. I have often noticed that these places are by no means unfruitful as hunting ground for books, because the dealers are wholly ignorant of literature and sometimes one may find on their shelves some forgotten volume that has been there for years, and which they will gladly part with for a song. A good many of these stores have, tucked away at the back, a shabby stock of circulating library volumes that have come down through many changes of proprietorship. Only the other day I saw in just such a place first editions of Kenneth Grahame's The Golden Age, and Arthur Macon's The Three Impostors, which the storekeeper was delighted to sell for 15 cents each. A dark young man was behind the tobacco counter, and from him I got a packet of my usual blend. "Mr. Basswood in?" said Dulcet. "Just stepped out," said the young man. We lit our pipes and looked round the shop, glancing at the magazines and the queer miscellany of books. As it was approaching Christmas time, there was a profuse assortment of those dreadful little bibelots that go by the name of gift books, among which were the usual copies of Recessional and Vampire, Thoreau's Friendship, and Ballads of Chicharco, bound in what the trade calls padded ooze. I was particularly heartened to observe that one of these atrocities, called As a Man Thinketh, was described on the box, for all such books come in little cardboard cases, as being bound in antique yap. This pleased me so much that I was about to call it to Dulcet's attention, when I saw that he was looking at me from the rear of the store with a spark in his eye. I approached and found that he was staring at a doorway partly concealed by a pile of Christmas toys and novelties. Over this door was a sign, J. Basswood, Rare Book Department. "Can we go in and look at the rare books?" said Dulcet. "Sure thing," said the young man. "Help yourself. The boss'll be back soon if you want to buy anything." Mr. Basswood was evidently a man of some literary discretion. To our amazement we found in a little dark room, lined with shelves, a judicious assortment of modern books, several hundred volumes, and all first editions or autographed copies. The prices were marked in cipher, so we could not tell whether there were any bargains among them, but I know that I saw several particularly rare and desirable things which I would have been glad to have. "Good heavens!" I said to Dulcet, "Friend Basswood is a real collector. There isn't a thing here that isn't of prime value." He was staring at a shelf in the corner, and I went over to see what he had found. "Upon my soul!" I cried, "look at the Digbys! Not merely one copy of each, but 3 or 4. This man must have specialized in Digbys." "Not only that," said Dulcet, "but he has 3 of the Autogenesis of a Novelist, the first thing that Digby wrote. It was privately printed and afterwards suppressed. It's devilish rare. Even I haven't got a copy. I wish I knew what prices he asks for these things." "Look at this," I said. "Perhaps this will tell us." I picked up one of a pile of pamphlets that were lying in a large sheet of wrapping paper in a corner of the room. It was evidently a new catalogue of Mr. Basswood's rare books that had just come from the printer. "Here we are," I said, turning over the leaves. "Look at this. Special note. Fine collection of Digbyana. J. Basswood wishes to call particular attention to the Digbyana listed below. Anticipating the growing interest in collectors' items of this great writer's work, J. Basswood has taken pains to gather a stock of first editions and presentation copies which is absolutely unique. The prices of these items, while high, are a fair index of the appreciation in which this author's work is held among connoisseurs. All are copies in good condition, and their authenticity is guaranteed. November 15th, 19 " Dulcet seized the catalogue and ran his eye down the pages. "Girlhood, first edition. How to Mifflin Company, 1901, $100," he read. "The Nuisance of Being Loved, first edition, $75. The Princess Quarrelsome, $90. The Anatomy of Cheerfulness, autographed copy, $150. Distemper, acting copy, signed by the author and Richard Mansfield, $200. "Why," he cried shrilly, "this is madness. I am in touch with all the dealers of this sort of thing, and I know the proper prices. This man has multiplied them by 10. He thrust the catalogue into his pocket and glared round at the musty shelves. "I suppose it's due to poor Digby's death," I said. I saw that Dulcet was overwrought, and suggested that we go out and get some supper. "Supper!" he said. "A good idea. I know a place on Broadway where we can get some guinea pigs." He strode out of the store, and I followed, wondering what next. He seized my arm and hurried me along 79th Street to Broadway. In the clarid blue of the evening that blazing gully of light seemed to foam and bubble with preposterous fire. Chop suey restaurants threw out crawling streamers of red and yellow brilliance. Against the peacock green of the western sky the queer church at the corner of 79th, with the oriental pinnacle and truncated belfry rising above its solid Baptist wings, seemed like the offspring of some reckless marriage of two infatuated architects, one Jewish and one Calvinist. It was a fitting silhouette, I thought, congruent with an evening of such wild humours. Guinea pigs for supper, how original and enlivening! "Are guinea pigs properly kosher?" I asked sarcastically. Dulcet paid no heed, but, holding my arm, urged me along the pavement to an animal shop on the western side of Broadway. The window was full of puppies and long-haired cats. All down the aisle of the establishment were tiers of bird cages covered with curtains while the birds slept. In lucid bowls persevering goldfish pursued their glittering and unprofitable round. "Those guinea pigs I ordered," said Dulcet to the man. "Are they ready?" "All ready, sir," he said, and took out a cage from under the counter. "Very fine pigs, sir, strong and hearty. They will stand a great deal." "Yes," I said, with a wild desire to shout with laughter, "but will they stand being eaten? They will find that rather trying, I fancy." Dulcet tapped his forehead, and the dealer smiled indulgently. My companion took the cage, paid some money, and sped outdoors again. I made no further comment, and in a few minutes we were in Dulcet's apartment. "You have no kitchenette here, have you?" I protested, "or do we devour them raw? Oh, I see, you have a camp oven. How ingenious!" He had put on the table a large tin box. With complete seriousness he now produced a small spirit lamp, over which he fitted a little basket of fine wire mesh. When the flame of the lamp was lit, it played upon the basket, which was supported by legs at just the right height. He now put the unsuspecting guinea pigs into the tin box, which was shaped like a rural free delivery letter box, with a hinged door opening at one end. He took the spirit lamp with its attached basket and pushed the contraption carefully into the box with the pigs. Then he opened both windows in the room. "Admirable!" I exclaimed. "Like those much advertised cigarettes, they will be toasted. But won't it take a long time?" "Don't be an ass," he said. He went to his desk and took out the tin of Cartesian mixture he had snatched away from me earlier in the evening. "Your mention of those cigarettes is apt," he said, "for in this case also the fuel is tobacco. Please go over by the window and stay there." I watched, somewhat impressed by the gravity of his manner. From the tin of tobacco he took a small pinch of mixture and carefully placed it in the mesh basket above the lamp. Reaching into the box, he lit the wick of the lamp with a match, and hastily clapped to the hinged lid. The guinea pigs seemed to be awed by these proceedings, for they remained quiet. Dulcet joined me at the window, and remarked that fresh air was a fine thing. We waited for about 5 minutes, while the guinea pig oven stood quietly on the table. "Well," said Dulcet finally, "we ought to be able to see whether it rhymes or not." He snatched open the door of the tin box, and skipped away from it in a way that seemed to me perfectly insane. He picked up a pair of tongs from the fireplace, and standing at a distance, lifted out the lamp. The tobacco was smoking strongly in the mesh basket. Holding the lamp away from him with the tongs, he carried it into the bathroom, and I heard him turn on the water. Then, coming back, he inserted the tongs into the box, and gingerly withdrew first one guinea pig and then the other. Both were calm as possible. Quite dead. Looking over the sill to see that the pavement was clear, he threw the tin box into the street, where it fell with a crash. "Surely they're not cooked already?" I said. "I haven't heard from the doctor yet," he said, "but he promised to ring me up this evening. I'm awfully sorry to have delayed your dinner, old man. Meet me at the Lucerne grill room. "79th and Amsterdam Avenue, tomorrow evening at 7 o'clock, and we'll eat together. You've been a great help to me." "I hope the doctor is a mental specialist," I said, but he pushed me gently out of the room. "We'll finish our rhyme at dinner tomorrow evening." I went out into the night, and sorrowfully visited a Hertford lunch. The next evening I was at the Lucerne Grill promptly. This modest chop-house was one of Dulcet's favourite resorts, and I found him already sitting in one of the alcoves studying the menu. He was in fine spirits, and his quizzical blue eyes shone with a healthy lustre. "Are you armed?" he said mysteriously. "What?" I cried. "Are we going to do some more guinea-pigs to death? It was cruel. I have scruples against taking innocent lives. Besides, your experiment proved nothing. Those pigs would have died anyway, shut up in an air-tight box like that." "Stuff!" he said. "The box was not hermetic. I had left small apertures. There was plenty of oxygen. No, it was not the confinement in the tin box that killed them. After you had gone, the chemist whom I had consulted called me up. My suspicions were sound. Have you ever heard of fumicetic acid?" This is going to be terrible, I thought to myself, and ordered tenderloin steak, well done, with a double order of hashed brown potatoes. "Have you ever heard of fumicetic acid?" he repeated relentlessly. "No," I said nervously. "It is a deadly and little-known drug," he said, "which, so the chemist tells me, possesses the property that when vaporized the slightest whiff of it causes instant death if inhaled into the lungs. The tobacco in that tin had been doctored with it. I sent the chemist the pipe that poor Digby was smoking when he died, and he analysed what was left in the bowl. There was no doubt whatever. He was poisoned in that way. I tell you, my professional duty as a literary agent requires that in my client's interest I should sift this thing to the bottom. It may explain some of those earlier deaths that baffled the Authors' League." "But Mrs. Carboy surely did not smoke," I was about to say, but I checked myself in time. "Dove," I said, "you are superb, but I wish you would tell me how you worked the thing out. What was it that first aroused your suspicions? If it had not been for you, I should never have guessed anything wrong." "Of course," he said grimly. "It was that murderous placard in the laundry window, and that is to your credit, for you noticed it. That was the one thing that made plain the whole complicated business. Naturally I suspected the tobacco from the first, for, as I told you, it was a mixture that Digby never smoked ordinarily. But when I heard that that eccentric and damnable placard had been put there at the suggestion of the tobacconist next door, and then found that the tobacconist was also a bookseller, I knew the worst. I have spent to-day in rounding up the threads, and I think I may say, without vainglory, that the miscreant is in my power." "But the man standing on one leg," I said, puzzled. "What was he up to, and why did he run?" Dulcet's face shone with quiet triumph. "I told you," he said, "to look for the nervous man smoking Cartesian mixture. That tobacconist, Basswood, smokes Cartesian. It is a very moist, sticky blend, as you know. It can only be shaken out of the pipe, after smoking, by vigorously knocking the bowl on something hard. Very well, and if there is no stone step or something of that sort handy, what will a smoker tap his pipe on? Well, he will stand on one leg and knock it out on the lifted heel of the other. And his running away when you addressed him so whimsically, wasn't that a pretty good sign of nervousness, and also of a guilty and doubtful spirit?" He finished his tumbler of the near beer that has made Milwaukee infamous, and leaned forward earnestly. "You know very well," he said, "that that laundryman would never have thought of his grotesque notice addressed to 'artists and authors' if someone hadn't suggested it to him. Obviously he was only a gull. That card was intended as a decoy to lure Digby away from his room, so that Basswood could leave the poisoned tobacco for him. Basswood had studied Digby's habits, and must have known that the notice about the collars would be sure to catch his eye. Now we had better be going. The police will be at Basswood's shop at 8 o'clock." I could have done with a little strong coffee, but he hailed me out of the restaurant, and we walked up Amsterdam Avenue. How little, I reflected, did the passer-by, hurrying about their kindly and innocent concerns, suspect our dark and perilous errand. "The motive, of course," said Dulcet, "was to profit by the increase of value Digby's death would give to his literary work. You will see a proof of that in a moment. Here we are. Come on, this is no time to hang back." He strode into the brightly lighted shop, and I followed with a clumsy assumption of carelessness. I must confess that my eye wandered in search of suitable cover in case there should be any gun-play. Mr. Bashwood was behind his counter, smoking a battered-looking briar. One side of the bowl was worn down nearly half an inch, from repeated knocking out on stone steps, I suppose. He was a fat, cross-looking person, with a black jut of moustache and a small vindictive eye. "A friend told me about your bookshop," said Dulcet. "He said that you sometimes buy books and manuscripts and that sort of thing." "Yes, sometimes," said Bashwood, without enthusiasm. "I have an unpublished story of Kenelm Digby's," said Dulcet. "It's about 40 pages of manuscript. What would you give for that?" The dealer's eyes brightened. He took his pipe from his mouth and knocked it out smartly on his heel, tramping on the glowing cinders. Dulcet looked at me gravely. "Let me see it," Bashwood said eagerly. "I haven't got it with me, but give me an idea what it would be worth to you." "If it's genuine and characteristic of Digby's genius," said Bashwood slowly, "I would give you $200 for it." "Nonsense," said Dulcet. "It isn't worth half that. I would not dream of selling it for more than 75. Bashwood looked startled. "I guess you are not in touch with the market for such things," he said. "There is more interest among collectors in Digby's work than in any other recent writers. Perhaps you don't realize what a difference his sad death has made on the prices of his editions. It is very regrettable, but the death of a writer of that kind always puts a premium on collectors' items, because there will never be any more of them." "Oh, I see," said Dulcet politely. "It is his death that has made the difference, is it?" "Exactly." "Well, then, I suppose the manuscript is worth more than I thought. By the way, I think the title of it will interest you. It's called The Mystery of the Soft Collars, and deals with a murder that took place on 82nd Street. I couldn't help admiring the glorious nonchalance with which Dulcet made this remark, gazing the dealer straight in the eye. Bashwood's face was a study, and his cheek was pale and greasy, but he, too, was a man of considerable nerve. "I don't believe it's genuine," he said. "That doesn't sound to me like Digby's style." His voice shook a little, and he added, "However, if it's as interesting as it sounds, I might pay even more than 200 for it." "You rascal!" shouted Dulcet. "Do you think you can buy me off? No, keep your hands above the counter." He had whipped out his revolver and held it at the man's face. "Look here, Mr. Bashwood," he said, "even the cleverest of us make mistakes. Let me call your attention to one thing. If it was Digby's death that made the difference in the values of his books, how is it that this bill from your printer for that new catalogue of yours is dated 10 days before Digby died? I picked it up in your back room the other day. Doesn't that seem to show that you knew, 10 days before the event, that there was going to be a sudden boom in Digbyana? 10 days before he died you were multiplying the prices of the items you had gathered. Now, you dog, can you explain that?" Bashwood shook, but still he clung to his hope. "I'll give you 1,000 for that manuscript," he said. "Ben," said Dulcet to me, "just slip round the corner and whistle 3 times. The police are waiting on 85th Street." "There's still one thing that puzzles me," I said to Dulcet late that night as we sat in his room for a final smoke. "I remember that before we discovered that sign in the laundry you said that what we needed to do was to find a rhyme between tobacco and collar buttons. Now what the deuce started you off on collar buttons?" He smiled patiently. "When I had to pack up poor old Digby's belongings," he said, "I had the sad task of going through his bureau drawers. You know the devilish little buttons that the manufacturers insist on putting on soft collars. They always come off after 1 or 2 washings, and then the collars collapse round your neck into an object of slovenly reproach. Digby was a bachelor, and there was no one to do any mending for him, and when I found that every one of his soft collars had its little button neatly sewn on, I knew there was something wrong. I ask you, wouldn't that have aroused the alarm of the least suspicious? Up to the present time, as far as I know, Basswood remains the only bookseller who has ever been electrocuted. End of The Curious Case of Kenelm Digby by Christopher Morley.
The Return of Sherlock Holmes. The Adventure of the Empty House by Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Thomlinson. It was in the spring of the year 1894 that all London was interested, and the fashionable world dismayed, by the murder of the Honourable Ronald Adair under most unusual and inexplicable circumstances. The public has already learned those particulars of the crime which came out in the police investigation, but a good deal was suppressed upon that occasion, since the case for the prosecution was so overwhelmingly strong that it was not necessary to bring forward all the facts. Only now, at the end of nearly 10 years, am I allowed to supply those missing links which make up the whole of that remarkable chain. The crime was of interest in itself, but that interest was as nothing to me compared to the inconceivable sequel which afforded me the greatest shock and surprise of any event in my adventurous life. Even now, after this long interval, I find myself thrilling as I think of it, and feeling once more the sudden flood of joy, amazement, and incredulity which utterly submerged my mind. Let me say to the public, which has shown some interest in those glimpses which I have occasionally given them of the thoughts and actions of a very remarkable man, that they are not to blame me if I have not shared my knowledge with them, for I should have considered it my first duty to have done so, had I not been barred by a positive prohibition from his own lips, which was only withdrawn on the 3rd of last month. It can be imagined that my close intimacy with Sherlock Holmes had interested me deeply in crime, and that after his disappearance I never failed to read with care the various problems which came before the public, and I even attempted more than once for my own private satisfaction to employ his methods in their solution, though with indifferent success. There was none, however, which appealed to me like this tragedy of Ronald Adair. As I read the evidence at the inquest, which led up to a verdict of wilful murder against some person or persons unknown, I realized more clearly than I had ever done the loss of which the community had sustained by the death of Sherlock Holmes. There were points about this strange business which would, I was sure, have specially appealed to him, and the efforts of the police would have been supplemented, or more probably anticipated, by the trained observation and the alert mind of the first criminal agent in Europe. All day as I drove upon my round I turned over the case in my mind, and found no explanation which appeared to me to be adequate. At the risk of telling a twice-told tale, I will recapitulate the facts as they were known to the public at the conclusion of the inquest. The Honourable Ronald Adair was the second son of the Earl of Maynooth, at that time governor of one of the Australian colonies. Adair's mother had returned from Australia to undergo the operation for cataract, and she, her son Ronald, and her daughter Hilda were living together at 427 Park Lane. The youth moved in the best society, had, so far as was known, no enemies and no particular vices. He had been engaged to Miss Edith Woodley of Carstairs, but the engagement had been broken off by mutual consent some months before, and there was no sign that it had left any very profound feeling behind it. For the rest, the man's life moved in a narrow and conventional circle. for his habits were quiet and his nature unemotional. Yet it was upon this easy-going young aristocrat that death came in most strange and unexpected form between the hours of 10 and 11:20 on the night of March the 30th, 1894. Ronald Adair was fond of cards, playing continually, but never for such stakes as would hurt him. He was a member of the Baldwin, the Cavendish, and Bagatelle card clubs. It was shown that after dinner on the day of his death he had played a rubber of whist at the latter club. He had also played there in the afternoon. The evidence of those who had played with him, Mr. Murray, Sir John Hardy, and Colonel Moran, showed that the game was whist, and that there was a fairly equal fall of the cards. Adair might have lost £5, but not more. His fortune was a considerable one, and such a loss could not in any way affect him. He had played nearly every day at one club or other, but he was a cautious player and usually rose a winner. It came out in evidence that in partnership with Colonel Moran he had actually won as much as £420 in a sitting some weeks before from Godfrey Milner and Lord Balmoral. So much for his recent history as it came out at the inquest. On the evening of the crime he returned from the club exactly at 10. His mother and sister were out spending the evening with a relation. The servant deposed that she had heard him enter the front room on the second floor, generally used as his sitting room. She had lit a fire there, and as it smoked she had opened the window. No sound was heard from the room until 11:20, the hour of the return of Lady Maynooth and her daughter. Desiring to say good night, she had attempted to enter her son's room. The door was locked on the inside, and no answer could be got to their cries and knocking. Help was obtained and the door forced. The unfortunate young man was found lying near the table. His head had been horribly mutilated by an expanding revolver bullet, but no weapon of any sort was to be found in the room. On the table lay 2 banknotes for £10 each and £17.10 in silver and gold, the money arranged in little piles of varying amount. There were some figures also upon a sheet of paper with the names of some club friends opposite to them, from which it was conjectured that before his death he was endeavouring to make out his losses or winnings at cards. A minute examination of the circumstances served only to make the case more complex. In the first place, no reason could be given why the young man should have fastened the door upon the inside. There was the possibility that the murderer had done this and had afterwards escaped by the window. The drop was at least 20 feet, however, and a bed of crocuses in full bloom lay underneath. Neither the flowers nor the earth showed any sign of having been disturbed, nor were there any marks upon the narrow strip of grass which separated the house from the road. Apparently, therefore, it was the young man himself who had fastened the door. But how did he come by his death? No one could have climbed up to the window without leaving traces. Suppose a man had fired through the window. It would indeed be a remarkable shot who could with a revolver inflict so deadly a wound. Again, Park Lane is a frequented thoroughfare, and there is a cab stand within 100 yards of the house. No one had heard a shot, and yet there was the dead man, and there was the revolver bullet, which had mushroomed out, as soft-nosed bullets will, and so inflicted a wound which must have caused instantaneous death. Such were the circumstances of the Park Lane mystery, which were further complicated by entire absence of motive, since, as I have said, young Adair was not known to have any enemy, and no attempts had been made to remove the money or valuables in the room. All day I turned these facts over in my mind, endeavouring to hit upon some theory which could reconcile them all, and to find that line of least resistance which my poor friend had declared to be the starting point of every investigation. I confess that I made little progress. In the evening I strolled across the park and found myself about 6 o'clock at the Oxford Street end of Park Lane. A group of loafers upon the pavements, all staring up at a particular window, directed me to the house which I had come to see. A tall, thin man with coloured glasses, whom I strongly suspected of being a plainclothes detective, was pointing out some theory of his own, while the others crowded round to listen to what he said. I got as near him as I could, but his observations seemed to me to be absurd, so I withdrew again in some disgust. As I did so, I struck against an elderly, deformed man who had been behind me, and I knocked down several books which he was carrying. I remember that as I picked them up, I observed the title of one of these, The Origin of Tree Worship, and it struck me that the fellow must be some poor bibliophile who, either as a trade or as a hobby, was a collector of obscure volumes. I endeavoured to apologize for the accident, but it was evident that these books, which I had so unfortunately maltreated, were very precious objects in the eyes of their owner. With a snarl of contempt he turned upon his heel, and I saw his curved back and white side whiskers disappear among the throng. My observations of number 427 Park Lane did little to clear up the problem in which I was interested. The house was separated from the street by a low wall and railing, the whole not more than 5 feet high. It was perfectly easy, therefore, for anyone to get into the garden, but the window was entirely inaccessible, since there was no water pipe or anything which could help the most active man to climb it. More puzzled than ever, I retraced my steps to Kensington. I had not been in my study 5 minutes when the maid entered to say that a person desired to see me. To my astonishment, it was none other than my strange old book collector, his sharp, wizened face peering out from a frame of white hair, and his precious volumes, a dozen of them at least, wedged under his right arm. "You're surprised to see me, sir," he said in a strange, croaking voice. I acknowledged that I was. "Well, I've a conscience, sir, and when I chanced to see you go into this house, as I came hobbling after you, I thought to myself, I'll just step in and see that kind gentleman, and tell him that if I was a bit gruff in my manner, there was not any harm meant, and that I am much obliged to him for picking up my books." "You make too much of a trifle," said I. "May I ask you how you knew who I was?" "Well, sir, if it isn't too great a liberty, I'm a neighbour of yours, for you'll find my little bookshop at the corner of Church Street, and very happy to see you, I'm sure. Maybe you collect yourself, sir. Here's British Birds and Catullus and the Holy War, a bargain every one of them. With 5 volumes you could just fill the gap in that second shelf. It looks untidy, does it not, sir?" I moved my head to look at the cabinet behind me. When I turned again, Sherlock Holmes was standing, smiling at me, across my study table. I rose to my feet, stared at him for some seconds in utter amazement, and then it appears that I must have fainted for the first and the last time in my life. Certainly a grey mist swirled before my eyes, and when it cleared I found my collar ends undone and the tingling aftertaste of brandy upon my lips. Holmes was bending over my chair, his flask in hand. "My dear Watson," said the well-remembered voice, "I owe you 1,000 apologies. I had no idea that you would be so affected." I gripped him by the arm. "Holmes," I cried, "is it really you? Can it indeed be that you are alive? Is it possible that you succeeded in climbing out of that awful abyss?" "Wait a moment," said he. "Are you sure you are really fit to discuss things? I have given you a serious shock by my unnecessarily dramatic reappearance." "I am all right, but indeed, Holmes, I can hardly believe my eyes. Good heavens, to think that you of all men, should be standing in my study." Again I gripped him by the sleeve and felt the thin, sinewy arm beneath it. "Well, you're not a spirit, anyhow," said I. "My dear chap, I'm overjoyed to see you. Sit down and tell me how you came alive out of that dreadful chasm." He sat opposite to me and lit a cigarette in his old nonchalant manner. He was dressed in the seedy frock-coat of the book merchant, but the rest of that individual lay in a pile of white hair and old books upon the table. Holmes looked even thinner and keener than of old, but there was a dead white tinge in his aquiline face which told me that his life recently had not been a healthy one. "I am glad to stretch myself, Watson," said he. "It is no joke when a tall man has to take a foot off his stature for several hours on end. Now, my dear fellow, in the matter of these explanations we have, if I may ask for your cooperation, a hard and dangerous night's work in front of us. Perhaps it would be better if I gave you an account of the whole situation when that work is finished. I am full of curiosity. I should much prefer to hear now." "You'll come with me tonight?" "When you like and where you like. This is indeed like the old days. We shall have time for a mouthful of dinner before we need go. Well, then, about that chasm. I had no serious difficulty in getting out of it, for the very simple reason that I never was in it." "You never were in it?" "No, Watson, I never was in it. My note to you was absolutely genuine. I had little doubt that I had come to the end of my career when I perceived the somewhat sinister figure of the late Professor Moriarty standing upon the narrow pathway which led to safety. I read an inexorable purpose in his grey eyes. I exchanged some remarks with him, therefore, and obtained his courteous permission to write the short note which you afterwards received. I left it with my cigarette box and my stick, and I walked along the pathway, Moriarty still at my heels. When I reached the end I stood at bay. He drew no weapon, but he rushed at me and threw his long arms around me. He knew that his own game was up, and was only anxious to revenge himself upon me. We tottered together upon the brink of the fall. I had some knowledge, however, of Baritsu, or the Japanese system of wrestling, which has more than once been very useful to me. I slipped through his grip, and he, with a horrible scream, kicked madly for a few seconds and clawed the air with both his hands. But for all his efforts he could not get his balance, and over he went. With my face over the brink I saw him fall for a long way. Then he struck a rock, bounded off, and splashed into the water. I listened with amazement to this explanation, which Holmes delivered between the puffs of his cigarette. "But the tracks!" I cried. "I saw with my own eyes that 2 went down the path and none returned." "It came about in this way. The instant that the Professor had disappeared, it struck me what a really extraordinarily lucky chance fate had placed in my way. I knew that Moriarty was not the only man who had sworn my death. There were at least 3 others whose desire for vengeance upon me would only be increased by the death of their leader. They were all most dangerous men. One or other would certainly get me. On the other hand, if all the world was convinced that I was dead, they would take liberties, these men, they would lay themselves open, and sooner or later I could destroy them. Then it would be time for me to announce that I was still in the land of the living. So rapidly does the brain act that I believe I thought this all out before Professor Moriarty had reached the bottom of the Reichenbach Fall. I stood up and examined the rocky wall behind me. In your picturesque account of the matter, which I read with great interest some months later, you assert that the wall was sheer. This was not literally true. A few small footholds presented themselves, and there was some indication of a ledge. The cliff is so high that to climb it all was an obvious impossibility, and it was equally impossible to make my way along the wet path without leaving some tracks. I might, it is true, have reversed my boots, as I have done on similar occasions, but the sight of 3 sets of tracks in one direction would certainly have suggested a deception. On the whole, then, it was best that I should risk the climb. It was not a pleasant business, Watson. The fall roared beneath me. I am not a fanciful person, but I give you my word that I seemed to hear Moriarty's voice screaming at me out of the abyss. A mistake would have been fatal. More than once, as tufts of grass came out in my hand, or my foot slipped in the wet notches of the rock, I thought I was gone. But I struggled upwards, and at last reached a ledge several feet deep and covered with soft green moss, where I could lie unseen in the most perfect comfort. There I was stretched when you, my dear Watson, and all your following were investigating in the most sympathetic and inefficient manner the circumstances of my death. At last, when you had all formed your inevitable and totally erroneous conclusions, you departed for the hotel, and I was left alone. I had imagined that I had reached the end of my adventures, but a very unexpected occurrence showed me that there were surprises still in store for me. A huge rock falling from above boomed past me and struck the path and bounded over into the chasm. For an instant I thought that it was an accident, but a moment later, looking up, I saw a man's head against the darkening sky, and another stone struck the very ledge upon which I was stretched, within a foot of my head. Of course, the meaning of this was obvious. Moriarty had not been alone. A confederate, and even that one glance had told me how dangerous a man that confederate was, had kept guard while the professor had attacked me. From a distance, unseen by me, he had been a witness to his friend's death and of my escape. He had waited, and then, making his way around to the top of the cliff, he had endeavoured to succeed where his comrade had failed. I did not take long to think about it, Watson. Again I saw that grim face looking over the cliff, and I knew it was a precursor of another stone. I scrambled down onto the path. I don't think I could have done it in cold blood. It was 100 times more difficult than getting up, but I had no time to think of the danger, for another stone sang past me as I hung by my hands from the edge of the ledge. Halfway down I slipped, but by the blessing of God I landed, torn and bleeding, upon the path. I took to my heels, did 10 miles over the mountains in the darkness, and a week later I found myself in Florence with the certainty that no one in the world knew what had become of me. I had only one confidant, my brother Mycroft. I owe you many apologies, my dear Watson, but it was all important that it should be thought I was dead, and it is quite certain that you would not have written so convincing an account of my unhappy end had you not yourself thought that it was true. Several times in the last 3 years I have taken up my pen to write to you, but always I feared lest your affectionate regard for me should tempt you to some indiscretion which would betray my secret. For that reason I turned away from you this evening when you upset my books, for I was in danger at the time, and any show of surprise and emotion upon your part might have drawn attention to my identity and led to the most deplorable and irreparable results. As to Mycroft, I had to confide in him in order to obtain the money which I needed. The course of events in London did not run so well as I had hoped, for the trail of the Moriarty gang left 2 of its most dangerous members, my own most vindictive enemies, at liberty. I travelled for 2 years in Tibet, therefore, and amused myself by visiting Lhasa and spending some days with the head Lama. You may have read of the remarkable explorations of a Norwegian named Sigerson, that I am sure that it never occurred to you that you were receiving news of your friend. I then passed through Persia, looked in at Mecca, and paid a short but interesting visit to Califia at Khartoum, the results of which I have communicated to the Foreign Office. Returning to France, I spent some months in a research into the coal-tar derivatives which I conducted in the laboratory at Montpellier, in the south of France. Having concluded this to my satisfaction, and learning that only one of my enemies was now left in London, I was about to return when my movements were hastened by the news of this very remarkable Park Lane mystery, which not only appealed to me by its own merits, but which seemed to offer some most peculiar personal opportunities. I came over at once to London, called in my own person at Baker Street, threw Mrs. Hudson into violent hysterics, and found that Mycroft had preserved my room and my papers exactly as they had always been. So it was, my dear Watson, that at 2 o'clock today I found myself in my old armchair in my old room, and only wishing that I could have seen my old friend Watson in the other chair, which he has so often adorned. Such was the remarkable narrative to which I listened on that April evening, a narrative which would have been utterly incredible to me had it not been confirmed by the actual sight of the tall, spare figure and the keen, eager face, which I had never thought to see again. In some manner he had learned of my own sad bereavement, and his sympathy was shown in his manner rather than in his words. "Work is the best antidote to sorrow, my dear Watson," said he, "and I have a piece of work for us both tonight, which, if we can bring it to a successful conclusion, will in itself justify a man's life on this planet." In vain I begged him to tell me more. "You will hear and see enough before morning," he answered. "We have 3 years of the past to discuss. Let that suffice until 9:30, when we start upon the notable adventure of the empty house." It was indeed like old times when, at that hour, I found myself seated beside him in a hansom, my revolver in my pocket, and the thrill of adventure in my heart. Holmes was cold and stern and silent. As the gleam of the street lamps flashed upon his austere features, I saw that his brows were drawn down in thought and his thin lips compressed. I knew not what wild beast we were about to hunt down in the dark jungle of criminal London, but I was well assured from the bearing of this master huntsman that the adventure was a most grave one, while the sardonic smile which occasionally broke through his ascetic gloom boded little good for the object of our quest. I had imagined that we were bound for Baker Street, but Holmes stopped the cab at the corner of Cavendish Square. I observed that as he stepped out he gave a most searching glance to right and left, and at every subsequent street corner he took the utmost pains to assure that he was not followed. Our route was certainly a singular one. Holmes's knowledge of the byways of London was extraordinary, and on this occasion he passed rapidly and with an assured step through a network of mews and stables, the very existence of which I had never known. We emerged at last into a small road lined with old gloomy houses, which led us into Manchester Street, and so to Blandford Street. Here he turned swiftly down a narrow passage, passed through a wooden gate into a deserted yard, and then opened with a key the back door of a house. We entered together, and he closed it behind us. The place was pitch dark, but it was evident to me that it was an empty house. Our feet creaked and crackled over the bare planking, and my outstretched hand touched a wall from which the paper was hanging in ribbons. Holmes's cold, thin fingers closed round my wrist and led me forwards down the long hall until I dimly saw the murky fanlight over the door. Here Holmes turned suddenly to the right, and we found ourselves in a large, square, empty room, heavily shadowed in the corners, but faintly lit in the centre from the lights of the street beyond. There was no lamp near, and the window was thick with dust, so that we could only just discern each other's figures within. My companion put his hand upon my shoulder and his lips close to my ear. "Do you know where we are?" he whispered. "Surely that is Baker Street," I answered, staring through the dim window. "Exactly. We are in Camden House, which stands opposite to our own old quarters." "But why are we here?" "Because it commands so excellent a view of that picturesque pile. Might I trouble you, my dear Watson, to draw a little nearer to the window, taking every precaution not to show yourself, and then to look upon our old rooms, the starting point of so many of our little adventures? We will see if my 3 years of absence have entirely taken away my power to surprise you." I crept forward and looked across at the familiar window. As my eyes fell upon it, I gave a gasp and a cry of amazement. The blind was down, and a strong light was burning in the room. The shadow of a man who was seated in a chair within was thrown in hard black outline upon the luminous screen of the window. There was no mistaking the poise of the head, the squareness of the shoulders, the sharpness of the features. The face was turned half round, and the effect was that of one of those black silhouettes which our grandparents loved to frame. It was a perfect reproduction of Holmes. So amazed was I that I threw out my hand to make sure that the man himself was standing beside me. He was quivering with silent laughter. "Well," he said. "Good heavens!" I cried. "It's marvellous." "I trust that age doth not wither, nor custom stale my infinite variety," said he, and I recognized in his voice the joy and pride which the artist takes in his own creation. "It really is rather like me, is it not? I should be prepared to swear that it was you. The credit of the execution is due to Monsieur Oscar Meunier of Grenoble, who spent some days in doing the moulding. It is a bust in wax. The rest I arranged myself during my visit to Baker Street this afternoon." "But why?" "Because, my dear Watson, I had the strongest possible reason for wishing certain people to think that I was there when I was really elsewhere." "And you thought the rooms were watched?" "I knew that they were watched." "By whom?" "By my old enemies, Watson. By the charming society whose leader lies in Reichenbach Fall. You must remember that they knew, and only they knew, that I was still alive. Sooner or later they believed that I should come back to my rooms. They watched them continuously, and this morning they saw me arrive." "How do you know?" "Because I recognized their sentinel when I glanced out of my window. He is a harmless enough fellow, Parker by name, a garrotter by trade, and a remarkable performer upon the Jew's harp. I cared nothing for him, but I cared a great deal for the much more formidable person who was behind him, the bosom friend of Moriarty, the man who dropped the rocks over the cliff, the most cunning and dangerous criminal in London. That is the man who is after me tonight, Watson, and that is the man who is quite unaware that we are after him." My friend's plans were gradually revealing themselves. From this convenient retreat the watchers were being watched and the trackers tracked. The angular shadow up yonder was the bait, and we were the hunters. In silence we stood together in the darkness and watched the hurrying figures who passed and repassed in front of us. Holmes was silent and motionless, but I could tell that he was keenly alert, and that his eyes were fixed intently upon the stream of passers-by. It was a bleak and boisterous night, and the wind whistled shrilly along the long street. Many people were moving to and fro, most of them muffled in their coats and cravats. Once or twice it seemed to me that I had seen the same figure before, and I especially noticed two men who appeared to be sheltering themselves from the wind in the doorway of a house some distance up the street. I tried to draw my companion's attention to them, but he gave a little ejaculation of impatience and continued to stare into the street. More than once he fidgeted with his feet and tapped rapidly with his fingers upon the wall. It was evident to me that he was becoming uneasy, and that his plans were not working out altogether as he had hoped. At last, as midnight approached and the street gradually cleared, he paced up and down the room in uncontrollable agitation. I was about to make some remark to him when I raised my eyes to the lighted window and again experienced almost as great a surprise as before. I clutched Holmes's arm and pointed upwards. "The shadow has moved," I cried. It was, indeed, no longer the profile but the back, which was turned towards us. 3 years had certainly not smoothed the asperities of his temper or his impatience with a less active intelligence than his own. "Of course it has moved," said he. "Am I such a farcical bungler, Watson, that I should erect an obvious dummy and expect that some of the sharpest men in Europe would be deceived by it? We have been in this room 2 hours, and Mrs. Hudson has made some changes in that figure 8 times, or once every quarter of an hour. She works it from the front so that her shadow may never be seen. Ah!" He drew in his breath with a shrill, excited intake. In the dim light I saw his head thrown forward, his whole attitude rigid with attention. Outside, the street was absolutely deserted. Those two men might still be crouching in the doorway, but I could no longer see them. All was still and dark, save only the brilliant yellow screen in front of us with the black figure outlined upon its centre. Again, in the utter silence, I heard that thin, sibilant note which spoke of intense, suppressed excitement. An instant later he pulled me back into the blackest corner of the room, and I felt his warning hand upon my lips. The fingers which clutched me were quivering. Never had I known my friend more moved, and yet the dark street still stretched lonely and motionless before us. But suddenly I was aware of that which his keener senses had already distinguished. A low, stealthy sound came to my ears, not from the direction of Baker Street, but from the back of the very house in which we lay concealed. A door opened and shut. An instant later steps crept down the passage. Steps which were meant to be silent, but which reverberated harshly through the empty house. Holmes crouched back against the wall, and I did the same, my hand closing upon the handle of my revolver. Peering through the gloom, I saw the vague outline of a man, a shade blacker than the blackness of the open door. He stood for an instant, and then he crept forward, crouching, menacing, into the room. He was within 3 yards of us, this sinister figure, and I had braced myself to meet his spring before I realized that he had no idea of our presence. He passed close beside us, stole over to the window, and very softly and noiselessly raised it for half a foot. As he sank to the level of this opening, the light in the street, no longer dimmed by the dusty glass, fell upon his face. The man seemed to be beside himself with excitement. His 2 eyes shone like stars, and his features were working convulsively. He was an elderly man with a thin, projecting nose, a high, bald forehead, and a huge, grizzled moustache. An opera hat was pushed to the back of his head, and an evening dress shirt front gleamed out through his open overcoat. His face was gaunt and swarthy, scored with deep, savage lines. In his hand he carried what appeared to be a stick, but as he laid it down upon the floor it gave a metallic clang. Then from the pocket of his overcoat he drew a bulky object, and he busied himself in some task which ended with a loud, sharp click, as if a spring or bolt had fallen into its place. Still kneeling upon the floor, he bent forward and threw all his weight and strength upon some lever, with the result that there came a long, whirling, grinding noise, ending once more in a powerful click. He straightened himself then, and I saw that what he had in his hand was a sort of gun, with a curiously misshapen butt. He opened it at the breech, put something in, and snapped the breech block. Then, crouching down, he rested the end of the barrel upon the ledge of the open window, and I saw his long moustache droop over the stock, and his eye gleam as it peered into the sights. I heard a little sigh of satisfaction as he cuddled the butt into his shoulder, and saw that amazing target, the black man on the yellow ground, standing clear at the end of his foresight. For an instant he was rigid and motionless. Then his finger tightened on the trigger. There was a strange, loud whiz and a long, silvery tinkle of broken glass. At that instant Holmes sprang like a tiger onto the marksman's back and hurled him flat upon his face. He was up again in a moment, and with convulsive strength he seized Holmes by the throat. But I struck him on the head with the butt of my revolver, and he dropped again to the floor. I fell upon him, and as I held him, my comrade blew a shrill call upon a whistle. There was a clatter of running feet upon the pavement, and 2 policemen in uniform, with 1 plainclothes detective, rushed through the front entrance and into the room. "That you, Lestrade?" said Holmes. "Yes, Mr. Holmes. I took the job myself. It is good to see you back in London, sir." "I think you want a little unofficial help. 3 undetected murders in 1 year won't do, Lestrade. But you handled the Moseley mystery with less than your usual. That's to say, you handled it fairly well. We had all risen to our feet, our prisoner breathing hard, with a stalwart constable on each side of him. Already a few loiterers had begun to collect in the street. Holmes stepped up to the window, closed it, and dropped the blinds. Lestrade had produced 2 candles, and the policemen had uncovered their lanterns. I was able at last to have a good look at our prisoner. It was a tremendously virile and yet sinister face which was turned towards us, with the brow of a philosopher above and the jaw of a sensualist below. The man must have started with great capacities for good or evil, but one could not look upon his cruel blue eyes with their drooping cynical lids, or upon the fierce aggressive nose and the threatening deep-lying brow, without reading nature's plainest danger signals. He took no heed of any of us, but his eyes were fixed upon Holmes' face with an expression in which hatred and amazement were equally blended. "You fiend!" he kept muttering. "You clever, clever fiend!" "Ah, Colonel," said Holmes, arranging his rumpled collar. "Journeys end in lovers' meetings, as the old play says. I don't think I've had the pleasure of seeing you since you favoured me with those attentions as I lay on the ledge above Reichenbach Fall." The Colonel still stared at my friend like a man in a trance. "You cunning, cunning fiend," was all that he could say. "I have not introduced you yet," said Holmes. "This gentleman is Colonel Sebastian Moran, once of Her Majesty's Indian Army, and the best heavy game shot that our Eastern Empire has ever produced. I believe I am correct, Colonel, in saying that your bag of tigers still remains unrivalled." The fierce old man said nothing, but still stared at my companion with his savage eyes and bristling moustache. He was wonderfully like a tiger himself. "I wonder that my very simple stratagem could deceive so old a shikari," said Holmes. "It must be very familiar to you. Have you not tethered a young kid under a tree, lain above it with your rifle, and waited for the bait to bring up your tiger? This empty house is my tree, and you are my tiger. You have possibly had other guns in reserve, in case there should be several tigers, or in the unlikely supposition of your own aim failing you. These," he pointed around, "are my other guns. The parallel is exact." Colonel Moran sprang forward with a snarl of rage, but the constables dragged him back. The fury upon his face was terrible to look at. "I confess that you had one small surprise to me," said Holmes. "I did not anticipate that you would yourself make use of this empty house and this convenient front window. I had imagined you as operating from the street, where my friend Lestrade and his merry men were awaiting you. With that exception, all has gone as I expected." Colonel Moran turned to the official detective. "You may or may not have just cause for arresting me," said he, "but at least there can be no reason why I should submit to the gibes of this person. If I am in the hands of the law, let things be done in a legal way." "Well, that's reasonable enough," said Lestrade. "Nothing further you have to say, Mr. Holmes, before we go?" Holmes had picked up the powerful air gun from the floor and was examining its mechanism. "An admirable and antique weapon," said he, "noiseless and of tremendous power. I knew von Herder, the blind German mechanic, who constructed it to the order of the late Professor Moriarty. For years I have been aware of its existence, though I have never before had the opportunity of handling it. I commend it very specially to your attention, Lestrade, and also the bullets which fit it." "You can trust us to look after that, Mr. Holmes," said Lestrade, as the whole party moved towards the door. "Anything further to say?" "Only to ask what charge you intend to prefer." "What charge, sir? Why, of course, the attempted murder of Mr. Sherlock Holmes." "Not so, Lestrade. I do not propose to appear in the matter at all. To you, and to you only, belongs the credit of the remarkable arrest which you have effected. Yes, Lestrade, I congratulate you. With your usual happy mixture of cunning and audacity, you have got him. Got him? Got whom, Mr. Holmes? The man that the whole force has been seeking in vain, Colonel Sebastian Moran, who shot the Honourable Ronald Adair with an expanding bullet from an air gun through the open window of the second-floor front of number 427 Park Lane upon the 30th of last month. That's the charge, Lestrade. And now, Watson, if you can endure the draught from a broken window, I think that half an hour in my study over a cigar may afford you some profitable amusement. Our old chambers had been left unchanged through the supervision of Mycroft Holmes and the immediate care of Mrs. Hudson. As I entered, I saw, it is true, an unwonted tidiness, but the old landmarks were all in their place. There were the chemical corner and the acid-stained deal-top table. There upon a shelf was the row of formidable scrapbooks and books of reference which many of our fellow citizens would have been so glad to burn. The diagrams, the violin case, and the pipe-rack, even the Persian slipper which contained the tobacco, all met my eyes as I glanced round me. There were two occupants of the room, one Mrs. Hudson, who beamed upon us both as we entered, the other the strange dummy which had played so important a part in the evening's adventures. It was a wax-coloured model of my friend, so admirably done that it was a perfect facsimile. It stood on a small pedestal table with an old dressing-gown of Holmes so draped around it that the illusion from the street was absolutely perfect. "I hope you preserved all precautions, Mrs. Hudson," said Holmes. "I went to it on my knees, sir, just as you told me." "Excellent. You carried the thing out very well. Did you observe where the bullet went?" "Yes, sir. I'm afraid it has spoilt your beautiful bust, for it passed right through the head and flattened itself on the wall. I picked it up from the carpet. Here it is." Holmes held it out to me. "A soft revolver bullet, as you perceive, Watson. There's genius in that, for who would expect to find such a thing fired from an air gun? All right, Mrs. Hudson, I am much obliged for your assistance. And now, Watson, let me see you in your old seat once more, for there are several points which I should like to discuss with you." He had thrown off the seedy frock-coat, and now he was the Holmes of old, in the mouse-coloured dressing-gown which he took from the effigy. The old shikari's nerves had not lost their steadiness, nor his eyes their keenness, said he, with a laugh, as he inspected the shattered forehead of his bust. "Plumb in the middle of the back of the head and smack through the brain. He was the best shot in India, and I expect that there are few better in London. Have you heard the name?" "No, I have not." Well, well, such is fame. But then, if I remember aright, you had not heard the name of Professor James Moriarty, who had one of the great brains of the century. Just give me down my index of biographies from the shelf. He turned over the pages lazily, leaning back in his chair and blowing great clouds from his cigar. "My collection of M's is a fine one," said he. "Moriarty himself is enough to make any letter illustrious, and here is Morgan, the poisoner, and Merrick's of abominable memory, and Matthews, who knocked out my left canine in the waiting-room at Charing Cross, and finally here is our friend of tonight." He handed over the book, and I read Moran, Sebastian, Colonel, unemployed, formerly 1st Bangalore Pioneers, born London 1840, son of Sir Augustus Moran, C.B., once British Minister to Persia, educated Eton and Oxford, served in Jawaki campaign, Afghan campaign, Shiraziab dispatches, Sherpa, and Kabul. author of Heavy Game of the Western Himalayas, 1881, 3 Months in the Jungle, 1884. Address, Conduit Street. Clubs, the Anglo-Indian, the Tankerville and Bagatelle Card Club. On the margin was written in Holmes' precise hand, "The second most dangerous man in London." "This is astonishing," said I, as I handed back the volume. "The man's career is that of an honourable soldier." "It is true," Holmes answered. "Up to a certain point he did well. He was always a man of iron nerve, and the story is still told in India how he crawled down a drain after a wounded man-eating tiger. There are some trees, Watson, which grow to a certain height and then suddenly develop some unsightly eccentricity. You will see it often in humans. I have a theory that the individual represents in his developments the whole procession of his ancestors, and that such a sudden turn to good or evil stands for some strong influence which came into the line of his pedigree. The person becomes, as it were, the epitome of the history of his own family." "It is surely rather fanciful." "Well, I don't insist upon it. Whatever the cause, Colonel Moran began to go wrong. Without any open scandal, he still made India too hot to hold him. He retired, came to London, and again acquired an evil name. It was at this time that he was sought out by Professor Moriarty, to whom for a time he was chief of the staff. Moriarty supplied him liberally with money and used him only in 1 or 2 very high-class jobs which no ordinary criminal would have undertaken. You may have some recollection of the death of Mrs. Stewart of Lauder in 1887. No? Not? Well, I'm sure Moran was at the bottom of it, but nothing could be proved. So cleverly was the colonel concealed that even when the Moriarty gang was broken up we could not incriminate him. You remember at that date, when I called upon you in your rooms, how I put up the shutters for fear of air guns? No doubt you thought me fanciful. I knew exactly what I was doing, for I knew of the existence of this remarkable gun, and I knew also that one of the best shots in the world would be behind it. When we were in Switzerland he followed us with Moriarty, and it was undoubtedly he who gave me the evil 5 minutes on the Reichenbach ledge. You may think that I read the papers with some attention during my sojourn in France, on the lookout for any chance of laying him by the heels. So long as he was free in London, my life would really not have been worth living. Night and day the shadow would have been over me, and sooner or later his chance must have come. What could I do? I could not shoot him at sight, or I should myself be in the dock. There was no use appealing to a magistrate. They cannot interfere on the strength of what would appear to them to be a wild suspicion. So I could do nothing, but I watched the criminal news. I knew that sooner or later I should get him. Then came the death of this Ronald Adair. My chance had come at last. Knowing what I did, was it not certain that Colonel Moran had done it? He had played cards with the lad. He had followed him home from the club. He had shot him through the open window. There was not a doubt of it. The bullets alone are enough to put his head in a noose. I came over at once. I was seen by the sentinel, who would, I knew, direct the colonel's attention to my presence. He could not fail to connect my sudden return with his crime and to be terribly alarmed. I was sure that he would make an attempt to get me out of the way at once, and would bring round his murderous weapon for that purpose. I left him an excellent mark in the window, and, having warned the police that they might be needed, by the way, Watson, you spotted their presence in that doorway with unerring accuracy, I took up what seemed to me to be a judicious post for an observation, never dreaming that he would choose the same spot for his attack. Now, my dear Watson, does anything remain for me to explain? Yes, said I. You have not made it clear what was Colonel Moran's motive in murdering the Honourable Ronald Adair. Ah, my dear Watson, there we come into those realms of conjecture where the most logical mind may be at fault. Each may form his own hypothesis upon the present evidence, and yours is as likely to be correct as mine. You have formed one, then? I think that it is not difficult to explain the facts. It came out in evidence that Colonel Moran and young Adair had between them won a considerable amount of money. Now, Moran undoubtedly played foul. Of that I have long been aware. I believe that on the day of the murder Adair had discovered that Moran was cheating. Very likely he had spoken to him privately and had threatened to expose him unless he voluntarily resigned his membership of the club and promised not to play cards again. It is unlikely that a youngster like Adair would at once make a hideous scandal by exposing a well-known man so much older than himself. Probably he acted as I suggest. The exclusion from his clubs would mean ruin to Moran, who lived by his ill-gotten card games. He therefore murdered Adair, who at the time was endeavouring to work out how much money he should himself return, since he could not profit by his partner's foul play. He locked the door lest the ladies should surprise him and insist upon knowing what he was doing with these names and coins. Will it pass? I have no doubt that you have hit upon the truth. It will be verified or disproved at the trial. Meanwhile, come what may, Colonel Moran will trouble us no more. The famous air gun of von Herder will embellish the Scotland Yard Museum. And once again Mr. Sherlock Holmes is free to devote his life to examining those interesting little problems which the complex life of London so plentifully presents. End of The Return of Sherlock Holmes, The Adventure of the Empty House by Arthur Conan Doyle.
The Four Reformers by Robert Louis Stevenson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Four Reformers. 4 reformers met under a bramble bush. They were all agreed the world must be changed. We must abolish property, said one. We must abolish marriage, said the second. We must abolish God, said the third. I wish we could abolish work, said the fourth. Do not let us get beyond practical politics, said the first. The first thing is to reduce men to a common level. The first thing, said the second, is to give freedom to the sexes. The first thing, said the third, is to find out how to do it. The first step, said the first, is to abolish the Bible. The first thing, said the second, is to abolish the laws. The first thing, said the third, is to abolish mankind. End of The Four Reformers by Robert Louis Stevenson.
The Gay Cockade by Temple Bailey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Betsy Miller. From the moment that Jimmy Harding came into the office, he created an atmosphere. We were a tired lot. Most of us had been in the government service for years and had been ground fine in the mills of departmental monotony. But Jimmy was young, and he wore his youth like a gay cockade. He flaunted it in our faces, and because we were so tired of our dull and desiccated selves, we borrowed of him, remorselessly, color and brightness until, gradually, in the light of his reflected glory, we seemed a little younger, a little less tired, a little less petrified. In his gay and gallant youth there was, however, a quality which partook of earlier times. He should, we felt, have worn a feather in his cap, and a cloak instead of his Norfolk coat. He walked with a little swagger and stood with his hand on his hip, as if his palm pressed the hilt of his sword. If he ever fell in love, we told one another, he would, without a doubt, sing serenades and apostrophize the moon. He did fall in love before he had been with us a year. His love affair was a romance for the whole office. He came among us every morning glorified. He left us in the afternoon as a knight enters upon a quest. He told us about the girl. We pictured her perfectly before we saw her, as a little thing with a mop of curled brown hair, an oval face, pearl-tinted, wide blue eyes. He dwelt on all her small perfections, the brows that swept across her forehead in a thin black line, the transparency of her slender hands, the straight set of her head on her shoulders, the slight halt in her speech like that of an enchanting child. Yet she was not in the least a child. "She holds me up to my best, Miss Standish," Jimmy told me. "She says I can write." We knew that Jimmy had written a few things, gay little poems that he showed us now and then in the magazines. We had not taken them at all seriously. Indeed, Jimmy had not taken them seriously himself. But now he took them seriously. "Elise says I can do great things, that I must get out of the department." To the rest of us, getting out of the government service would have seemed a mad adventure. None of us would have had the courage to consider it. But it seemed a natural thing that Jimmy should fare forth on the broad highway, a modern D'Artagnan, a youthful Quixote, an Alan Breck. We hated to have him leave, but he had consolation. "Of course you'll come and see us. We're going back to my old house in Albemarle. It's a rotten shack, but Elise says it will be a corking place for me to write, and you'll all come down for week-ends." We felt, I am sure, that it was good of him to ask us, but none of us expected that we should ever go. We had a premonition that Elise wouldn't want the dead wood of Jimmy's former division. I know that, for myself, I was content to think of Jimmy, happy in his old house, but I never really expected to see it. I had reached the point of expecting nothing except the day's work, my dinner at the end, a night's sleep, and the same thing over again in the morning. Yet Jimmy got all of us down, not long after he was married, to what he called a house-warming. He had inherited a few pleasant acres in Virginia, and the house was 200 years old. He had never lived in it until he came with Elise. It was in a rather shocking condition, but Elise had managed to make it habitable by getting it scrubbed very clean and by taking out everything that was not in keeping with the oldness and quaintness. The resulting effect was bare, but beautiful. There were a great many books, a few oil portraits, mahogany sideboards and tables and four-poster beds, candles and sconces and branched candlesticks. They were married in April, and when we went down in June, poppies were blowing in the wide grass spaces, and honeysuckle rioting over the low stone walls. I think we all felt as if we had passed through purgatory and had entered heaven. I know I did, because this was the kind of thing of which I had dreamed, and there had been a time when I, too, had wanted to write. The room in which Jimmy wrote was in a little detached house, which had once been the office of his doctor grandfather. He had his typewriter out there, and a big desk, and from the window in front of his desk he could look out on the green slopes and the distant blue of mountain ridges. We envied him, and told him so. "Well, I don't know," Jimmy said. "Of course I'll get a lot of work done, but I'll miss your darling old heads bending over the other desks." "You couldn't work, Jimmy," Elise reminded him, "with other people in the room." "Perhaps not. Did I tell you, old dears, that I'm going to write a play?" That was, it seems, what Elise had had in mind for him from the beginning. A great play. She wouldn't even have a honeymoon. Jimmy's arm was around her. "She brought me here and got this room ready the first thing." "Well, he mustn't be wasting time," said Elise, "must he? Jimmy's rather wonderful, isn't he?" They seemed a pair of babies as they stood there together. Elise had on a childish one-piece pink frock, with sleeves above the elbow and an organdy sash. Yet, intuitively, the truth came to me. She was ages older than Jimmy, in spite of her 20 years to his 24. Here was no Juliet flaming to the moon, no mistress whose steed would gallop by wind-swept roads to midnight trysts. Here was rather the cool blood that had sacrificed a honeymoon, and oh, to honeymoon with Jimmy Harding, for the sake of an ambitious future. She was telling us about it. "We can always have a honeymoon, Jimmy and I. Some day when he is famous, we'll have it. But now we must not." "I picked out the place," Jimmy was eager. "A dip in the hills and big pines. And then Elise wouldn't." We went into lunch after that. The table was lovely and the food delicious. There was batter bread, I remember, and an omelette, and peas from the garden. Duncan Street and I talked all the way home of Jimmy and his wife. He didn't agree with me in the least about Elise. "She'll be the making of him. Such wives always are." But I held that he would lose something, that he would not be the same Jimmy. Jimmy wrote plays and plays. In between, he wrote pot-boiling books. The pot-boilers were needed, because none of his plays were accepted. He used to stop in our office and joke about it. "If it wasn't for Elise's faith in me, Miss Standish, I should think myself a poor stick. Of course I can make money enough with my books and short stuff to keep things going, but it isn't just money that either of us is after." Except when Jimmy came into the office, we saw very little of him. Elise gathered about her the men and women who would count in Jimmy's future. The weekends in the still old house drew not a few famous folk who loathed the commonplaceness of convivial atmospheres. Elise had old-fashioned flowers in her garden, delectable food, a library of old books. It was a heavenly change for those who were tired of cocktail parties, bridge madness, illicit love-making. I could never be quite sure whether Elise really loved dignified living for its own sake, or whether she was sufficiently discriminating to recognize the kind of bait which would lure the fine souls whose presence gave to her hospitality the stamp of exclusiveness. They had a small car, and it was when Jimmy motored up to Washington that we saw him. He had a fashion of taking us out to lunch, 2 at a time. When he asked me, he usually asked Duncan Street. Duncan and I had worked side by side for 25 years. There was nothing in the least romantic about our friendship, but I should miss him if he were to die or to resign from office. I have little fear of the latter contingency. Only death, I feel, will part us. In our moments of reunion, Jimmy always talked a great deal about himself. The big play was, he said, in the back of his mind. "Elise says that I can do it," he told us one day over our oysters, "and I am beginning to think that I can. I say, why can't you old dears in the office come down for Christmas, and I'll read you what I've written?" We were glad to go. There were to be no other guests, and I found out afterward that Elise rarely invited any of their fashionable friends down in winter. The place showed off better in summer with the garden and the vines hiding all deficiencies. We arrived in a snowstorm on Christmas Eve, and when we entered the house there was a roaring fire on the hearth. I hadn't seen a fire like that for 30 years. You may know how I felt when I knelt down in front of it and warmed my hands. The candles in the sconces furnished the only other illumination. Elise, moving about the shadowy room, seemed to draw light to herself. She wore a flame-colored velvet frock, and her curly hair was tucked into a golden net. I think that she had planned the medieval effect deliberately, and it was a great success. As she flitted about like a brilliant bird, our eyes followed her. My eyes, indeed, drank of her like new wine. I have always loved color, and my life has been drab. I spoke of her frock when she showed me to her room. "Oh, do you like it?" she asked. "Jimmy hates to see me in dark things. He says that when I wear this, he can see his heroine." "Is she like you?" "Not a bit. She is rather untamed. Jimmy does her very well. She positively gallops through the play." "And do you never gallop?" She shook her head. "It's a good thing that I don't. If I did, Jimmy would never write. He says that I keep his nose to the grindstone. It isn't that, but I love him too much to let him squander his talent. If he had no talent, I should love him without it, but having it, I must hold him up to it." She was very sure of herself, very sure of the rightness of her attitude toward Jimmy. "I know how great he is," she said, as we went down, "and other people don't, so I've got to prove it." It was at dinner that I first noticed a change in Jimmy. It was a change which was hard to define, yet I missed something in him. The enthusiasm, the buoyancy, the almost breathless radiance with which he had rekindled our dying fires. Yet he looked young enough and happy enough as he sat at the table in his velvet studio coat, with his crisp, burnt gold hair catching the light of the candles. He and his wife were a handsome pair. His manner to her was perfect. There could be no question of his adoration. After dinner, we had the tree. It was a young pine set up at one end of the long dining room and lighted in the old fashion by red wax candles. There were presents on it for all of us. Jimmy gave me an adorably illustrated Mother Goose. "You are the only other child here, Miss Standish," he said as he handed it to me. "I saw this in a bookshop and couldn't resist it." We looked over the pictures together. They were enchanting. All the bells of old London rang out for a wistful Whittington in a ragged jacket. Bo Peep in panniers and pink ribbons wailed for her historic sheep. Mother Hubbard, quaint, in a mammoth cap, pursued her fruitless search for bones. There was, too, an entrancing boy blue who wound his horn, a sturdy darling with his legs planted far apart and distended rosy cheek. "That picture is worth the price of the whole book," said Jimmy, and hung over it. Then suddenly he straightened up. "There should be children in this old house." I knew then what I had missed from the tree. Elise had a great many gifts, exquisite trifles sent to her by sophisticated friends, a wine jug of 17th-century Venetian glass, a bag of Chinese brocade with handles of carved ivory, a pair of ancient silver buckles, a box of rare lacquer filled with oriental sweets, a jade pendant, a crystal ball on a bronze base, all of them lovely, all to be exclaimed over. But the things I wanted were drums and horns and candy canes and tarlatan bags and popcorn chains and things that had to be wound up and things that whistled and things that squawked and things that sparkled. And Jimmy wanted these things. But Elise didn't. She was perfectly content with her elegant trifles. It was late when we went out finally to the studio. There was snow everywhere, but it was a clear night with a moon above the pines. A great log burned in the fireplace. A shaded lamp threw a circle of gold on shining mahogany. It seemed to me that Jimmy's writing quarters were even more attractive in December than in June. Yet, looking back, I can see that to Jimmy the little house was a sort of prison. He loved men and women, contact with his own kind. He had even liked our dingy old office and our dreary, dried-up selves. And here, day after day, he sat alone, as an artist must sit if he is to achieve. Es bilde en talent sich in der Stille. We sat around the fire in deep leather chairs, all except Elise, who had a cushion on the floor at Jimmy's feet. He read with complete absorption, and when he finished he looked at me. "What do you think of it?" I had to tell the truth. "It isn't your masterpiece." He ran his fingers through his hair with a nervous gesture. "I told Elise that it wasn't." But the girl," Elise's gaze held hot resentment, "is wonderful. Surely you can see that?" "She doesn't seem quite real." "Then Jimmy shall make her real." Elise laid her hand lightly on her husband's shoulder. Her gown and golden net were all flame and sparkle, but her voice was cold. "He shall make her real." "No." And it seemed to me that as he spoke, Jimmy drew away from her hand. "I am not going to rewrite it, Elise. I'm tired of it." "Jimmy!" "I'm tired of it." "Finish it and then you'll be free." "Shall I ever be free?" He stood up and turned his head from side to side as if he sought some way of escape. "Shall I ever be free? I sometimes think that you and I will stick to this old house until we grow as dry as dust. I want to live, Elise. I want to live." But Elise was not ready to let Jimmy live. To her, Jimmy the artist was more than Jimmy the lover. I may have been unjust, but she seemed to me a sort of mental vampire who was sucking Jimmy's youth. Duncan Street snorted when I told him what I thought. Elise was a pretty woman, and a pretty woman in the eyes of men can do no wrong. "You'll see," I said, "what she'll do to him." The situation was to me astounding. Here was life holding out its hands to Elise, glory of youth demanding glorious response, and she, incredibly, holding back. In spite of my gray hair and stiff figure, I am of the galloping kind, and my soul followed Jimmy Harding's in its quest for freedom. But there was one thing that Elise could not do. She could not make Jimmy rewrite his play. "I'll come to it some day," he said, "but not yet. In the meantime I'll see what I can do with books." He did a great deal with books, so that he wrote several bestsellers. This eased the financial situation, and they might have had more time for things, but Elise still kept him at it. She wanted to be the wife of a great man. Yet, as the years went on, Duncan and I began to wonder if her hopes would be realized. Jimmy wrote and wrote. He was successful in a commercial sense, but fame did not come to him. There was gray in his burnt gold hair. His shoulders acquired a scholarly droop, and he wore glasses on a black ribbon. It was when he put on glasses that I began to feel 1,000 years old. Yet always, when he was away from me, I thought of him as Jimmy, whose youth had shone with blinding radiance. His constancy to Duncan and me began to take on a rather pathetic quality. The others in the office drifted gradually out of his life. Some of them died. Some of them resigned. Some of them worked on, plump or wizened parodies of their former selves. I was stouter than ever, and stiffer, and the top of Duncan's head was a shining cone. And the one interesting thing in our otherwise dreary days was Jimmy. "You're such darling old dears," was his pleasant way of putting it. But Duncan dug up the truth for me. "We knew him before he wrote. He gets back to that when he's with us." I had grown to hate Elise. It was not a pleasant emotion, and I am not sure that she really deserved it. But Duncan hated her too. "You're right," he said one day when we had lunched with Jimmy. "She sucked him dry." Jimmy had been unusually silent. He had laughed little. He had tapped the table with his finger and had kept his eyes on his finger. He had been absent-minded. "She has sucked him dry," said Duncan with great heat. But she hadn't. That was the surprising thing. Just as we were all giving up hope of Jimmy's proving himself something more than a hack, he did the great thing, and the wonderful thing that years ago Elise had prophesied. His play, The Gay Cockade, was accepted by a New York manager, and after the first night the world went wild about it. I had helped Jimmy with the name. I had spoken once of youth as a gay cockade. "That's a corking title," Jimmy had said, and had written it in his notebook. When his play was put in rehearsal, Duncan and I were there to see it. We took our month's leave, traveled to New York, and stayed in an old-fashioned boarding house in Washington Square. Every day we went to the theater. Elise was always there, looking younger than ever in the sables bought with Jimmy's advance royalty, and with various gowns and hats which were the by-product of his best-sellers. The part of the heroine of the gay Cockade was taken by Ursula Sims. She was, as those of you who have seen her know, a Rosalind come to life. With an almost boyish frankness she combined feminine witchery. She had glowing red hair, a voice that was gay and fresh, a temper that was hot. She galloped through the play as Jimmy had meant that she should gallop in that first poor draft which he had read to us in Albemarle. And it was when I saw Ursula in rehearsal that I realized what Jimmy had done. He had embodied in his heroine all the youth that he had lost. She stood for everything that Elise had stolen from him, for the wildness, the impetuosity, the passion which swept away prudence and went next to nothing to fulfillment. Indeed, the whole play partook of the madness of youth. It bubbled over. Everybody galloped in a rollicking measure. We laughed until we cried, but there was more than laughter in it. There was the melancholy which belongs to tender years set in exquisite contrast to the prevailing mirth. Jimmy had a great deal to do with the rehearsals. Several times he challenged Ursula's reading of the part. "You must not give your kisses with such ease," he told her upon one occasion. "The girl in the play has never been kissed." She shrugged her shoulders and ignored him. Again he remonstrated. "She's frank and free," he said. "Make her that. Make her that. Men must fight for her favors." She came to it at last, helped by that Rosalind-like quality in herself. She was young, as he had wanted Elise to be, clean-hearted, joyous, girlhood at its best. Gradually, Jimmy ceased to suggest. He would sit beside us in the dimness of the empty auditorium, and watch her as if he drank her in. Now and then he would laugh a little and say under his breath, "How did I ever write it? How did it ever happen?" Elise, on the other side of him, said at last, "I knew you could do it, Jimmy. You thought I could do great things. You never knew I could do this." It was toward the end of the month that Duncan said to me one night as we rode home on the top of a bus, "You don't suppose that he—" "Elise thinks it," I said. "It's waking her up." Elise and Jimmy had been married 15 years and had never had a honeymoon, not in the sense that Jimmy wanted it, an adventure and romance to some spot where they could forget the world of work, the world of sordid things, the world that was making Jimmy old. Every summer Jimmy had asked for it, and always Elise had said, "Wait." But now it was Elise who began to plan. "When your play is produced, we'll run away somewhere. Do you remember the place you always talked about, up in the hills?" He looked at her through his round glasses. "I can't get away from this." He waved his hand toward the stage. "If it's a success, you can, Jimmy." "It will be a success. Ursula Sims is a wonder. Look at her, Elise, look at her." Duncan and I could look at nothing else. As many times as I had seen her in the part, I came to it always eagerly. It was her great scene, where the girl, breaking free from all that has bound her, takes the hand of her vagabond lover and goes forth, leaving behind wealth and a marriage of distinction, that she may wander across the moors and down on the sands with the wild wind in her face, the stars for a canopy. It tugged at our hearts. It would tug, we knew, at the heart of any audience. It was the human nature in us all which responded. Not one of us but would have broken bonds. Oh, youth, youth, is there anything like it in the whole wide world? I do not think that it tugged at the heart of Elise. Her heart was not like that. It was a stay-at-home heart, a workaday world heart. Elise would never under any circumstances have gone forth with a vagabond on a wild night. But here was Ursula doing it every day. On the evening of the first dress rehearsal she wore clothes that showed her sense of fitness. As if in casting off conventional restraints, she renounced conventional attire. She came down to her lover wrapped in a cloak of deep purple bloom with the heather of the moor, and there was a pheasant's feather in her cap. May you never regret it, my dear, said the lover on the stage. I shall love you for 1,000,000 years, said Ursula. And we felt that she would, and that love was eternal, and that any woman might have it if she put her hand in her lover's and ran away with him on a wild night. And it was the genius of Jimmy Harding that made us feel that the thing could be done. He sat forward in his chair, his arms on the back of the seat in front of him. Jove, he kept saying under his breath, it's the real thing. It's the real thing. When the scene was over, he went on the stage and stood by Ursula. Elise, from her seat, watched them. Ursula had taken off the cap with the pheasant's feather. Her glorious hair shone like copper. Her hand was on her hip. Her little swagger matched the swagger that we remembered in the old Jimmy. I wondered if Elise remembered. I am not sure what made Ursula care for Jimmy Harding. He was no longer a figure for romance, but she did care. It was, perhaps, that she saw in him the fundamental things which belonged to both of them, and which did not belong to Elise. As the days went on, I was sorry for Elise. I should never have believed that I could be sorry, but I was. Jimmy was always punctiliously polite to her, but he was only that. She's getting what she deserves, Duncan said. But I felt that she was, perhaps, getting more than she deserved. For after all, it was she who had kept Jimmy at it, and it was her keeping him at it which had brought success. Neither Duncan nor I could tell how Jimmy felt about Ursula, but the thought of her troubled my sleep. Stripped of her art, she was not in the least the heroine of Jimmy's play. She was of coarser clay, commoner, and Jimmy was fine. The fear I had was that he might clothe her with the virtues which he had created. The thought, as I have said, troubled me. At last, Duncan and I had to go home, although we promised to return for the opening night. Ursula gave a farewell supper for us. She lived alone with a housekeeper and maid. Her apartment was furnished in good taste, with perhaps a touch of over-emphasis. The table had unshaded purple candles and heather in glass dishes. Ursula wore woodland green with a chaplet of heather about her glorious hair. Elise was in white with pearls. She was 35, but she did not look it. Ursula was older, but she would always be, in a sense, ageless, as such women are. One would thrill to Sarah Bernhardt, were she 17 or 70. Jimmy seemed to have dropped the years from him. He was very confident of the success of his play. It can't fail, he said, with Ursula to make it sure. I wondered whether it was Ursula or Elise who had made it sure. Could he ever have written it if Elise had not kept him at it? Yet she had stolen his youth. And now Ursula was giving his youth back to him. As I saw the cock of his head, heard the ring of his gay laughter, I felt that it might be so. And suddenly I knew that I didn't want Jimmy to be young again. Not if he had to take his youth from the hands of Ursula Sims. There were many toasts before the supper ended, and the last one Jimmy drank, to Ursula. As he stood up to propose it, his glasses dangled from their ribbon. His shoulders were squared. In the soft and shaded light we were spared the grey in his hair. It was the old Jimmy, gay and gallant. To Ursula, he said, and the words sparkled. I looked at Elise. She might have been the ghost of the woman who had flamed in the old house in Albemarle. In her whitened pearls she was shadowy, unsubstantial, almost spectral, but she raised her glass. To Ursula, she said. All the way home on the train, Duncan and I talked about it. We were scared to death. Oh, he mustn't, he must not, I kept saying, and Duncan snorted. He's a young fool. She's not the woman for him. Neither of them is the woman, I said, but Elise has made him. No man was ever held by gratitude. He'd hate Ursula in a year. He thinks he'd live, and he'd lose his soul. Jimmy's play opened to a crowded house. There had been extensive advertising, and Ursula had a great following. Elise and Duncan and I had seats in an upper box. Elise sat where she was hidden by the curtains. Jimmy came and went, unseen by the audience. Between acts, he was behind the scenes. Elise had little to say. Once, she reached over and laid her hand on mine. I think I'm frightened, she said, with a catch of her breath. It can't fail, my dear. No, of course, but it's very different from what I expected. What is different? Success. As the great scene came closer, I seemed to hold my breath. I was so afraid that the audience might not see it as we had seen it at rehearsal. But they did see it, and it was a stupendous thing to sit there and watch the crowd and know that Jimmy's genius was making its heart beat fast and faster. When Ursula in her purple cloak and pheasant's feather spoke her lines at the end of the third act, "I shall love you for 1,000,000 years," the house went wild. Men and women who had never loved for a moment roared for this woman who had made them think they could love until eternity. They wanted her back, and they got her. They wanted Jimmy, and they got him. Ursula made a speech. Jimmy made a speech. They came out for uncounted curtain calls, hand in hand. The play was a success. The last act was, of course, an anticlimax. Before it was finished, Elise said to me, in a stifled voice, "I've got to get back to Jimmy." It seemed significant that Jimmy had not come to her. Surely he had not forgotten the part she had played. For 15 years she had worked for this. We found ourselves presently behind the scenes. The curtain was down. The audience was still shouting. Everybody was excited. Everybody was shaking hands. The stage people caught at Elise as she passed and held her to offer congratulations. I was not held, and went on until I came to where Jimmy and Ursula stood, a little separate from the rest. Although I went near enough to touch them, they were so absorbed in each other that they did not see me. Ursula was looking up at Jimmy, and his head was bent to her. "Jimmy," she said, and her voice, rich above the tumult, was as clear as a bell. "Do you know how great you are?" "Yes," he said. I feel a little drunk with it, Ursula." "Oh," she said, and now her words stumbled. I love you for it. Oh, Jimmy, let's run away and love for 1,000,000 years." All that he had wanted was in her words. The urge of youth, the beat of the wind, the song of the sea. My heart stood still. He drew back a little. He had wanted this, but he did not want it now, with Ursula. I saw it, and she saw it. "What a joke it would be," he said. "But we have other things to do, my dear." "What things?" The roar of the crowd came louder to their ears. "Harding, Harding, Jimmy Harding." "Listen," he said, and the light in his eyes was not for her. "Listen, Ursula, they're calling me." She stood alone after he had left her. I'm sure that even then she did not quite believe it was the end. She did not know how, in all the years, his wife had molded him. When he had satisfied the crowd, Jimmy fought his way to where Elise and Duncan and I stood. Elise was wrapped in a great cloak of silver brocade. There was a touch of silver, too, in her hair, but she had never seemed to me so small, so childish. "Oh, Jimmy," she said, as he came up, "you've done it." "Yes." He was flushed and laughing, his head held high. "You always said I could do it, and I shall do it again. Did you hear them shout, Elise?" "Yes." "Jove, I feel like the old woman in the nursery rhyme. Alack-a-daisy, do this be I?" He was excited, eager, but it was not the old eagerness. There was an avidity, a greediness. She laid her hand on his arm. "You've earned a rest, dearest. Let's go up to the hills." "In the hills? Oh, we're too old, Elise." "We'll grow young." "Tonight I've given youth to the world. That's enough for me?" The light in his eyes was not for her. "That's enough for me." We'll hang around New York for a week or two, and then we'll go back to Albemarle. I want to get to work on another play. It's a great game, Elise. It's a great game." She knew then what she had done. Here was a monster of her own making. She had sacrificed her lover on the altar of success. Jimmy needed her no longer. I would not have you think this an unhappy ending. Elise has all that she had asked, and Jimmy, with fame for a mistress, is no longer an unwilling captive in the old house. The prisoner loves his prison, welcomes his chains. But Duncan and I talk at times of the young Jimmy, who came years ago into our office, the Jimmy Harding, who works down in Albemarle and who struts a little in New York when he makes his speeches, is the ghost of the boy we knew. But he loves us still. End of The Gay Cockade by Temple Bailey.
Her First Ball by Katherine Mansfield. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Her First Ball. Exactly when the ball began, Leila would have found it hard to say. Perhaps her first real partner was the cab. It did not matter that she shared the cab with the Sheridan girls and their brother. She sat back in her own little corner of it, and the bolster on which her hand rested felt like the sleeve of an unknown young man's dress suit, and away they bowled, past waltzing lamp-posts and houses and fences and trees. "Have you really never been to a ball before, Leila? But, my child, how too weird!" cried the Sheridan girls. "Our nearest neighbour was 15 miles," said Leila, softly, gently opening and shutting her fan. Oh dear, how hard it was to be indifferent like the others. She tried not to smile too much. She tried not to care. But every single thing was so new and exciting. Meg's tuberoses, Josie's long loop of amber, Laura's little dark head pushing above her white fur like a flower through snow, she would remember forever. It even gave her a pang to see her cousin Laurie throw away the wisps of tissue paper he pulled from the fastenings of his new gloves. She would like to have kept those wisps as a keepsake, as a remembrance. Laurie leaned forward and put his hand on Laura's knee. "Look here, darling," he said. "The 3rd and the 9th as usual. Twig?" Oh, how marvellous to have a brother! In her excitement, Leila felt that if there had been time, if it hadn't been impossible, she couldn't have helped crying because she was an only child, and no brother had ever said "Twig" to her. No sister would ever say, as Meg said to Josie that moment, "I've never known your hair to go up more successfully than it has tonight." But of course there was no time. They were at the drill hall already. There were cabs in front of them and cabs behind. The road was bright on either side with moving fan-like lights, and on the pavement gay couples seemed to float through the air. Little satin shoes chased each other like birds. "Hold on to me, Leila. You'll get lost," said Laura. "Come on, girls, let's make a dash for it," said Laurie. Leila put 2 fingers on Laura's pink velvet coat, and they were somehow lifted past the big golden lantern, carried along the passage, and pushed into the little room marked "Ladies." Here the crowd was so great there was hardly space to take off their things. The noise was deafening. 2 benches on either side were stacked high with wraps. 2 old women in white aprons ran up and down tossing fresh armfuls, and everybody was pressing forward, trying to get at the little dressing-table and mirror at the far end. A great quivering jet of gas lighted the ladies' room. It couldn't wait, it was dancing already. When the door opened again and there came a burst of tuning from the drill hall, it leaped almost to the ceiling. Dark girls, fair girls, were patting their hair, tying ribbons again, tucking handkerchiefs down the fronts of their bodices, smoothing marble white gloves. And because they were all laughing, it seemed to Leila that they were all lovely. "Aren't there any invisible hairpins?" cried a voice. "How most extraordinary! I can't see a single invisible hairpin." "Powder my back, there's a darling!" cried someone else. "But I must have a needle and cotton. I've torn simply miles and miles of the frill," wailed a third. Then, "Pass them along, pass them along." A straw basket of programmes was tossed from arm to arm, darling little pink and silver programmes with pink pencils and fluffy tassels. Leila's fingers shook as she took one out of the basket. She wanted to ask someone, "Am I meant to have one too?" But she had just time to read Waltz 3, 2 in a canoe, Polka 4, Making the feathers fly, when Meg cried, "Ready, Leila?" and they pressed their way through the crush in the passage towards the big double doors of the drill hall. Dancing had not begun yet, but the band had stopped tuning, and the noise was so great it seemed that when it did begin to play it would never be heard. Leila, pressing close to Meg, looking over Meg's shoulder, felt that even the little quivering coloured flags strung across the ceiling were talking. She quite forgot to be shy. She forgot how, in the middle of dressing, she had sat down on the bed with one shoe off and one shoe on, and begged her mother to ring up her cousins and say she couldn't go after all. And the rush of longing she had had to be sitting on the veranda of their forsaken up-country home, listening to the baby owls crying "More pork" in the moonlight, was changed to a rush of joy so sweet that it was hard to bear alone. She clutched her fan, and gazing at the gleaming golden floor, the azaleas, the lanterns, the stage at one end with its red carpet and gilt chairs, and the band in a corner, she thought breathlessly, how heavenly, how simply heavenly. All the girls stood grouped together at one side of the doors, the men at the other, and the chaperons in dark dresses, smiling rather foolishly, walked with little careful steps over the polished floor towards the stage. "This is my little country cousin, Leila. Be nice to her. Find her partners. She's under my wing," said Meg, going up to one girl after another. Strange faces smiled at Leila, sweetly, vaguely. Strange voices answered, "Of course, my dear." But Leila felt the girls didn't really see her. They were looking towards the men. Why didn't the men begin? What were they waiting for? There they stood, smoothing their gloves, patting their glossy hair, and smiling among themselves. Then, quite suddenly, as if they had only just made up their minds that that was what they had to do, the men came gliding over the parquet. There was a joyful flutter among the girls. A tall, fair man flew up to Meg, seized her programme, scribbled something. Meg passed him on to Leila. "May I have the pleasure?" He ducked and smiled. There came a dark man wearing an eyeglass, then Cousin Laurie with a friend, and Laura with a little freckled fellow whose tie was crooked. Then quite an old man, fat with a big bald patch on his head, took her programme and murmured, "Let me see, let me see." And he was a long time comparing his programme, which looked black with names, with hers. It seemed to give him so much trouble that Leila was ashamed. "Oh, please don't bother," she said eagerly. But instead of replying, the fat man wrote something, glanced at her again. "Do I remember this bright little face?" he said softly. "Is it known to me of yore?" At that moment the band began playing. The fat man disappeared. He was tossed away on a great wave of music that came flying over the gleaming floor, breaking the groups up into couples, scattering them, sending them spinning. Leila had learned to dance at boarding school. Every Saturday afternoon the boarders were hurried off to a little corrugated iron mission hall, where Miss Eccles, of London, held her select classes. But the difference between that dusty-smelling hall with calico texts on the walls, the poor terrified little woman in a brown velvet toque, with rabbit's ears thumping the cold piano, Miss Eccles poking the girl's feet with her long white wand, and this was so tremendous that Leila was sure if her partner didn't come, and she had to listen to that marvellous music and to watch the others sliding, gliding over the golden floor, she would die at least, or faint, or lift her arms and fly out of one of those dark windows that showed the stars. "Ours, I think." Someone bowed, smiled, and offered her his arm. She hadn't to die after all. Someone's hand pressed her waist, and she floated away like a flower that is tossed into a pool. "Quite a good floor, isn't it?" drawled a faint voice close to her ear. "I think it's most beautifully slippery," said Leila. "Pardon?" The faint voice sounded surprised. Leila said it again, and there was a tiny pause before the voice echoed, "Oh, quite," and she was swung round again. He steered so beautifully. That was the great difference between dancing with girls and men, Leila decided. Girls banged into each other and stamped on each other's feet. The girl who was gentleman always clutched you so. The azaleas were separate flowers no longer. They were pink and white flags streaming by. "Were you at the Bells last week?" The voice came again. It sounded tired. Leila wondered whether she ought to ask him if he would like to stop. "No, this is my first dance," said she. Her partner gave a little gasping laugh. "Oh, I say!" he protested. "Yes, it is really the first dance I've ever been to." Leila was most fervent. It was such a relief to be able to tell somebody. "You see, I've lived in the country all my life up till now." At that moment the music stopped, and they went to sit on 2 chairs against the wall. Leila tucked her pink satin feet under and fanned herself, while she blissfully watched the other couples passing and disappearing through the swing doors. "Enjoying yourself, Leila?" asked Josie, nodding her golden head. Laura passed and gave her the faintest little wink. It made Leila wonder for a moment whether she was quite grown up after all. Certainly her partner did not say very much. He coughed, tucked his handkerchief away, pulled down his waistcoat, took a minute thread off his sleeve. But it didn't matter. Almost immediately the band started, and her second partner seemed to spring from the ceiling. "Floor's not so bad," said the new voice. Did one always begin with the floor? And then, "Were you at the Neaves' on Tuesday?" And again Leila explained. Perhaps it was a little strange that her partners were not more interested. For it was thrilling. Her first ball. She was only at the beginning of everything. It seemed to her that she had never known what the night was like before. Up till now it had been dark, silent, beautiful very often, oh yes, but mournful somehow, solemn, and now it would never be like that again. It had opened dazzling bright. "Care for an ice?" said her partner, and they went through the swing doors, down the passage to the supper room. Her cheeks burned. She was fearfully thirsty. How sweet the ices looked on little glass plates, and how cold the frosted spoon was, iced too. And when they came back to the hall, there was the fat man waiting for her by the door. It gave her quite a shock again to see how old he was. He ought to have been on the stage with the fathers and mothers. And when Leila compared him with the other partners, he looked shabby. His waistcoat was creased. There was a button off his glove. His coat looked as if it was dusty with French chalk. "Come along, little lady," said the fat man. He scarcely troubled to clasp her, and they moved away so gently it was more like walking than dancing. But he said not a word about the floor. "Your first dance, isn't it?" he murmured. "How did you know?" "Ah," said the fat man, "that's what it is to be old." He wheezed faintly as he steered her past an awkward couple. "You see, I've been doing this kind of thing for the last 30 years." "30 years?" cried Leila. 12 years before she was born. "It hardly bears thinking about, does it?" said the fat man gloomily. Layla looked at his bald head, and she felt quite sorry for him. "I think it's marvellous to be still going on," she said kindly. "Kind little lady," said the fat man, and he pressed her a little closer and hummed a bar of the waltz. "Of course," he said, "you can't hope to last anything like as long as that." "No," said the fat man. "Long before that you'll be sitting up there on the stage, looking on, in your nice black velvet, and these pretty arms will have turned into little short fat ones, and you'll beat time with such a different kind of fan, a black bony one." The fat man seemed to shudder. "And you'll smile away like the poor old dears up there, and point to your daughter and tell the elderly lady next to you how some dreadful man tried to kiss her at the club ball. And your heart will ache. Ache." The fat man squeezed her closer still, as if he really was sorry for that poor heart. "Because no one wants to kiss you now, and you'll say how unpleasant these polished floors are to walk on, how dangerous they are. Eh, Mademoiselle Twinkletoes?" said the fat man softly. Layla gave a light little laugh, but she did not feel like laughing. Was it? Could it all be true? It sounded terribly true. Was this first ball only the beginning of her last ball after all? At that the music seemed to change. It sounded sad, sad. It rose upon a great sigh. Oh, how quickly things changed! Why didn't happiness last forever? Forever wasn't a bit too long. "I want to stop," she said in a breathless voice. The fat man led her to the door. "No," she said, "I won't go outside. I won't sit down. I'll just stand here, thank you." She leaned against the wall, tapping with her foot, pulling up her gloves and trying to smile. But deep inside her, a little girl threw her pinafore over her head and sobbed. Why had he spoiled it all? "I say, you know," said the fat man, "you mustn't take me seriously, little lady." "As if I should," said Layla, tossing her small dark head and sucking her underlip. Again the couples paraded. The swing doors opened and shut. Now new music was given out by the bandmaster. But Layla didn't want to dance any more. She wanted to be home, or sitting on the veranda listening to those baby owls. When she looked through the dark windows at the stars, they had long beams like wings. But presently a soft, melting, ravishing tune began, and a young man with curly hair bowed before her. She would have to dance, out of politeness, until she could find Meg. Very stiffly she walked into the middle. Very haughtily she put her hand on his sleeve. But in 1 minute, in one turn, her feet glided, the lights, the azaleas, the dresses, the pink faces, the velvet chairs, all became one beautiful flying wheel. And when her next partner bumped her into the fat man, and he said, "Pardon?" she smiled at him more radiantly than ever. She didn't even recognize him again. End of Her First Ball by Katherine Mansfield.
His Smile by Susan Glaspell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lisa Reichert. His Smile. Laura stood across the street, waiting for the people to come out from the picture show. She couldn't have said just why she was waiting, unless it was that she was waiting because she could not go away. She was not wearing her black. She had a reason for not wearing it when she came on these trips, and the simple lines of her dark blue suit, and the smart little hat Howie had always liked on her, somehow suggested young and happy things. 2 soldiers came by. One of them said, "Hello there, kiddo," and the other, noting the anxiety with which she waited, assured her, "You should worry." She looked at them, and when he saw her face, the one who had said, "You should worry," said, in sheepish fashion, "Well, I should worry." as if to get out of the apology he didn't know how to make. She was glad they had gone by. It hurt so to be near the soldiers. The man behind her kept saying, "Popcorn! Popcorn! Right here!" It seemed she must buy popcorn if she stood there. She bought some. She tried to do the thing she was expected to do, so she wouldn't be noticed. Then the people came pushing out from the theatre. They did it just as they did it in other towns. A new town was only the same town in a different place, and all of it was a world she was as out of as if it were passing before her in a picture. All of it except that one thing that was all she had left. She had come so far to have it tonight. She wouldn't be cheated. She crossed the street, and as the last people were coming out of the theatre, she went in. A man, yawning, was doing something to a light. He must belong to the place. His back was to her, and she stood there trying to get brave enough to speak. It had never been easy for her to open conversations with strangers. For so many years it was Howie who had seemed to connect her with the world. And suddenly she thought of how sorry Howie would be to see her waiting around in this dismal place after everyone else had gone, trying to speak to a strange man about a thing that man wouldn't at all understand. How well Howie would understand it. He would say, "Go on home, Laura. Don't do this, sweetheart." Almost as if he had said it, she turned away. But she turned back. This was her wedding anniversary. She went up to the man. "You didn't give all the picture tonight, did you?" Her voice was sharp. It mustn't tremble. He looked round at her in astonishment. He kept looking her up and down as if to make her out. Her trembling hands clutched the bag of popcorn, and some of it spilled. She let it all fall, and put one hand to her mouth. A man came down from upstairs. "Lady here says you didn't give the whole show tonight," said the first man. The young man on the stairs paused in astonishment. He, too, looked Laura up and down. She took a step backward. "What was left out wasn't of any importance, lady," said the man, looking at her, not unkindly, but puzzled. "I think it was," she contended, in a high, sharp voice. They both stared at her. As she realized that this could happen, saw how slight was her hold on the one thing she had, she went on desperately. "You haven't any right to do this. It's cheating." They looked, then, not at her, but at each other, as the sane counsel together in the presence of what is outside their world. Oh, she knew that look. She had seen her brother and his wife doing it when first she knew about Howie. "Now I'll tell you, lady," said the man to whom she had first spoken, in the voice that deals with what has to be dealt with carefully. "You just let me give you your money back, then you won't have the feeling that you've been cheated." He put his hand in his pocket. "I don't want my money back," cried Laura. I want to see what you left out." "Well, I'll tell you what I'll do," proposed the young man, taking his cue from the older one. "I'll tell you just exactly what happened in the part that was left out." "I know exactly what happened," cut in Laura. I want to see what happened." It was a cry from so deep that they didn't know what to do. "Won't you do it for me?" she begged of the young man, going up to him. "What you left out. Won't you show it for me, now?" He just stood there staring at her. "It means... it..." But how could she tell them what it meant? She looked from one to the other as if to see what chance there was of their doing it without knowing what it meant. When she couldn't keep sobs back, she turned away. Even in her room at the hotel, she had to try to keep from crying. She could hear the man moving around in the next room, so he, of course, could hear her too. It was all as it was in the pictures, people crowded together, and all of it something that seemed life and really wasn't. Even that, the one thing, the one moment, really wasn't life. But it was all she had. If she let herself think of how little that all was, it was an emptiness she was afraid of. The people who had tried to comfort her used to talk of how much she had had. She would wonder sometimes why they were talking on her side instead of their own. For if you have had much, does that make it easy to get along with nothing? Why couldn't they see it? That because of what Howie had been to her, and for 10 years, she just didn't know any way of going on living without Howie. Tonight made fresh all her wedding anniversaries, brought happiness to life again. It almost took her in, and because she had been so near the dear warm things in which she had lived, when morning came she couldn't get on the train that would take her back to that house to which Howie would never come again. Once more it all seemed slipping from her. There must be something. As a frightened child runs for home, she turned to that place where, for at least a moment, it was as if Howie were there. She went to the telegraph office and wired the company that sent out The Cross of Diamonds, asking where that film could be seen. She had learned that this was the way to do it. She had known nothing about such things at first. It had been hard to find out the ways of doing. It was a world she didn't know the ways of. When she got her answer and found that the place where the Cross of Diamonds would be shown that night was more than 100 miles away, that it meant going that much farther away from home, she told herself this was a thing she couldn't do. She told herself this must stop, that her brother was right in the things he said against it. It wouldn't do. He hadn't said it was crazy, but that was what he meant, or feared. She had told him she would try to stop. Now was the time to do it, now when she would have to go so much farther away. But it was going farther away, this glimpse of Howie. All that was left of Howie was moving away from her, and after the disappointment of the night before, she must see him once more. Then, yes, then she would stop. She was excited when she had decided to do this. It lifted her out of the nothingness. From this meagre thing her great need could in a way create the feeling that she was going to meet Howie. Once more she would see him do that thing which was so like him as to bring him back into life. Why should she turn from it? What were all the other things compared with this thing? This was one little flash of life in a world that had ceased to be alive. So again that night, in the clothes he had liked most, she went for that poor little meeting with her husband. So pitifully little, and yet so tremendous, because it was all she would ever have. Again she sat in a big noisy place with many jostling, laughing people, and waited to see Howie. She forgot that the place had ugly red walls and sickly green lights. She could somehow separate herself from harsh voices and smells, for she was here to meet Howie. She knew just the part of the house to sit in. Once she sat where she couldn't see him as he passed from sight. After that she had always come very early, so she had to sit there while other people were coming in. But she didn't mind that. It was like sitting in a crowded railway station when the person you love is coming soon. But suddenly something reached over that gulf between other people and her. A word, a terrible word. Behind her someone said, "Munitions." She put her hand to her eyes and pressed tight. Not to see. That was why she had to keep coming for this look at Howie. She had to see him, that she might shut out that, the picture of Howie, blown into pieces. She hated people. They were always doing something like this to her. She hated all these people in the theatre. It seemed they were all somehow against her. And Howie had been so good to them. He was so good to people, like the people in this theatre. It was because he was so good and kind to them that he was not Howie now. He was always thinking of people's comfort, the comfort of people who had to work hard. From the time he went into his father's factory, he had always been thinking up ways of making people more comfortable in their work. To see girls working in uncomfortable chairs, or standing hour after hour at tables too low or too high for them. He couldn't pass those things by as others passed them by. He had a certain inventive faculty, and his kindness was always making use of that. His father used to tell him he would break them all up in business if his mind went on working in that direction. He would tell him if he was going to be an inventor he had better think up some money-making inventions. Howie would laugh and reply that he'd make it all up some day. And at last, one of the things he had thought out to make it better for people was really going to make it better for Howie. It was a certain kind of shade for the eyes. It had been a relief to the girls in their little factory, and it was being tried out elsewhere. It was even being used a little in one of the big munition plants. Howie was there seeing about it, and while he was there, he went in there Howie. There wasn't even anything to carry out. The picture had begun. She had to wait until almost half of it had passed before her moment came. The story was a tawdry, meaningless thing about the adventures of two men who had stolen a diamond cross. A strange world into which to come to find Howie. Chance had caught him into it. He was one of the people passing along a street which was being taken for the picture. His moment was prolonged by his stopping to do the kind of thing Howie would do, and now it was as if that one moment was the only thing saved out of Howie's life. They who made the picture had apparently seen that the moment was worth keeping. They left it as a part of the stream of life that was going by, while the detective of their story waited for the men for whom he had laid a trap. The story itself had little relation to real things, yet chance made it this vehicle for keeping something of the reality that had been Howie, a disclosing moment captured unawares. She was thinking of the strangeness of all this when again the people seated back of her said a thing that came right to her. They were saying, "Scrap heap." She knew, before she knew why, that this had something to do with her. Then she found that they were talking about this film. It was ready for the scrap heap. It was on its last legs. They laughed and said perhaps they were seeing its last appearance. She tried to understand what it meant. Then even this would cease to be in the world. She had known she ought to stop following the picture around. She had even told herself this would be the last time she would come to see it. But to feel it wouldn't any longer be there to be seen, that even this glimpse of Howie would go out as life goes out. Scrap heap! She sat up straight and cleared her throat. She would have to leave. She must get air. But she looked to see where they were. Not far now. She might miss Howie. With both hands she took hold of the sides of the seat. She was not going to fall forward, not suffocating, not until after she had seen him. Now, the detective has left the hotel. He is walking along the street. He comes to the cigar store door, and there steps in to watch. And there comes the dog. Then it was not going to be cut out tonight. Along comes the little dog, pawing at his muzzle. He stops in distress in front of the cigar store. People pass and pay no attention to the dog there on the sidewalk. And then, in the darkened theatre, her hands go out, for the door has opened, and she sees her husband, Howie, there, moving as he always moved. She fights back the tears that would blur him. That dear familiar way he moves. It is almost as if she could step up and meet him, and they could walk away together. He starts to go the other way. Then he sees the dog. He goes up to him. He is speaking to him, wanting to know what is the matter. She can fairly hear the warmth and kindness of his voice as he speaks to the little dog. He feels of the muzzle, finds it too tight. He lets it out a notch. Dear Howie, of course he would do that. No one else had cared, but he would care. Then he speaks to the dog, pats him, tells him he's all right now. Then Howie turns away. But the dog thinks he will go with this nice person. Howie laughs and tells him he can't come. A little girl has come across the street. Howie tells her to keep the dog from following him. Then again he turns to go. But just before he passes from sight, the child calls something to him, and he looks back over his shoulder and smiles. She sees again the smile that has been the heart of her life. Then he passes from sight. And he always leaves friends behind him, just as he always did leave friends behind him. There will be little murmurs of approval. Sometimes there's applause. Tonight a woman near Laura says, "Say, I bet that's an awful nice fellow." She never left her seat at once, as if moving would break a spell. For a little while after she had seen it, his smile would stay with her. Then it would fade, as things fade in the motion pictures. Somehow she didn't really have it. That was why she had to keep coming, constantly reaching out for something that was not hers to keep. When her moment had gone, she rose and walked down the aisle. It was very hard to go away tonight. There had been all the time the fear that what happened the night before would happen again, that she would not see Howie after all. That made her so tense that she was exhausted now. And then munitions and scrap heap. Perhaps it was because of all this that tonight her moment had been so brief. Only for an instant Howie's smile had brought her into life. It was gone now. It had passed. She was so worn that when, at the door, her brother Tom stepped up to her, she was not much surprised or even angry. Tom had no business to be following her about. She had told him that she would have to manage it her own way, that he would have to let her alone. Now here he was again, to trouble her, to talk to her about being brave and sane, when he didn't know, when he didn't have any idea what he was talking about. But it didn't matter, not tonight. Let him do things, get the tickets and all that. Even let him talk to her. That didn't matter either. But he talked very little. He seemed to think there was something wrong with her. He looked at her and said, "Oh, Laura," reproachfully, but distressed. "I thought you weren't going to do this any more, Laura," he said gently, after they had walked a little way. "How did you know I was here?" she asked listlessly. "They sent me word you had left home. I traced you." "I don't see why you should trace me," she said, but not as if it mattered. "Oh, Laura," he said again. "Well, I must say I don't think Mrs. Edmonds was much of a friend." It was Mrs. Edmonds who had told Laura that there was this glimpse of her husband in The Cross of Diamonds. She had hesitated about telling her, but had finally said it was so characteristic and beautiful a moment, she felt Laura should see it. From the first, Tom had opposed her seeing it, saying it would be nothing but torture to her. Torture it was, but it was as if that torture were all there was left of life. Tonight everything was as a world of shadows. She knew that her brother was taking her to his home instead of back to her own. He had wanted to do this before, but she had refused. There was nothing in her now that could refuse. She went with him, as if she were merely moving in a picture, and had no power of her own to get out of it. And that was the way it was through the next few weeks. Tom and his wife would talk to her about trying to interest herself in life. She made no resistance. She had no argument against this, but she had no power to do it. They didn't know. They didn't know how it had been with her and Howie. She herself had never been outgoing. It was perhaps a habit of reserve built out of timidity, but she had been a girl whose life did not have a real contact with other lives. Perhaps there were many people like that. Perhaps not. She did not know. She only knew that before Howie came, the life in her was more as a thing unto itself than a part of the life of the world. Then Howie came. Howie, who could get on with anyone, who found something to like in everyone. And in the warmth and strength of his feeling for people, he drew her into that main body of life, where she had not been before. It had been like coming into the sunshine. Now he was gone, and they asked her to be alone what she had been through him. It was like telling one to go into the sunshine when the sun is not shining. And the more these others tried to reach her, the more alone she felt, for it only made her know they could not reach her. When you have lived in the sunshine, days of cold mist may become more than you can bear. After a long struggle not to do so, she again went to the long-distance telephone to find out where that picture was being shown. That picture into which was caught one moment of Howie's life as he moved through the world. Worn by the struggle not to do what she was doing, and tormented by the fear that she had waited too long, that this one thing which was left to her might no longer be, she had to put every bit of her strength into establishing this connection with the people who could tell her what she must know. Establishing the connection with living was like this. She was far off and connected only by a tenuous thing which might at any moment go into confusion and stop. At the other end someone was making fun of her. They doubted if the cross of diamonds could be seen anywhere at all. The cross of diamonds had been double-crossed. Wasn't it too much of a cross, anyway, to see the cross of diamonds? Finally, another man came to the phone. The cross of diamonds could be seen at a certain town in Indiana, but she'd better hurry, and she'd better look her last look. Why did she want to see it, might he ask? But Laura hung up the receiver. She must hurry. All the rest of it was a blur and a hurry. Through the unreal confusion drove the one idea: she must get there in time. And that whole life of the world seemed pitted against her. It was as if the whole of that main body of life was thrown in between her and Howie. The train was late. It was almost the hour for pictures to begin when she got down at that lonely faraway station. And the town, it seemed, was a mile from the station. There was a bus she must take. Every nerve of her being was hurrying that bus on, until that very anxiety made it seem it was Howie himself she would see if only she could get there in time. And being late, the downstairs at the theatre was full. "Balcony only," said a man as she came in. "Oh, won't you find me a good seat?" Laura besought him. "Like to know how I'll find you a seat when there ain't no seat," was the answer. The whole big life of the world in between her and Howie. Upstairs, too, it was hard to find a place, and all those people seated there, for them it meant only a few hours' silly entertainment. But after a moment a man directed her to a seat. There was another place beside it, and just as Laura was being seated, a woman came along with 2 children. "We can't all sit together," she was saying, "so you just sit in here, Mamie. You sit right in here, beside the nice lady." The mother looked at Laura, as if expecting her to welcome her child. Laura did nothing. She must be alone. She was there to be with Howie. She was not as late as she had feared. There would be time for getting ready for Howie. She knew this would be the last time she would see Howie as he had moved through the world. For the last time she would see his face light to a smile. If she did not reach him tonight, she would never reach him. She had a feeling that she could reach him, if only something in her. She could not finish that. It brought her to a place into which she could not reach, but as never before she had a feeling that he could be reached. And so when the little girl beside her twisted in her seat, and she knew that the child was looking up at her, she tried not to know this little girl was there, tried not to know that any of those people were there. If only she could get them all out of the way, she could reach into the shadow and feel Howie near. But there was one thing she kept knowing. Try her best not to know it. The little girl beside her, too young to be there, was going to sleep. When it came right up to the moment for her to see Howie, she was knowing that that little girl had fallen asleep in an uncomfortable position. Her head had been resting on the side of the seat, the side next to Laura, and as she fell asleep, it slipped from its support in a way that... Could she help it if this child was not comfortable? Angrily she tried to brush this from her consciousness, as we brush dust from our eyes. This was her moment with Howie, her chance. But when her moment came, a cruel thing happened. Something was wrong with the machine that was showing the picture. At just that moment, of all moments, the worn-out film seemed to be going to pieces before her eyes. After the little dog came along, and just as Howie should come out from the cigar store, there was a flash, a blur, a jumble of movements. It was like an earthquake. It looked like life ceasing to be life. "No!" she gasped under her breath. "No!" The people around her were saying things of a different sort. "Cut it!" "What you giving us?" "Whoa, boy!" They laughed. They didn't care. It got a little better. She could make out Howie bending down to fix the dog's muzzle. But it was all dancing crazily, and people were laughing. And then the miracle. It was on Howie's smile the picture steadied, that smile back over his shoulder after he had turned to go, and as if to bring to rights what had been wrong, the smile was held, and it was as if Howie lingered, as if in leaving life he looked back over his shoulder and waited for his smile to reach Laura. Out of the jumble and blur, out of the wrong and meaningless, Howie's beautiful, steady smile, making it all right. She could not have told how it happened. As Howie passed, she turned to the little girl beside her, whose head was without support, and, not waking her, supported the child's head against her own arm. And after she had done this, it was after she had done it that she began to know, as if doing it let down bars. Now she was knowing. She had wanted to push people aside and reach into the shadows for Howie. She began to see that it was not so she would reach him. It was in being as he had been, kind, caring, that she could have a sense of him near. Here was her chance, among the people she had thought stood between her and her chance. Howie had always cared for these people. On his way through the world with them, he had always stopped to do the kind thing, as he stopped to make it right for the badly muzzled dog. Then there was something for her to do in the world. She could do the kind of things Howie would be doing if he were there. It would somehow keep him. It would fulfill him. Yes, fulfill him. Howie had made her more alive, warmer and kinder. If she became as she had been before, Howie would have failed. She moved so that the little girl who rested against her could rest better. And as she did this, it was as if Howie had smiled. The one thing the picture had never given her, the sense that it was hers to keep, that stole through her now as the things come which we know we can never lose. For the first moment since she lost him, she had him. And all the people in that theatre, and all the people in the world, here was the truth. It cleared and righted as Howie's smile had righted the picture. In so far as she could come close to others, she would come closer to him. End of His Smile by Susan Glaspell.
The Man with Two Left Feet by P.G.Wodehouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dan Gurzinski. The Man with Two Left Feet by P.G.Wodehouse. The students of the folklore of the United States of America are no doubt familiar with the quaint old story of Clarence McFadden. Clarence McFadden, it seems, was wishful to dance, but his feet wasn't gaited that way. So he sought a professor and asked him his price and said he was willing to pay. The professor, the legend goes on, looked down with alarm at his feet and marked their enormous expanse, and he tacked on a 5 to his regular price for teaching McFadden to dance. I have often been struck by the close similarity between the case of Clarence and that of Henry Wallace Mills. One difference alone presents itself. It would seem to have been mere vanity and ambition that stimulated the former, whereas the motive force which drove Henry Mills to defy nature and attempt dancing was the purer one of love. He did it to please his wife. Had he never gone to ye bonny Briarbush farm, that popular holiday resort, and there met Minnie Hill, he would doubtless have continued to spend in peaceful reading the hours not given over to work at the New York bank at which he was employed as paying cashier. For Henry was a voracious reader. His idea of a pleasant evening was to get back to his little flat, take off his coat and put on his slippers, light a pipe, and go on from the point where he had left off the night before in his perusal of the bis cal volume of the Encyclopaedia Britannica, making notes as he read in a stout notebook. He read the bis cal volume because after many days he had finished the and-os, and the os-bis. There was something admirable and yet a little horrible about Henry's method of study. He went after learning with the cold and dispassionate relentlessness of a stoat pursuing a rabbit. The ordinary man who is paying installments on the Encyclopaedia Britannica is apt to get overexcited and to skip impatiently to volume 28, vet-zim, to see how it all comes out in the end. Not so Henry. He was not a frivolous mind. He intended to read the encyclopedia through, and he was not going to spoil his pleasure by peeping ahead. It would seem to be an inexorable law of nature that no man shall shine at both ends. If he has a high forehead and a thirst for wisdom, his fox-trotting, if any, shall be as the staggerings of the drunken, while if he is a good dancer, he is nearly always petrified from the ears upwards. No better examples of this law could have been found than Henry Mills and his fellow cashier, Sidney Mercer. In New York banks, paying cashiers, like bears, tigers, and lions and other fauna, are always shut up in a cage in pairs, and are consequently dependent on each other for entertainment and social intercourse when business is slack. Henry Mills and Sidney simply could not find a subject in common. Sidney knew absolutely nothing of even such elementary things as Abania, aberration, Abraham, or acrogeny, while Henry, on his side, was scarcely aware that there had been any developments in the dance since the polka. It was a relief to Henry when Sidney threw up his job to join the chorus of a musical comedy, and was succeeded by a man who, though full of limitations, could at least converse intelligently on bowls. Such, then, was Henry Wallace Mills. He was in the middle 30s, temperate, studious, a moderate smoker, and, one would have said, a bachelor of the bachelors, armor-plated against Cupid's well-meant but obsolete artillery. Sometimes Sidney Mercer's successor in the teller's cage, a sentimental young man, would broach the topic of women and marriage. He would ask Henry if he ever intended to get married. On such occasions, Henry would look at him in a manner which was a blend of scorn, amusement, and indignation, and would reply with a single word, "Me?" It was the way he said it that impressed you. But Henry had yet to experience the unmanning atmosphere of a lonely summer resort. He had only just reached the position in the bank where he was permitted to take his annual vacation in the summer. Hitherto he had always been released from his cage during the winter months, and had spent his 10 days of freedom at his flat with a book in his hand and his feet on the radiator. But the summer after Sidney Mercer's departure, they unleashed him in August. It was meltingly warm in the city. Something in Henry cried out for the country. For a month before the beginning of his vacation, he devoted much of the time that should have been given to the Encyclopaedia Britannica in reading summer resort literature. He decided at length upon Ye Bonny Briar Bush Farm because the advertisements spoke so well of it. Ye Bonny Briar Bush Farm was a rather battered frame building many miles from anywhere. Its attractions included a lover's leap, a grotto, golf links, a 5-hole course where the enthusiast found unusual hazards in the shape of a number of goats tethered at intervals between the holes, and a silvery lake, only portions of which were used as a dumping ground for tin cans and wooden boxes. It was all new and strange to Henry, and caused him an odd exhilaration. Something of gaiety and reckless abandon began to creep into his veins. He had a curious feeling that in these romantic surroundings some adventure ought to happen to him. At this juncture, Minnie Hill arrived. She was a small, slim girl, thinner and paler than she should have been, with large eyes that seemed to Henry pathetic and stirred his chivalry. He began to think a good deal about Minnie Hill. And then, one evening, he met her on the shores of the Silvery Lake. He was standing there slapping at things that looked like mosquitoes, but could not have been, for the advertisements expressly stated that none were ever found in the neighborhood of Ye Bonny Briarbush Farm. When along she came. She walked slowly, as if she were tired. A strange thrill, half of pity, half of something else, ran through Henry. He looked at her. She looked at him. "Good evening," he said. They were the first words he had spoken to her. She never contributed to the dialogue of the dining room, and he had been too shy to seek her out in the open. She said, "Good evening," too, tying the score, and there was silence for a moment. Commiseration overcame Henry's shyness. "You're looking tired," he said. "I feel tired," she paused. "I overdid it in the city." "It?" "Dancing." "Oh, dancing. Did you dance much?" "Yes, a great deal." "Ah." A promising, even a dashing start, but how to continue? For the first time, Henry regretted the steady determination of his methods with the encyclopedia. How pleasant if he could have been in a position to talk easily of dancing. Then memory reminded him that, though he had not yet got up to dancing, it was only a few weeks before that he had been reading of the ballet. "I don't dance myself," he said, "but I am fond of reading about it. Did you know that the word ballet incorporated 3 distinct modern words? Ballet, ball, and ballad? And that ballet dancing was originally accompanied by singing?" It hit her. It had her weak. She looked at him with awe in her eyes. One might almost say that she gaped at Henry. "I hardly know anything," she said. "The first descriptive ballet seen in London, England," said Henry quietly, "was The Tavern Bilkers, which was played at Drury Lane in 17-something. Was it? And the earliest modern ballet on record was that given by someone to celebrate the marriage of the Duke of Milan in 1489. There was no doubt or hesitation about the date this time. It was grappled to his memory by hoops of steel, owing to the singular coincidence of it being also his telephone number. He gave it out with a roll, and the girl's eyes widened. "What an awful lot you know!" "Oh, no," said Henry modestly. "I read a great deal." "It must be splendid to know a lot," she said wistfully. "I've never had time for reading. I've always wanted to. I think you're wonderful." Henry's soul was expanding like a flower and purring like a well-tickled cat. Never in his life had he been admired by a woman. The sensation was intoxicating. Silence fell upon them. They started to walk back to the farm, warned by the distant ringing of a bell that supper was about to materialize. It was not a musical bell, but distance and the magic of this unusual moment lent it charm. The sun was setting. It threw a crimson carpet across the silvery lake. The air was very still. The creatures unclassified by science, who might have been mistaken for mosquitoes had their presence been possible at Ye Bonny Briarbush Farm, were biting harder than ever, but Henry heeded them not. He did not even slap at them. They drank their fill of his blood and went away to put their friends on to this good thing. But for Henry, they did not exist. Strange things were happening to him. And lying awake that night in bed, he recognized the truth. He was in love. After that, for the remainder of his stay, they were always together. They walked in the woods. They sat by the silvery lake. He poured out the treasures of his learning for her, and she looked at him with reverent eyes, uttering from time to time a soft "yes" or a musical "gee." In due season, Henry went back to New York. "You're dead wrong about love, Mills," said his sentimental fellow cashier shortly after his return. "You ought to get married." "I'm going to," replied Henry briskly. "Week tomorrow," which stunned the other so thoroughly that he gave a customer who entered at that moment $15 for a $10 check. and had to do some excited telephoning after the bank had closed. Henry's first year as a married man was the happiest of his life. He had always heard this period described as the most perilous of matrimony. He had braced himself for clashings of tastes, painful adjustments of character, sudden and unavoidable quarrels. Nothing of the kind happened. From the very beginning, they settled down in perfect harmony. She merged with his life as smoothly as one river joins another. He did not even have to alter his habits. Every morning he had his breakfast at 8, smoked a cigarette, and walked to the underground. At 5 he left the bank, and at 6 he arrived home, for it was his practice to walk the first 2 miles of the way, breathing deeply and regularly. Then dinner, then the quiet evening, sometimes the moving pictures, but generally the quiet evening. He reading the encyclopedia, aloud now, Minnie darning his socks, but never ceasing to listen. Each day brought the same sense of grateful amazement that he should be so wonderfully happy, so extraordinarily peaceful. Everything was as perfect as it could be. Minnie was looking a different girl. She had lost her drawn look. She was filling out. Sometimes he would suspend his reading for a moment and look across at her. At first he would see only her soft hair, as she bent over her sewing. Then, wondering at the silence, she would look up, and he would meet her big eyes, and then Henry would gurgle with happiness and demand of himself silently, "Can you beat it?" It was the anniversary of their wedding. They celebrated it in a fitting style. They dined at a crowded and exhilarating Italian restaurant on a street off 7th Avenue, where red wine was included in the bill, and excitable people, probably extremely clever, sat round at small tables and talked all together at the top of their voices. After dinner they saw a musical comedy, and then, the great event of the night, they went on to supper at a glittering restaurant near Times Square. There was something about supper at an expensive restaurant which had always appealed to Henry's imagination. Earnest devourer as he was of the solids of literature, he had tasted from time to time its lighter face, those novels which began with the hero supping in the midst of the glittering throng, and having his attention attracted to a distinguished-looking elderly man with a grey imperial, who was entering with a girl so strikingly beautiful that the revellers turn as she passes to look after her. And then, as he sits and smokes, a waiter comes up to the hero, and, with a soft "Pardon, monsieur," hands him a note. The atmosphere of Geisenheimer's suggested all that sort of thing to Henry. They had finished supper, and he was smoking a cigar, his second that day. He leaned back in his chair and surveyed the scene. He felt braced up, adventurous. He had that feeling which comes to all quiet men who like to sit at home and read, that this was the sort of atmosphere in which he really belonged. The brightness of it all, the dazzling lights, the music, the hubbub, in which the deep-throated gurgle of the wine-agent, surprised while drinking soup blended with the shriller note of the chorus girl calling to her mate, these things got Henry. He was 36 next birthday, but he felt a youngish 21. A voice spoke at his side. Henry looked up, to perceive Sidney Mercer. The passage of a year, which had turned Henry into a married man, had turned Sidney Mercer into something so magnificent that the spectacle for a moment deprived Henry of speech. Faultless evening dress clung with loving closeness to Sidney's lissom form. Gleaming shoes of perfect patent leather covered his feet. His light hair was brushed back into a smooth sleekness, on which the electric lights shone like stars on some beautiful pool. His practically chinless face beamed amiably over a spotless collar. Henry wore blue serge. "What are you doing here, Henry, old top?" said the vision. "I didn't know you ever came among the bright lights." His eyes wandered off to Minnie. There was admiration in them, for Minnie was looking her prettiest. "Wife," said Henry, recovering speech, and to Minnie, Mr. Mercer, old friend. So you're married. Wish you luck. How's the bank? Henry said the bank was doing as well as could be expected. You still on the stage? Mr. Mercer shook his head importantly. Got better job. Professional dancer at this show. Rolling in money. Why aren't you dancing? The words struck a jarring note. The lights and the music until that moment had had a subtle psychological effect on Henry, enabling him to hypnotize himself into a feeling that it was not inability to dance that kept him in his seat, but that he had had so much of that sort of thing that he really preferred to sit quietly and look on for a change. Sidney's question changed all that. It made him face the truth. I don't dance. For the lum of Mike, I bet Mrs. Mills does. Would you care for a turn, Mrs. Mills? No, thank you, really. But remorse was now at work on Henry. He perceived that he had been standing in the way of Minnie's pleasure. Of course she wanted to dance. All women did. She was only refusing for his sake. Nonsense, Min, go to it. Minnie looked doubtful. Of course you must dance, Min. I shall be all right. I'll sit here and smoke. The next moment, Minnie and Sidney were treading the complicated measure, and simultaneously Henry ceased to be a youngish 21 and was even conscious of a fleeting doubt as to whether he was really only 35. Boil the whole question of old age down, and what it amounts to is that a young man is young as long as he can dance without getting lumbago, and if he cannot dance, he is never young at all. This was the truth that forced itself upon Henry Wallace Mills, as he sat watching his wife moving over the floor in the arms of Sidney Mercer. Even as he could see that Minnie danced well, he thrilled at the sight of her gracefulness, and for the first time since his marriage, he became introspective. It had never struck him before how much younger Minnie was than himself. When she had signed the paper at the city hall on the occasion of the purchase of the marriage license, she had given her age, he remembered at the time. Now, however, he perceived clearly that between 26 and 35 there was a gap of 9 years, and a chill sensation came upon him of being old and stodgy. How dull it must be for poor little Minnie to be cooped up night after night with such an old fogey. Other men took their wives out and gave them a good time, dancing half the night with them. All he could do was sit at home and read Minnie dull stuff from the encyclopedia. What a life for the poor child! Suddenly he felt acutely jealous of the rubber-jointed Sidney Mercer, a man whom hitherto he had always heartily despised. The music stopped. They came back to the table, Minnie with a pink glow on her face that made her younger than ever, Sidney, the insufferable ass, grinning and smirking and pretending to be 18. They looked like a couple of children. Henry, catching sight of himself in a mirror, was surprised to find that his hair was not white. Half an hour later, in the cab going home, Minnie, half asleep, was aroused by a sudden stiffening of the arm that encircled her waist, and a sudden snort close to her ear. It was Henry Wallace Mills resolving that he would learn to dance. Being of a literary turn of mind and also economical, Henry's first step towards his new ambition was to buy a 50-cent book entitled The ABC of Modern Dancing by Tango. It would, he felt, not without reason, be simpler and less expensive if he should learn the steps by the aid of this treatise than by the more customary method of taking lessons. But quite early in the proceedings he was faced by complications. In the first place, it was his intention to keep what he was doing a secret from Minnie, in order to be able to give her a pleasant surprise on her birthday, which would be coming round in a few weeks. In the second place, the ABC of modern dancing proved on investigation far more complex than its title suggested. These two facts were the ruin of the literary method, for while it was possible to study the text and the plates at the bank, The home was the only place in which you could attempt to put the instructions into practice. You cannot move the right foot along dotted line AB and bring the left foot round curve CD in a paying cashier's cage in a bank. Nor, if you were at all sensitive to public opinion, on the pavement going home. And while he was trying to do it in the parlor of the flat one night, when he imagined that Minnie was in the kitchen cooking supper, she came in unexpectedly to ask him how he wanted the steak cooked. He explained that he had had a sudden touch of cramp, but the incident shook his nerve. After this, he decided that he must have lessons. Complications did not cease with this resolve. Indeed, they became more acute. It was not that there was any difficulty about finding an instructor. The papers were full of advertisements. He selected a Madame Gavarni because she lived in a convenient spot. Her house was in a side street, with a station within easy reach. The real problem was when to find time for the lessons. His life was run on such a regular schedule that he could hardly alter so important a moment in it as the hour of his arrival home without exciting comment. Only deceit could provide a solution. "Min, dear?" he said at breakfast. "Yes, Henry." Henry turned mauve. He had never lied to her before. "I'm not getting enough exercise." "Why, you look so well." "I get a kind of heavy feeling sometimes. I think I'll put on another mile or so to my walk on my way home. So I'll be back a little later in the future." "Very well, dear." It made him feel like a particularly low type of criminal. But by abandoning his walk, he was now in a position to devote an hour a day to the lessons, and Madame Gavarni had said that that would be ample. "Sure, Bill," she had said. She was a breezy old lady with a military mustache and an unconventional manner with her clientele. "You come to me an hour a day, and if you haven't 2 left feet, we'll make you the pet of society in a month." "Is that so?" "It sure is. I never had a failure yet with a pupil, except one, and that wasn't my fault." "Had he 2 left feet?" "Hadn't any feet at all. Fell off of a roof after the second lesson and had to have him cut off him. At that, I could have learned him to tango with wooden legs, but he got kind of discouraged." "Well, see you Monday, Bill. Be good." And the kindly old soul, retrieving her chewing gum from the panel of the door where she had placed it to facilitate conversation, dismissed him. And now began what in later years Henry unhesitatingly considered the most miserable period of his existence. There may be times when a man who has passed his first youth feels more unhappy and ridiculous than when he is taking a course of lessons in the modern dance, but it is not easy to think of them. Physically, his new experience caused Henry acute pain. Muscles whose existence he had never suspected came into being for, apparently, the sole purpose of aching. Mentally, he suffered even more. This was partly due to the peculiar method of instruction in vogue at Madame Gavarni's, and partly to the fact that, when it came to the actual lessons, a sudden niece was produced from the back room to give them. She was a blonde young lady with laughing blue eyes, and Henry never clasped her trim waist without feeling a black-hearted traitor to his absent Minnie. Conscience racked him. Add to this the sensation of being a strange, jointless creature with abnormally large hands and feet, and the fact that it was Madame Gavarni's custom to stand in a corner of the room during the hour of tuition, chewing gum, and making comments. And it is not surprising that Henry became wan and thin. Madame Gavarni had the habit of endeavoring to stimulate Henry by frequently comparing his performance and progress with that of a cripple who she claimed to have taught at some previous time. She and the niece would have spirited arguments in his presence as to whether or not the cripple had 1 step better after his 3rd lesson than Henry after his 5th. The niece said no, as well as perhaps, but not better. Madame Gavarni said that the niece was forgetting the way the cripple had slid his feet. The niece said yes, that was so. Maybe she was. Henry said nothing. He merely perspired. He made progress slowly. This could not be blamed upon his instructress, however. She did all that one woman could to speed him up. Sometimes she would even pursue him into the street in order to show him, on the sidewalk, a means of doing away with some of his numerous errors of technique, the elimination of which would help make him definitely the cripple's superior. The misery of embracing her indoors was as nothing to the misery of embracing her on the sidewalk. Nevertheless, having paid for his course of lessons in advance and being a determined man, he did make progress. One day, to his surprise, he found his feet going through the motions without any definite exercise of willpower on his part, almost as if they were endowed with an intelligence of their own. It was the turning point. It filled him with a singular pride such he had not felt since his first rise of salary at the bank. Madame Gavarni was moved to dignified praise. "Some speed, kid," she observed. "Some speed." Henry blushed modestly. It was the accolade. Every day, as his skill at the dance became more manifest, Henry found occasion to bless the moment when he had decided to take lessons. He shuddered sometimes at the narrowness of his escape from disaster. Every day now, it became more apparent to him as he watched Minnie that she was chafing at the monotony of her life. That fatal supper had wrecked the peace of their little home, or perhaps it had merely precipitated the wreck. Sooner or later, he told himself, she was bound to have wearied of the dullness of her lot. At any rate, dating from shortly after that disturbing night, a lack of ease and spontaneity seemed to creep into their relations. A blight settled on the home. Little by little, Minnie and he were growing almost formal towards each other. She had lost her taste for being read to in the evenings, and had developed a habit of pleading a headache and going early to bed. Sometimes, catching her eye when she was not expecting it, he surprised an enigmatic look in it. It was a look, however, which he was able to read. It meant that she was bored. It might have been expected that this state of affairs would have distressed Henry. It gave him, on the contrary, a pleasurable thrill. It made him feel that it had been worth it, going through the torments of learning to dance. The more bored she was now, the greater her delight when he revealed himself dramatically. If she had been contented with the life which he could offer her as a non-dancer, what was the sense of losing weight and money in order to learn the steps? He enjoyed the silent, uneasy evenings which had supplanted those cheery ones of the first year of their marriage. The more uncomfortable they were now, the more they would appreciate their happiness later on. Henry belonged to the large circle of human beings who consider that there is acuter pleasure in being suddenly cured of toothache than in never having toothache at all. He merely chuckled inwardly, therefore, when on the morning of her birthday, having presented her with a purse which he knew she had long coveted, he found himself thanked in a perfunctory and mechanical way. "I'm glad you like it," he said. Minnie looked at the purse without enthusiasm. "It's just what I wanted," she said listlessly. "Well, I must be going. I'll get the tickets for the theater while I'm in town." Minnie hesitated for a moment. "I don't believe I want to go to the theater much tonight, Henry." "Nonsense. We must have a party on your birthday. We'll go to the theater, and then we'll have supper at Geisenheimer's again. I may be working after hours at the bank today, so I guess I won't come home. I'll meet you at that Italian place at 6. "Very well. You'll miss your walk then?" "Yes, it doesn't matter for once." "No, you're still going on with your walks then?" "Oh, yes, yes." 3 miles every day?" "Never miss it. It keeps me well." "Yes." "Goodbye, darling." "Goodbye." Yes, there was a distinct chill in the atmosphere. Thank goodness, thought Henry, as he walked to the station. It would be different tomorrow morning. He had rather the feeling of a young knight who has done perilous deeds in secret for his lady, and is about at last to receive credit for them. Geisenheimer's was as brilliant and noisy as it had been before when Henry reached it that night, escorting a reluctant Minnie. After a silent dinner and a theatrical performance during which neither had exchanged more than a word between acts, she had wished to abandon the idea of supper and go home. But a squad of police could not have kept Henry from Geisenheimer's. His hour had come. He had thought of this moment for weeks, and he visualized every detail of his big scene. At first they would sit at their table in silent discomfort. Then Sidney Mercer would come up, as before, to ask Minnie to dance. And then Henry would rise and, abandoning all concealment, exclaim grandly, "No, I am going to dance with my wife." Stunned amazement from Minnie, followed by wild joy. Utter rout and discomfiture of that pinhead Mercer. And then, when they returned to their table, he breathing easily and regularly as a trained dancer in perfect condition should, she tottering a little with the sudden rapture of it all, they would sit with their heads close together and start a new life. That was the scenario which Henry had drafted. It worked out, up to a certain point, as smoothly as ever it had done in his dreams. The only hitch which he had feared, to wit, the non-appearance of Sidney Mercer, did not occur. It would spoil the scene a little, he had felt, if Sidney Mercer did not present himself to play the role of foil. But he need have no fears on this point. Sidney had the gift, not uncommon in the chinless, smooth-baked type of man, of being able to see a pretty girl come into the restaurant even when his back was towards the door. They had hardly seated themselves when he was behind their table, bleating greetings. "Why, Henry, always here? Wife's birthday. Many happy returns of the day, Mrs. Mills. We've just time for one turn before the waiter comes with your order. Come along." The band was staggering into a fresh tune, a tune that Henry knew well. Many a time had Madame Gavarni hammered it out on an aged and unwilling piano in order that he might dance with her blue-eyed niece. He rose. "No," he exclaimed grandly, "I am going to dance with my wife." He had not underestimated the sensation which he had looked forward to causing. Minnie looked at him with round eyes. Sidney Mercer was obviously startled. "I thought you couldn't dance." "You never can tell," said Henry lightly. "It looks easy enough. Anyway, I'll try." "Henry!" cried Minnie as he clasped her. He had supposed that she would say something like that, but hardly in that kind of voice. There is a way of saying Henry which conveys surprised admiration and remorseful devotion. But she had not said it that way. There had been a note of horror in her voice. Henry's was a simple mind, and the obvious solution, that Minnie thought he had drunk too much red wine at the Italian restaurant, did not occur to him. He was indeed at the moment too busy to analyze vocal inflections. They were on the floor now, and it was beginning to creep upon him like a chill wind that the scenario which he had mapped out was subject to unforeseen alterations. At first all had been well. They had been almost alone on the floor, and he had begun moving his feet along dotted line A-B with the smooth vim which had characterized the last few of his course of lessons. And then, as if by magic, he was in the midst of a crowd, a mad, jinging crowd that seemed to have no sense of direction, no ability whatever to keep out of his way. For a moment, the tuition of weeks stood by him. Then a shock, a stifled cry from Minnie, and the first collision had occurred. And with that, all the knowledge which he had so painfully acquired passed from Henry's mind, leaving it an agitated blank. This was a situation for which his slidings round in an empty room had not prepared him. Stage fright at its worst came upon him. Somebody charged him in the back and asked querulously where he thought he was going. As he turned with a half-formed notion of apologizing, somebody else rammed him from the other side. He had a momentary feeling as if he were going down the Niagara Rapids in a barrel, and then he was lying on the floor with Minnie on top of him. Somebody tripped over his head. He sat up. Somebody helped him to his feet. He was aware of Sidney Mercer at his side. "Do it again," said Sidney, all grin and sleek immaculateness. It went down big, but lots of them didn't see it. The place was full of demon laughter. "Min," said Henry. They were in the parlor of their little flat. Her back was towards him, and he could not see her face. She did not answer. She preserved the silence which she had maintained since they had left the restaurant. Not once during the journey home had she spoken. The clock on the mantelpiece ticked on. Outside, an elevated train rumbled by. Voices came from the street. "Min, I'm sorry." Silence. "I thought I could do it. Oh, Lord." Misery was in every note of Henry's voice. "I've been taking lessons every day since that night we went to that place first. It's no good. I guess it's like the old woman said. I've got 2 left feet. And it's no use my ever trying to do it. I kept it secret from you, what I was doing. I wanted it to be a wonderful surprise for you on your birthday. I knew how sick and tired you were getting of being married to a man who never took you out because he couldn't dance. I thought it was up to me to learn and give you a good time, like other men's wives. Henry!" She had turned, and with a dull amazement, he saw that her whole face had altered. Her eyes were shining with a radiant happiness. "Henry! Was that why you went to that house? To take dancing lessons?" He stared at her without speaking. She came to him, laughing. "So that was why you pretended you were still doing your walks? You knew?" "I saw you come out of that house. I was just going to the station at the end of the street, and I saw you. There was a girl with you. A girl with yellow hair. You hugged her." Henry licked his dry lips. "Min," he said huskily, "you won't believe it, but she was trying to teach me the jelly roll." She held him by the lapels of his coat. "Of course I believe it. I understand it all now. I thought at the time that you were just saying goodbye to her. Oh, Henry, why ever didn't you tell me what you were doing? Oh, yes, I know you wanted it to be a surprise for me on my birthday, but you must have seen there was something wrong. You must have seen that I thought something. Surely you noticed how I've been these last weeks. I thought it was just that you were finding it dull." "Dull? Here with you?" "It was after you danced that night with Sidney Mercer. I thought the whole thing out. You're so much younger than I, Min. It didn't seem right for you to have to spend your life being read to by a fellow like me. But I loved it. You had to dance. Every girl has to. Women can't do without it." "This one can. Henry, listen. You remember how ill and worn out I was when you met me first at that farm? Do you know why it was? It was because I had been slaving away for years at one of those places where you go in and pay 5 cents to dance with the lady instructresses. I was a lady instructress. Henry, just think what I went through. Every day having to drag 1,000,000 heavy men with large feet round a big room. I tell you, you are a professional compared with some of them. They trod on my feet and leaned their 200 pounds on me and nearly killed me. Now perhaps you can understand why I'm not crazy about dancing. Believe me, Henry, the kindest thing you can do to me is to tell me I must never dance again. You? You? He gulped. Do you really mean that you can stand the sort of life we're living here? You really don't find it dull? Dull? She ran to the bookshelf and came back with a large volume. Read to me, Henry, dear. Read me something now. It seems ages and ages since you used to. Read me something out of the encyclopedia. Henry was looking at the book in his hand. In the midst of a joy that almost overwhelmed him, his orderly mind was conscious of something wrong. But this is the Med-Mum volume, darling. Is it? Well, that'll be all right. Read me all about Mum. But we're only in the Cal-Cha, he wavered. Oh, well, he went on recklessly, I don't care, do you? No. Sit down here, dear, and I'll sit on the floor. Henry cleared his throat. Militz or Milich, date 1374, Bohemian divine, was the most influential among those preachers and writers in Moravia and Bohemia who, during the 14th century, in a certain sense, paved the way for the reforming activity of Huss. He looked down. Minnie's soft hair was resting against his knee. He put out a hand and stroked it. She turned and looked up. He met her big eyes. Can you beat it? Said Henry silently to himself. End of The Man with Two Left Feet by P.G.Wodehouse.
Old Hector's Dog by Lucy Maud Montgomery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Wales. His name was Tray, and old Hector truly thought, I believe, that he was the most wonderful dog in the world, as well as the handsomest, for love is blind, and old Hector loved Tray. The dog was all he had to love. Nobody in Swamp Hollow knew very much about old Hector, as he was commonly called, although he had lived among us for more years than we boys could count. He was always old Hector to us, nothing more, a morose, surly old man with a gruff voice and a chronic scowl. He lived by himself in a little cabin on a back road, and made his scanty living by day labor in summer and shoe mending in winter. He had no kith or kin in the world, as far as we ever found out, and the only living creature that belonged to him was Tray, a dog so unlovable that nobody but old Hector could have endured such an animal about his premises. We Swamp Hollow boys had vowed mortal enmity to Tray, partly because we had heartily detested old Hector, and partly because Tray himself never lost an opportunity of being disagreeable. He was a lank yellow cur, with torn ears and the merest apology for a tail. He had fought with and maimed nearly every other dog in Swamp Hollow, and was even accused of sheep raiding. But this was never proved, and I think we did Tray an injustice there. Wherever Hector went, Tray followed him, shuffling along, with his ears hanging down and his eyes watching out for stray cats or any other promising game. We boys had discovered that the surest way to annoy Hector was to tease Tray. Nothing made him so angry, and to make old Hector mad was one of our objects in life. Nevertheless, we were rather frightened of him, and took care to keep out of his reach. Why we detested the poor old man so would be hard to tell, for he had never done us any harm, or interfered with us in any way, except by abusing roundly any one he caught shying a stone at Tray. I, for my part, am now thoroughly ashamed of the pleasure I used to take in tormenting the old fellow. But I had got in that summer with a certain crowd of Swamp Hollow boys who were not the best companions in the world for me.
They were locally known as roaders, from the fact that they all lived along what was known as the Swamp Hollow Road, a locality somewhat off-cast, and numbered about a dozen, all between 12 and 15 years of age. They were a rowdy set, and at the bottom of most of the mischief that went on in Swamp Hollow. If anybody in the village offended one of them, he generally found his windows broken, or his orchard raided, or his cows turned into his wheat field not long after. The guilt could seldom be brought home to anyone in particular, but the roaders came to be in bad repute in Swamp Hollow. It is not to my credit that I got mixed up with them, but the fact remains that I was, although I was always regarded with suspicion by most of them. They thought me off color and Miss Nancy-ish, and I was only tolerated among them on account of my chumship with Ted Thompson. Ted was the ringleader of the gang, and to a certain extent they were under his control, although Ted was really not at all responsible for their worst outrages. He was fond of playing pranks, but he was always against wanton destruction of property. Ted had a bad reputation in Swamp Hollow, and perhaps he deserved it, but I always liked him. He was about 15, and had had a rough upbringing. He was generally in mischief, and got the blame of all the roaders' outrages, whether he was a sharer in them or not. Still, he was kind-hearted in his own way, and generally stood up for the weaker side manfully. He certainly had considerable influence over the roaders. He was a good friend, but a bad enemy, and he had taken a bitter hatred against old Hector. One night somebody had thrown a stone through old Hector's window while he was at supper, smashing the panes and some of the few dishes on the table. It probably was a roader, but it certainly was not Ted. He denied it stoutly, and I never knew Ted Thompson, with all his faults, to tell a deliberate lie. But old Hector had seen him prowling around the road that evening at dusk, and fixed on him as the culprit. The next evening several of us were hanging around the blacksmith's forge, Ted among the rest, when old Hector and Tray came along. I do not think the old man intended to stop, but Ted could not resist the temptation to shy a stone at Tray, who promptly yelped, and old Hector turned furiously on Ted. He stormed at him for fully 5 minutes, and finally ended up by dealing him a stinging cuff on the ear. Ted attempted no reprisal at the time, for there were no roaders handy to back him up, and he knew that public sympathy was against him. But he laid himself out for the remainder of the summer to make old Hector's life a burden to him. I am bound to say he succeeded. He was never at a loss for some new and original device, but his main idea of revenge centered in Tray. He had made up his mind to get possession of Tray by fair means or foul, and though he refused to tell us what he would do with him, we all supposed that Tray's career would be abruptly closed. It was, however, no easy matter to ensnare Tray. He was never seen abroad without his master, for he seemed to be instinctively aware of his unpopularity, and no one, not even the most reckless roader, dared venture within 20 yards of old Hector's dwelling in daylight. Tray was never seen outside after dark, and he slept on a mat by the old man's bed. But Ted declared that he would get him if it took all summer. Some of the roaders suggested putting poison around where Tray would find it, but Ted scorned this idea. It was sneaky, he said. Ted had his own code of honor, and such as it was, he lived up to it, although he did plenty of things I thought shady. Between abducting and drowning Tray, as I believed Ted meant to do, although he had never said so, and poisoning him off, I did not see a great deal of difference. But Ted appeared to, and stoutly refused to have anything to do with such a proceeding. "And don't any of you chaps try it on either," he warned the roaders. "This is my affair. I've got the grudge to settle against old Hector, and I don't want any of the rest of you poking in and spoiling my fun. You hear that?" The roaders heard, and governed themselves accordingly, while Ted bided his time with a patience worthy of a better cause. One day old Hector made a trip to town to buy some of his scanty supplies. For a wonder he left Tray at home, owing, as we afterwards found, to the animal's having a sore foot, locked up in his little kitchen. Ted Thompson found this out in some way, and had no idea of letting so good a chance slip by. He hunted up a roader or two who could keep a secret, and with their assistance got into old Hector's kitchen by the shed window, secured Tray with a rope and gunny bag, and lugged him off with them. I was not with them, so I knew nothing of the affair until old Hector came down to the forge that night to hunt for Tray. He had missed his pet whenever he got home, and was in great distress of mind. As usual, there was a crowd about the forge, and Ted Thompson, his black eyes shining with some secret delight, was sitting on the fence. Several roaders were hanging around to see the fun. "Do any of you young 'uns see my dog hereabouts?" demanded old Hector, glaring savagely at us all, and at Ted in particular. The smith replied, "No, haven't laid eyes on him. Have you lost him?" "He's gone," said the old man in a strange, piteous tone. "I don't know whar. I left him when I went to town to-day, and when I come home he was gone. He never went off of his own accord, I'm sure. Poor Tray, I believe some of you boys thar know whar he is. Ef you do, tell me whar. He ain't never done you any harm." The old man's appeal touched me. I had never seen old Hector in so gentle a mood before. His distress and grief were very real and keen, but Ted's eyes only glistened more maliciously. "I guess you won't ever see that old yaller dog of yours again," he called out tauntingly. "He's gone for good, he is." Old Hector made a quick step towards him, but the wary Ted dodged. "What have you done with him, you imp of evil?" cried the old man. "I might have known it was you. Tell me whar he is." "Well, I guess I don't. I ain't responsible for the whereabouts of your old cur. You can go and hunt him up." "Oh, tell me whar he is," pleaded old Hector with wonderful patience. "And never harmed you, the poor dog. Surely you ain't killed him, have you?" Ted winked with inexpressible impudence. "Tray is gone, you can make up your mind to that, and he won't come back in a hurry neither. Next time you box people's ears that haven't done anything to you, you can think of Tray." "So you did it out of spite," said Hector, his anger mastering his grief. "I'll learn you." He made a dash at Ted, but the latter leaped from his perch with a mocking whoop and went flying down the road. The roaders, finding themselves deserted, also took to their heels and disappeared after their leader in a cloud of dust. The other men sympathized with the old man and promised to help him find his dog if they could. Some eyed me suspiciously, for my intimacy with the roaders was well known, but I was not molested. I, too, felt sorry for old Hector. That evening I met Ted about dusk and tried to find out what he'd done with the dog. Ted grinned. "You'd like to know now, wouldn't you, sonny? What'd you do if I told you? Run and blab?" I indignantly disclaimed any intention of blabbing, and after a while Ted became more communicative. "You won't tell?" "No, I'll never breathe a word." "Honest?" "Honest." "Well, the dog's alive. I've got him chained up in a safe enough place, never mind where. I ain't going to tell you that, because you're too soft-hearted. Old Hector's mind would be kind of at rest if he thought Tray was dead, so I mean to keep him stirred up. Look here, I'm going to stick this up on Hector's door after dark." This was a half-sheet of paper upon which Ted had scrawled the following: "To old Hector, my dear sir, your dog ain't dead, but he'd be a heap better off if he was. He ain't very happy. You won't ever see him again. Yours respectfully, Ted Thompson." "That will make the poor old man feel bad, Ted," I objected. "He'll think you're ill-treating the dog. You're not, are you?" "No, I ain't, you silly. The dog's as well off as ever he was. I just wrote that to tease Hector. It'll put him in a stew." "What are you going to do with Tray?" But Ted, not having found me as sympathetic as he expected, got on his dignity. He refused to say more, and we parted. For the next week old Hector's state of mind ought to have satisfied the most inveterate seeker after revenge. He could do nothing but go about mourning for his loss, and seeking pitifully for some trace of Tray. Ted and the other roaders kept well out of his way. I had not seen one of them since my last recorded interview with Ted. There came a change at the end of the week. As I was not one of the parties interested, I think I had better give you the story in Ted's own words, as he told it to me when I went to see him. He was lying on the sofa, with his ankle bandaged up and another bandage around his head. "You see, Hal, it happened this way. Last Monday night after dark I went up to take that wretched Tray something to eat. We had him chained up in that old barn of Maloney's, back of the woods. Nobody ever goes near it, because they say it's haunted. So it is, I guess, by us roaders. Well, we had him there, and I fed him well anyhow. I'll bet he's better meals and more of them than he ever had at home. I really meant to let him go back after a while, when I'd made old Hector miserable long enough. Coming back, I took a short cut across the fields back of Hector's. It was awful dark, and I had to go through Patterson's sheep pasture. You know, he had a well dug down in the hollow for his sheep. It ain't a very deep one, but just the same a fellow wouldn't jump down it for pure fun. It went dry this summer, and before that he kept it covered up with boards. I'd clean forgotten all about the well, and I was running full tilt across the hollow when ker-plunk! I just felt myself pitching headlong, and when I came to my right senses, there I was at the bottom of Patterson's well. It wasn't very deep, as I've said, and nothing in it but mud, so I wasn't killed, but my head and face were all cut, and my ankle felt dreadful. I didn't know what I had done to it, but I was afraid it was broken. The blood was running all over my face, and I thought I'd die there, all alone in the dark. I knew I couldn't get out, and I might yell all night and nobody'd hear me. I tell you, Hal, I felt pretty bad, and upon my word, the thing that worried me most was that poor old Tray. I did wish I'd never touched him, I can tell you. It seemed an awful mean trick all at once, especially when I remembered poor old Hector's trouble about him. I huddled up there, feeling as if I was going to die right off. I shouted as loud as I could now and then. Nobody came, of course. I think I was there about an hour. I couldn't move because my ankle hurt so, and oh, how my head did ache. All at once, just as I'd had another spell of shouting, a light flashed overhead, and next minute I saw... Who do you suppose? Why, old Hector, peering down at the top with a lantern close to his face. I was glad to see anyone, but you better believe I thought my chances for getting out of the well weren't very much better then than before, and small blame to him if they hadn't been. "Who's down thar?" he asked. I hollered back that it was Ted Thompson, and that I'd tumbled down and broke my ankle. I honestly expected to see him march off, then and there. But the old fellow said, "You poor boy, how am I to get you out of that? Can you hold on till I run down home and get a ladder? I'll be as quick as I can." I said I could, and off he went. In no time he was back with a ladder. He poked it down just as careful, and down he came too. "Poor little chap," he said. And he picked me up as if I'd been a baby. You know how strong he is, Hal. And so carefully and tender-like, he hardly hurt me a bit. And somehow or other he climbed up with me, and we got out. Then he carried me all the way down to his cabin and laid me on his bed. He was just awful good to me, Hal. He got hot water and washed the blood off my face, and then he poked around my ankle and said he didn't think any bones were broken, and he bound it up. And do you know, when I'd flinch, there'd actually be tears in his eyes? He couldn't have fixed me up better or petted me more if I'd been Tray himself. I didn't dare to mention Tray at first. You bet I felt small. Here I'd been plaguing the life out of old Hector for months and breaking his heart by stealing his dog, and this was how he was paying me back. I just felt mean. There's no use in talking. I'd never have believed old Hector could be so kind. He wasn't a single bit cross or gruff. He did everything he could to make me easy, and then he said, "Now I'm going to run down and let your father know where you are and how you're fixed. How'd you come to fall into Patterson's well, anyhow?" I just made up my mind to make a clean breast of it there and then I said, "I've been up to Maloney's barn to feed Tray." Old Hector gave a big jump. "Is Tray alive? Is he? Is he?" "You bet he is," I said, "and likely to live. I've looked after him well, and I've doctored his foot, too. I'd never have taken him if I'd known. Oh, I'm awfully sorry. But he's all right. Please do forgive me." Just fancy, Hal, if any of the Roaders had heard me asking old Hector's pardon. Do you know the tears actually ran down his face? "Poor old Tray! Safe! Safe!" was all he could say at first. He was just overcome with joy, and he didn't say a cross word to me. He went down to our place, and Dad came after me with the cart and got me home somehow. I gave Hector the key of Tray's padlock, and he shuffled off to Maloney's barn to get him. I'd have given a pile to see the meeting. Anyhow, he's got Tray again. Do you know, the old fellow has been down every day to see how I'm getting along, and he's not a bad sort at all. I'm ashamed of my cuttings up, and I'm going to reform, sure as you're alive. Don't blab all this to the Roaders, though, Hal. Ted kept his word. Indeed, he really became quite intimate with old Hector, and frequently accompanied him on his fishing and gunning expeditions. The rest of the Roaders also, although they always remained shy of their ancient enemy, were influenced by Ted to such a degree that they gave up molesting old Hector. Hector himself, perhaps through his liking for Ted, grew much more sociable, and we found that under his gruff exterior was hidden a warm, kindly heart. He never had much use for any Roader except Ted, but to the more respectable of the Swamp Hollow boys he became quite friendly. Ted gradually weaned himself away from his old associates, and eventually became such a peaceable, well-behaved boy that people forgot that he had ever been a Roader at all. As for Tray, I regret to say that his disposition remained the same. He was snappish and unamiable till the end. But as that was his constitutional misfortune, we overlooked it and refrained from molesting him. When he died of old age, Hector mourned him sincerely, and he and Ted buried him under the old willow in Hector's yard. And as a proof of the changes time can bring, a number of us Swamp Hollow boys went to the funeral. End of Old Hector's Dog by Lucy Maud Montgomery.
On Idle Thoughts by Jerome K. Jerome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Thomlinson. Now, this is a subject on which I flatter myself I really am au fait. The gentleman who, when I was young, bathed me at Wisdom's font for 9 guineas a term, no extras, used to say he never knew a boy who could do less work in more time. And I remember my poor grandmother once incidentally observing, in the course of an instruction upon the use of the prayer book, that it was highly improbable that I should ever do much that I ought not to do, but that she felt convinced beyond a doubt that I should leave undone pretty well everything I ought to do. I'm afraid I have somewhat belied half the dear old lady's prophecy. Heaven help me, I have done a good many things that I ought not to have done, in spite of my laziness. But I have fully confirmed the accuracy of her judgment so far as neglecting much that I ought not to have neglected is concerned. Idling always has been my strong point. I take no credit to myself in the matter. It is a gift. Few possess it. There are plenty of lazy people and plenty of slow coaches, but a genuine idler is a rarity. He is not a man who slouches about with his hands in his pockets. On the contrary, his most startling characteristic is that he is always intensely busy. It is impossible to enjoy idling thoroughly unless one has plenty of work to do. There is no fun in doing nothing when you have nothing to do. Wasting time is merely an occupation then, and a most exhausting one. Idleness, like kisses, to be sweet must be stolen. Many years ago, when I was a young man, I was taken very ill. I never could see myself that much was the matter with me, except that I had a beastly cold. But I suppose it was something very serious, for the doctor said I ought to have come to him a month before, and that if it, whatever it was, had gone on for another week, he would not have answered for the consequences. It is an extraordinary thing, but I never knew a doctor called into any case yet but what it transpired that another day's delay would have rendered cure hopeless. Our medical guide, philosopher, and friend is like the hero in a melodrama. He always comes upon the scene just, and only just, in the nick of time. It is Providence, that is what it is. Well, as I was saying, I was very ill and was ordered to Buxton for a month with strict injunctions to do nothing whatever all the while that I was there. Rest is what you require, said the doctor, perfect rest. It seemed a delightful prospect. This man evidently understands my complaint, said I, and I pictured to myself a glorious time, a 4 weeks dolce far niente, with a dash of illness in it. Not too much illness, but just illness enough, just sufficient to give it flavour of suffering and make it poetical. I should get up late, sip chocolate and have my breakfast in slippers and in a dressing gown. I should lie out in the garden in a hammock and read sentimental novels with a melancholy ending, until the book should fall from my listless hand and I should recline there, dreamily gazing into the deep blue of the firmament, watching the fleecy clouds floating like white-sailed ships across its depths, and listening to the joyous song of the birds and the low rustling of the trees. Or, on becoming too weak to go out of doors, I should sit propped up with pillows at the open window of the ground floor front, and look wasted and interesting, so that all the pretty girls would sigh as they passed by. And twice a day I should go down in a bath chair to the colonnade to drink the waters. Oh, those waters! I knew nothing about them then, and was rather taken with the idea. Drinking the waters sounded fashionable and Queen Anne-fied, and I thought I should like them. But ugh, after the first 3 or 4 mornings. Sam Weller's description of them as having a taste of warm flat irons conveys only a faint idea of their hideous nauseousness. If anything could make a sick man get well quickly, it would be the knowledge that he must drink a glassful of them every day until he was recovered. I drank them neat for 6 consecutive days, and they nearly killed me. But after then I adopted the plan of taking a stiff glass of brandy and water immediately on top of them, and found much relief thereby. I have been informed since, by various eminent medical gentlemen, that the alcohol must have entirely counteracted the effects of the chalybeate properties contained in the water. I'm glad I was lucky enough to hit upon the right thing. But drinking the waters was only a small portion of the torture I experienced during that memorable month. A month which was, without exception, the most miserable I have ever spent. During the best part of it, I religiously followed the doctor's mandate and did nothing whatever, except moon about the house and garden, and go out for 2 hours a day in a bath chair. That did break the monotony to a certain extent. There is more excitement about bath chairing, especially if you are not used to the exhilarating exercise, than might appear to the casual observer. A sense of danger, such as a mere outsider might not understand, is ever present to the mind of the occupant. He feels convinced every minute that the whole concern is going over, a conviction which becomes especially lively whenever a ditch or a stretch of newly macadamized road comes into sight. Every vehicle that passes he expects is going to run into him, and he never finds himself ascending or descending a hill without immediately beginning to speculate upon his chances, supposing, as it seems extremely possible, that the weak-kneed controller of his destiny should let go. But even this diversion failed to enliven after a while, and the ennui became perfectly unbearable. I felt my mind giving way under it. It is not a strong mind, and I thought it would be unwise to tax it too far. So somewhere about the 20th morning I got up early, had a good breakfast and walked straight off to Hayfield at the foot of the Kinder Scout, a pleasant, busy little town reached through a lovely valley, and with 2 sweetly pretty women in it. At least they were sweetly pretty then. One passed me on the bridge and, I think, smiled, and the other was standing at an open door,
making an unremunerative investment of kisses upon a red-faced baby. But it is years ago, and I dare say they have both grown stout and snappish since that time. Coming back, I saw an old man breaking stones, and it roused such strong longing in me to use my arms that I offered him a drink to let me take his place. He was a kindly old man, and he humoured me. I went for those stones with the accumulated energy of 3 weeks, and did more work in half an hour than he had done all day. But it did not make him jealous. Having taken the plunge, I went further and further into dissipation, going out for a long walk every morning and listening to the band in the pavilion every evening. But the days still passed slowly, notwithstanding, and I was heartily glad when the last one came and I was being whirled away from gouty, consumptive Buxton to London with its stern work and life. I looked out at the carnage as we rushed through Hendon in the evening. The lurid glare overhanging the mighty city seemed to warm my heart, and when, later on, my cab rattled out of St. Pancras station, the old familiar roar that came swelling up around me sounded the sweetest music I had heard for many a long day. I certainly did not enjoy that month's idling. I like idling when I ought not to be idling, not when it is the only thing I have to do. That is my pig-headed nature. The time when I like best to stand with my back to the fire, calculating how much I owe, is when my desk is heaped highest with letters that must be answered by the next post. When I like to dawdle longest over my dinner is when I have a heavy evening's work before me. And if, for some urgent reason, I ought to be up particularly early in the morning, it is then, more than at any other time, that I love to lie an extra half-hour in bed. Ah, how delicious it is to turn over and go to sleep again, just for 5 minutes. Is there any human being, I wonder, besides the hero of a Sunday school tale for boys, who ever gets up willingly? There are some men to whom getting up at the proper time is an utter impossibility. If 8 o'clock happens to be the time that they should turn out, then they lie till 8:30. If circumstances change and 8:30 becomes early enough for them, then it is 9 before they can rise. They are like the statesman of whom it was said that he was always punctually half an hour late. They try all manner of schemes. They buy alarm clocks, artful contrivances that go off at the wrong time and alarm the wrong people. They tell Sarah Jane to knock at the door and call them, and Sarah Jane does knock at the door and does call them, and they grunt back, "Arrgh," and then go comfortably to sleep again. I knew one man who would actually get out and have a cold bath, and even that was of no use, for afterwards he would jump into bed again to warm himself. I think myself that I could keep out of bed all right if I once got out. It is the wrenching away of the head from the pillow that I find so hard, and no amount of overnight determination makes it easier. I say to myself, after having wasted the whole evening, well, I won't do any more work tonight. I'll get up early tomorrow morning. And I am thoroughly resolved to do so then. In the morning, however, I feel less enthusiastic about the idea and reflect that it would have been much better if I had stopped up last night. And then there is the trouble of dressing, and the more one thinks about that, the more one wants to put it off. It is a strange thing, this bed, this mimic grave, where we stretch our tired limbs and sink away so quietly into the silence and rest. Oh bed, delicious bed, that heaven on earth to the weary head, as sang poor Hood. You are a kind of old nurse to us fretful boys and girls. Clever and foolish, naughty and good, you take us all in your motherly lap and hush our wayward crying. The strong man full of care, the sick man full of pain, the little maiden sobbing for her faithless lover, like children we lay our aching heads on your white bosom, and you gently soothe us off to bye-bye. Our trouble is sore indeed when you turn away and will not comfort us. How long the dawn seems coming when we cannot sleep. Oh, those hideous nights when we toss and turn in fever and pain, and we lie like living men among the dead, staring out into the dark hours that drift so slowly between us and the light. And oh, those still more hideous nights when we sit by another in pain, when the low fire startles us every now and then with a falling cinder, and the tick of the clock seems a hammer beating out the life that we are watching. But enough of beds and bedrooms. I have kept to them too long, even for an idle fellow. Let us come out and have a smoke. That wastes time just as well, and does not look so bad. Tobacco has been a blessing to us idlers. What the civil service clerk before Sir Walter's time found to occupy their minds with, it is hard to imagine. I attribute the quarrelsome nature of the Middle Ages young men entirely to the want of the soothing weed. They had no work to do and could not smoke, and the consequence was that they were forever fighting and rowing. If, by any extraordinary chance, there was no war going, then they got up a deadly family feud with the next-door neighbour, and if, in spite of this, they still had a few spare moments on their hands, they occupied them with discussions as to whose sweetheart was the best-looking. The arguments employed on both sides being battle-axes, clubs, etc. Questions of taste were soon decided in those days. When a 12th century youth fell in love, he did not take 3 paces backward, gaze into her eyes, and tell her she was too beautiful to live. He said he would step outside and see about it, and if, when he got out, he met a man and broke his head, the other man's head, I mean, then that proved that his, the first fellow's, girl was a pretty girl. But if the other fellow broke his head, not his own, you know, but the other fellow to the second fellow, that is, because of course the other fellow would only be the other fellow to him, not the first fellow who, well, if he broke his head, then his girl, not the other fellow's, but the fellow who was the... Look here, if A broke B's head, then A's girl was a pretty girl. But if B broke A's head, then A's girl wasn't a pretty girl, but B's girl was. That was their method of conducting art criticism. Nowadays we light a pipe and let the girls fight it out among themselves. They do it very well. They are getting to do all our work. They are doctors and barristers and artists. They manage theatres and promote swindles and edit newspapers. I am looking forward to the time when we men shall have nothing to do but lie in bed till 12, read 2 novels a day, have nice little 5 o'clock teas all to ourselves, and tax our brains with nothing more trying than discussions upon the latest patterns in trousers, and arguments as to what Mr. Jones's coat was made of and whether it fitted him. It is a glorious prospect for idle fellows. End of Idle Thoughts of an Idle Fellow by Jerome K. Jerome. On Being in Love by Jerome K. Jerome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Thomlinson. You've been in love, of course. If not, you've got it to come. Love is like the measles. We all have to go through it. Also, like the measles, we take it only once. One never need be afraid of catching it a second time. The man who has had it can go into the most dangerous places and play the most foolhardy tricks with perfect safety. He can picnic in shady woods, ramble through leafy aisles, and linger on mossy seats to watch the sunset. He fears a quiet country house no more than he would his own club. He can join a family party to go down the Rhine. He can, to see the last of a friend, venture into the very jaws of the marriage ceremony itself. He can keep his head through the whirl of a ravishing waltz, and rest afterward in a dark conservatory, catching nothing more lasting than a cold. He can brave a moonlight walk, down sweet-scented lanes, or a twilight pool among the sombre rushes. He can get over a stile without danger, scramble through a tangled hedge without being caught, come down a slippery path without falling. He can look into sunny eyes and not be dazzled. He listens to the siren voices, yet sails on with unveered helm. He clasps white hands in his, but no electric lulu like false holds him bound in their dainty pressure. No, we never sicken with love twice. Cupid spends no second arrow on the same heart. Love's handmaids are our lifelong friends. Respect and admiration and affection our doors may always be left open for, but their greatest celestial master, in his royal progress, pays but one visit and departs. We like, we cherish, we are very, very fond of, but we never love again. A man's heart is a firework that once in its time flashes heavenward. Meteor-like it blazes for a moment and lights with its glory the whole world beneath. Then the night of our sordid commonplace life closes in around it, and the burned-out case, falling back to earth, lies useless and uncared for, slowly smouldering into ashes. Once breaking loose from our prison bonds, we dare, as mighty old Prometheus dared, to scale the Olympian mount and snatch from Phoebus' chariot the fire of the gods. Happy those who, hastening down again ere it dies out, can kindle their earthly altars at its flame. Love is too pure a light to burn long among the noisome gases that we breathe, but before it is choked out we may use it as a torch to ignite the cosy fire of affection. And, after all, that warming glow is more suited to our cold little back parlour of a world than is the burning spirit of love. Love should be the vestal fire of some mighty temple, some vast dim fane, whose organ music is the rolling of the spheres. Affection will burn cheerily when the white flame of love is flickered out. Affection is a fire that can be fed from day to day and be piled up ever higher as the wintry years draw nigh. Old men and women can sit by it with their thin hands clasped. The little children can nestle down in front. The friend and neighbour has his welcome corner by its side, and even shaggy Fido and sleek Titty can toast their noses at the bars. Let us heap the coals of kindness upon the fire, throw on your pleasant words, your gentle pressures of the hand, your thoughtful and unselfish deeds, fan it with good humour, patience, and forbearance. You can let the wind blow and the rain fall unheeded then, for your hearth will be warm and bright, and the faces round it will make sunshine in spite of the clouds without. I am afraid, dear Edwin and Angelina, you expect too much from love. You think there is enough of your little hearts to feed this fierce, devouring passion for all your long lives. Ah, young folk, don't rely too much upon that unsteady flicker. It will dwindle and dwindle as the months roll on, and there is no replenishing the fuel. You will watch it die out in anger and disappointment. To each it will seem that it is the other who is growing colder. Edwin sees with bitterness that Angelina no longer runs to the gate to meet him, all smiles and blushes. And when he has a cough now, she doesn't begin to cry and, putting her arms round his neck, say that she cannot live without him. The most she will probably do is to suggest a lozenge, and even that in a tone implying that it is the noise more than anything else she is anxious to get rid of. Poor little Angelina, too, sheds silent tears, for Edwin has given up carrying her old handkerchief in the inside pocket of his waistcoat. Both are astonished at the falling off in the other one, but neither sees their own change. If they did, they would not suffer as they do. They would look for the cause in the right quarter, in the littleness of poor human nature, join hands over their common failing, and start building their house anew on a more earthly and enduring foundation.
but we are so blind to our own shortcomings, so wide awake to those of others. Everything that happens to us is always the other person's fault. Angelina would have gone on loving Edwin forever and ever, if only Edwin had not grown so strange and different. Edwin would have adored Angelina through eternity, if Angelina had only remained the same as when he first adored her. It is a cheerless hour for you both when the lamp of love has gone out and the fire of affection is not yet lit, and you have to grope about in the cold, raw dawn of life to kindle it. God grant it catches light before the day is too far spent. Many sit shivering by the dead coals till night come. But there, of what use is it to preach? Who that feels the rush of young love through his veins can think it will ever flow feeble and slow? To the boy of 20 it seems impossible that he will not love as wildly at 60 as he does then. He cannot call to mind any middle-aged or elderly gentleman of his acquaintance who is known to exhibit symptoms of frantic attachment, but that does not interfere in his belief in himself. His love will never fall, whoever else's may. Nobody ever loved as he loves, and so, of course, the rest of the world's experience can be no guide in his case. Alas, alas, ere 30 he has joined the ranks of the sneerers. It is not his fault. Our passions, both the good and bad, cease with our blushes. We do not hate, nor grieve, nor joy, nor despair in our 30s like we did in our teens. Disappointment does not suggest suicide, and we quaff success without intoxication. We take all things in a minor key as we grow older. There are few majestic passages in the later acts of life's opera. Ambition takes a less ambitious aim. Honour becomes more reasonable and conveniently adapts itself to circumstances. And love dies. Irreverence for the dreams of youth soon creep like a killing frost upon our hearts. The tender shoots and the expanding flowers are nipped and withered, and of a vine that yearned to stretch its tendrils round the world, there is left but a sapless stump. My fair friends will deem all this rank heresy, I know. So far from a man's not loving after he has passed boyhood, it is not till there is a good deal of grey in his hair that they think his protestations at all worthy of attention. Young ladies take their notions of our sex from the novels written by their own, and compared with the monstrosities that masquerade for men in the pages of that nightmare literature, Pythagoras' plucked bird and Frankenstein's demon were fair average specimens of humanity. In these so-called books, the chief lover, or Greek god, as he is admiringly referred to, by the way, they do not say which Greek god it is that the gentleman bears such a striking likeness to. It might be humpbacked Vulcan, or double-faced Janus, or even drivelling Silenus, the god of abstruse mysteries. He resembles the whole family of them, however, in being a blackguard, and perhaps this is what is meant. To even the little manliness his classical prototypes possessed, though, he can lay no claim whatever, being a listless, effeminate noodle on the shady side of 40. But, oh, the depth and strength of this elderly party's emotion for some bread and butter schoolgirl. Hide your heads, ye young Romeos and Leanders. This blasé old beau loves with an hysterical fervour that requires 4 adjectives to every noun to properly describe. It is well, dear ladies, for us old sinners that you study only books. Did you read Mankind, you would know that the lad's shy stammering tells a truer tale than our bold eloquence. A boy's love comes from a full heart. A man's is more often the result of a full stomach. Indeed, A man's sluggish current may not be called love, compared with the rushing fountain that wells up when a boy's heart is struck with the heavenly rod. If you would taste love, drink of the pure stream that youth pours out at your feet. Do not wait till it has become a muddy river before you stoop to catch its waves. Or is it that you like its bitter flavour, that the clear, limpid water is insipid to your palate, and that the pollution of its aftercourse gives it a relish to your lips? Must we believe those who tell us that a hand foul with the filth of a shameful life is the only one a young girl cares to be caressed by? That is the teaching that is bawled out day by day from between those yellow covers. Do they ever pause to think, I wonder, those devil's lady-helps, what mischief they are doing, crawling about God's garden and telling childish Eves and silly Adams that sin is sweet and that decency is ridiculous and vulgar? How many an innocent girl do they not degrade into an evil-minded woman? To how many a weak lad do they not point out the dirty bypath as the shortest cut to a maiden's heart? It is not as if they wrote of life as it really is. Speak truth, and right will take care of itself. But their pictures are coarse daubs painted from the sickly fancies of their own diseased imagination. We would want to think of women not as their own sex would show them, as lowliers luring us to destruction, but as good angels beckoning us upwards. They have more power for good or evil than they dream of. It is just at the very age when a man's character is forming that he tumbles into love, and then the lass he loves has the making or marring of him. Unconsciously he moulds himself to what she would have him, good or bad. I am sorry to have to be ungallant enough to say that I do not think that they always use their influence for the best. Too often the female world is bounded hard and fast within the limits of the commonplace. Their ideal hero is a prince of littleness, and to become that, many a powerful mind, enchanted by love, is lost to life and use and name and fame. And yet, women, you could make us so much better if you only would. It rests with you more than all the preachers to roll this world a little nearer heaven. Chivalry is not dead. It only sleeps for want of work to do. It is you who must wake it to noble deeds. You must be worthy of knightly worship. You must be higher than ourselves. It was for Una that the Red Cross Knight did war. For no painted, mincing court dame could the dragon have been slain. O, ladies fair, be fair in mind and soul as well as face, so that brave knights may win glory in your service. O, woman, throw off your disguising cloaks of selfishness, effrontery, and affectation. Stand forth once more a queen in your royal robe of simple purity. 1,000 swords, now rusting in ignoble sloth, shall leap from their scabbards to do battle for your honour against wrong. 1,000 Sir Rowlands shall lay lance in rest, and fear, avarice, pleasure, and ambition shall go down in the dust before your colours. What noble deeds were we not ripe for in the days when we loved? What noble lives could we not have lived for her sake? Our love was a religion we could have died for. It was no mere human creature like ourselves that we adored. It was a queen that we paid homage to, a goddess that we worshipped. And how madly we did worship, and how sweet it was to worship. Ah, lad, cherish love's young dream while it lasts. You will know too soon how truly little Tom Moore sang when he said that there was nothing half so sweet in life. Even when it brings misery, it is a wild, romantic misery, all unlike the dull, worldly pain of after sorrows.
When you have lost her, when the light is gone out from your life, and the world stretches before you a long, dark horror, even then a half-enchantment mingles with your despair. And who would not risk its terrors to gain its raptures? Ah, what raptures they were! The mere recollection thrills you. How delicious it was to tell her that you loved her, and that you lived for her, and that you would die for her. How you did rave, to be sure, what floods of extravagant nonsense you poured forth, and oh, how cruel it was of her to pretend not to believe you. In what awe you stood of her, how miserable you were when you had offended her, and yet how pleasant to be bullied by her and to sue for pardon without having the slightest notion of what your fault was. How dark the world was when she snubbed you, as she often did, the little rogue, just to see you look wretched. How sunny when she smiled. How jealous you were of everyone about her. How you hated every man she shook hands with, every woman she kissed, the maid that did her hair, the boy that cleaned her shoes, the dog she nursed, though you had to be respectful to the last named. How you looked forward to seeing her. How stupid you were when you did see her, staring at her without saying a word. How impossible it was for you to go out at any time of the day or night without finding yourself eventually opposite her windows. You hadn't pluck enough to go in, but you hung about the corner and gazed at the outside. Oh, if the house had only caught fire! It was insured, so it wouldn't have mattered, and you could have rushed in and saved at the risk of your life and have been terribly burned and injured. Anything to serve her, even in little things that was so sweet. How you would watch her, spaniel-like, to anticipate her slightest wish. How proud you were to do her bidding. How delightful it was to be ordered about by her. To devote your whole life to her and to never think of yourself seemed such a simple thing. You would go without a holiday to lay a humble offering at her shrine, and felt more than repaid if she only deigned to accept it. How precious to you was everything that she had hallowed by her touch, her little glove, the ribbon she had worn, the rose that had nestled in her hair, and whose withered leaves still mark the poems you never care to look at now. And oh, how beautiful she was, how wondrous beautiful! It was as some angel entering the room, and all else became plain and earthly. She was too sacred to be touched. It seemed almost presumption to gaze at her. You would as soon have thought of kissing her as of singing comic songs in a cathedral. It was desecration enough to kneel and timidly raise the gracious little hand to your lips. Ah, those foolish days when we were unselfish and pure-minded, those foolish days when our simple hearts were full of truth and faith and reverence. Ah, those foolish days of noble longings and of noble strivings. And oh, these wise, clever days when we know that money is the only prize worth striving for, when we believe in nothing else but meanness and lies, when we care for no living creature but ourselves. End of Being in Love by Jerome K. Jerome. On Cats and Dogs by Jerome K. Jerome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Thomlinson. On Cats and Dogs. What I suffered from them this morning, no tongue can tell. It began with Gustavus Adolphus, they call him Gusty downstairs for short, is a very good sort of dog when he's in the middle of a large field or on a fairly extensive common, but I won't have him indoors. He means well, but this house is not his size. He stretches himself and overgo 2 chairs and a whatnot. He wags his tail, and the room looks as if a devastating army had marched through it. He breathes, and it puts the fire out. At dinner time, he creeps in under the table, lies there for a while, and then gets up suddenly. The first intimation we have of his movements being given by the table, which appears animated by a desire to turn somersaults. We all clutch at it frantically and endeavour to maintain it in a horizontal position, whereupon his struggles, he being under the impression that some wicked conspiracy is being hatched against him, become fearful, and the final picture presented is generally that of an overturned table and a smashed-up dinner sandwiched between two sprawling layers of infuriated men and women. He came in this morning in his usual style, which he appears to have founded on that of an American cyclone, and the first thing he did was to sweep my coffee cup off the table with his tail, sending the contents full into the middle of my waistcoat. I rose from my chair hurriedly and, remarking, approached him at a rapid rate. He preceded me in the direction of the door. At the door he met Eliza coming in with eggs. Eliza observed, "Oh," and sat down on the floor. The eggs took up different positions about the carpet, where they spread themselves out, and Gustavus Adolphus left the room. I called after him, strongly advising him to go straight downstairs and not let me see him again for the next hour or so, and he, seeming to agree with me, dodged the coal scoop and went, while I returned, dried myself and finished breakfast. I made sure that he had gone into the yard, but when I looked into the passage 10 minutes later, he was sitting at the top of the stairs. I ordered him down at once, but he only barked and jumped about, so I went to see what was the matter. It was Tittums. She was sitting on the top stair but one, and wouldn't let him pass. Tittums is our kitten. She's about the size of a penny roll. Her back was up, and she was swearing like a medical student. She does swear fearfully. I do a little that way myself sometimes, but I am a mere amateur compared with her. To tell you the truth, mind, this is strictly between ourselves, please. I shouldn't like your wife to know I said it. The women folk don't understand these things. But between you and me, you know, I think it does a man good to swear. Swearing is the safety valve through which the bad temper that might otherwise do serious internal injury to his mental mechanism escapes in harmless vapouring. When a man has said, "Bless you, my dear, sweet sir, what the sun, moon and stars made you so carelessly, if I may be permitted the expression, as to allow your light and delicate foot to descend upon my corn with so much force? Is it that you are physically incapable of comprehending the direction in which you are proceeding, you nice, clever young man, you?" Or words to that effect. He feels better. Swearing has the same soothing effect upon our angry passions that smashing the furniture or slamming the front door is so well known to exercise, adding to which it is much cheaper. Swearing clears a man out like a pennyworth of gunpowder does the wash-house chimney. An occasional explosion is good for both. I rather distrust a man who never swears, or savagely kicks the footstool, or pokes the fire with unnecessary violence. Without some outlet, the anger caused by the ever-occurring troubles of life is apt to rankle and fester within. The petty annoyance, instead of being thrown from us, sits down beside us and becomes a sorrow. And the little offence is brooded over till, in the hot bed of rumination, it grows into a great injury under whose poisonous shadow springs up hatred and revenge. Swearing relieves the feelings. That is what swearing does. I explained this to my aunt on one occasion, but it didn't answer with her. She said I had no business to have such feelings. That is what I told Tittums. I told her she ought to be ashamed of herself, brought up in a Christian family as she was, too. I don't so much mind hearing an old cat swear, but I can't bear to see a mere kitten give way to it. It seems sad in one so young. I put Tittums in my pocket and returned to my desk. I forgot her for the moment, and when I looked I found she had squirmed out of my pocket onto the table and was trying to swallow the pen. Then she put her leg into the ink pot and upset it. Then she licked her leg. Then she swore again. At me this time. I put her down on the floor, and there Tim began rowing with her. I do wish Tim would mind his own business. It was no concern of his what she had been doing. Besides, he is not a saint himself. He is only a 2-year-old fox terrier, and he interferes with everything and gives himself the airs of a grey-headed Scotch collie. Tittum's mother has come in, and Tim has got his nose scratched, for which I am remarkably glad. I've put them all three out in the passage, where they are fighting at the present moment. I'm in a mess with the ink and in a thundering bad temper, and if anything more in the cat and dog line comes fooling about me this morning, it had better bring its own funeral contractor with it. Yet, in general, I like cats and dogs very much indeed. What jolly chaps they are! They are much superior to human beings as companions. They do not quarrel or argue with you. They never talk about themselves, but listen to you while you talk about yourself, and keep up an appearance of being interested in the conversation. They never make stupid remarks. They never observe to Miss Brown across a dinner table that they always understood she was very sweet on Mr. Jones, who has just married Miss Robinson. They never mistake your wife's cousin for her husband and fancy that you are the father-in-law. And they never ask a young author with 14 tragedies, 16 comedies, 7 farces, and a couple of burlesques in his desk why he doesn't write a play. They never say unkind things. They never tell us of our faults, merely for our own good. They do not, at inconvenient moments, mildly remind us of our past follies and mistakes. They do not say, "Oh, yes, a lot of use you are if you are ever really wanted," sarcastic-like. They never inform us, like our immemoriators sometimes do, that we are not nearly so nice as we used to be. We are always the same to them. They are always glad to see us. They are with us in all our humours. They are merry when we are glad, sober when we feel solemn, and sad when we are sorrowful. "Hello, happy and want a lark?" "Right, you are. I'm your man. Here I am, frisking around you, leaping, barking, pirouetting, ready for any amount of fun and mischief. Look at my eyes if you doubt me. What shall it be, a romp in the drawing-room, and never mind the furniture, or a scamper in the fresh, cool air, a scud across the fields and down the hill? And won't we let old Gaffer Goggles Geese know what time of day it is, neither? Whoop, come along. Or you'd like to be quiet and think. Very well. Pussy can sit on the arm of the chair and purr, and Montmorency will curl himself up on the rug and blink at the fire, yet keeping one eye on you the while, in case you are seized with any sudden desire in the direction of rats. And when we bury our face in our hands and wish we had never been born, they don't sit up very straight and observe that we have brought it all upon ourselves. They don't even hope it will be a warning to us, but they come up softly and shove their heads against us. If it is a cat, she stands on your shoulder, rumples your hair and says, "Law, I am sorry for you, old man," as plain as words can speak. And if it is a dog, he looks up at you with his big, true eyes and says with them, "Well, you've always got me, you know. We'll go through the world together and always stand by each other, won't we?" He is very imprudent, a dog is. He never makes it his business to inquire whether you are in the right or in the wrong, never bothers as to whether you are going up or down upon life's ladder, never asks whether you are rich or poor, silly or wise, sinner or saint. You are his pal. That is enough for him. And come luck or misfortune, a good repute or bad, honour or shame, he is going to stick to you, to comfort you, guard you, and give his life for you if need be. Foolish, brainless, soulless dog. "Ah, old staunch friend, with your deep, clear eyes and bright, quick glances that take in all one has to say before one has had time to speak it. Do you know you are only an animal and have no mind? Do you know that dull-eyed, gin-sodden lout leaning against the post out there is immeasurably your intellectual superior? Do you know that every little-minded, selfish scoundrel who lives by cheating and tricking, who never did a gentle deed or said a kind word, who never had a thought that was not mean and low, or a desire that was not base, whose every action is a fraud, whose every utterance is a lie, do you know that these crawling skulks, and there are millions of them in the world, do you know they are all as much superior to you as the sun is superior to rushlight, you honourable, brave-hearted, unselfish brute? They are men, you know, and men are the greatest, the noblest and wisest, and the best things in the whole vast eternal universe. Any man will tell you that. Yes, poor doggy, you are very stupid indeed compared with us clever men, who understand all about politics and philosophy, and who know everything, in short, except what we are, and where we came from, and whither we are going, and what everything outside this tiny world, and most things in it, are. Never mind, though, pussy and doggy, we like you both all the better for your being stupid. We all like stupid things. Men can't bear clever women, and a woman's ideal man is someone she can call a dear old stupid. It is so pleasant to come across people more stupid than ourselves. We love them at once for being so. The world must be rather a rough place for clever people. Ordinary folks dislike them, and as for themselves, they hate each other most cordially. But there, the clever people are such a very insignificant minority that it really doesn't much matter if they are unhappy. So long as the foolish people can be made comfortable, the world as a whole will get on tolerably well. Cats have the credit of being more worldly wise than dogs, of looking more after their own interests and being less blindly devoted to those of their friends. And we men and women are naturally shocked at such selfishness. Cats certainly do love a family that has a carpet in the kitchen more than a family that has not. And if there are many children about, they prefer to spend their leisure time next door. But taken altogether, cats are libelled. Make a friend of one and she will stick to you through thick and thin. All the cats that I have had have been most firm comrades. I had a cat once that used to follow me about everywhere, until it even got quite embarrassing, and I had to beg her, as a personal favour, not to accompany me any further down the high street. She used to sit up for me when I was late home and meet me in the passage. It made me feel quite like a married man, except that she never asked where I had been, and then didn't believe me when I told her. Another cat I had used to get drunk regularly every day. She would hang about for hours outside the cellar door, for the purpose of sneaking in on the first opportunity and lapping up the drippings from the beer cask. I do not mention this habit of hers in praise of the species, but merely to show how almost human some of them are. If the transmigration of souls is a fact, this animal was certainly qualifying most rapidly for a Christian, for her vanity was only second to her love of drink. Whenever she caught a particularly big rat, she would bring it up into the room where we were all sitting, lay the corpse down in the midst of us, and wait to be praised. Lord, how the girls used to scream. Poor rats, they seem only to exist so that cats and dogs may gain credit for killing them, and chemists make a fortune by inventing specialities in poison for their destruction. And yet there is something fascinating about them. There is a weirdness and uncanniness attached to them. They are so cunning and strong, so terrible in their numbers, so cruel, so secret. They swarm in deserted houses, where the broken casements hang rotting to the crumbling wall, and the doors swing creaking on their rusty hinges. They know the sinking ship, and leave her, no one knows how or whither. They whisper to each other in their hiding places how a doom will fall upon the hall, and the great name die forgotten. They do fearful deeds in ghastly charnel houses. No tale of horror is complete without the rats. In stories of ghosts and murderers, they scamper through the echoing rooms, and the gnawing of their teeth is heard behind the wainscot, and their gleaming eyes peer through the holes in the worm-eaten tapestry, and they scream in shrill, unearthly notes in the dead of night, while the moaning wind sweeps, sobbing, around the ruined turret towers, and passes wailing like a woman through the chambers bare and tenantless. And dying prisoners in their loathsome dungeons see through the horrid gloom their small red eyes, like glittering coals, hear in the death-like silence the rush of their claw-like feet, and start up shrieking in the darkness and watch through the awful night. I love to read tales about rats. They make my flesh creep so. I like that tale of Bishop Hatto and the rats. The wicked bishop, you know, had ever so much corn stored in his granaries and would not let the starving people touch it. But when they prayed for him for food, gathered them together in his barn, and then shutting the door on them, set fire to the place and burned them all to death. But next day there came thousands upon thousands of rats sent to do judgment on him. Then Bishop Hatto fled to his strong tower that stood in the middle of the Rhine, and barred himself in and fancied he was safe. But the rats, they swam the river, they gnawed their way through the thick stone walls, and ate him alive where he sat. They have whetted their teeth against the stones, and now they pick the bishop's bones. They gnawed the flesh from every limb, for they were sent to do judgment on him. Oh, it's a lovely tale. And there is the story of the Pied Piper of Hamelin, how first he piped the rats away, and afterwards, when the mayor broke faith with him, drew all the children along with him and went into the mountain. What a curious old legend that is. I wonder what it means, or has it any meaning at all? There seems something strange and deep lying hid beneath the rippling rhyme. It haunts me, that picture of the quaint, mysterious old piper piping through Hamelin's narrow streets, and the children following with dancing feet and thoughtful, eager faces. The old folks try to stay them, but the children pay no heed. They hear the weird, witched music and must follow. The games are left unfinished, and the playthings drop from their careless hands. They know not whither they are hastening. The mystic music calls to them, and they follow, heedless and unasking where. It stirs and vibrates in their hearts, and other sounds grow faint. So they wander through Pied Piper Street away from Hamelin town. I get thinking sometimes if the Pied Piper is really dead, or if he may not still be roaming up and down our streets and lanes, but playing now so softly that only the children hear him. Why do the little faces look so grave and solemn when they pause a while from romping and stand, deep wrapped, with straining eyes? They only shake their curly heads and dart back laughing to their playmates when we question them. But I fancy myself they have been listening to the magic music of the old Pied Piper, and perhaps with those bright eyes of theirs have even seen his odd, fantastic figure gliding unnoticed through the whirl and throng. Even we grown-up children hear his piping now and then, but the yearning notes are very far away, and the noisy, blustering world is always bellowing so loud it drowns the dreamlike melody. One day the sweet, sad strains will sound out full and clear, and then we too shall, like the little children, throw our playthings all aside and follow. The loving hands will be stretched out to stay us, and the voices we have learned to listen for will cry to us to stop, but we shall push the fond arms gently back and pass out through the sorrowing house and through the open door. For the wild, strange music will be ringing in our hearts, and we shall know the meaning of its song by then. I wish people could love animals without getting maudlin over them, as so many do. Women are the most hardened offenders in such respects. But even our intellectual sex often degrade pets into nuisances by absurd idolatry. There are the gushing young ladies who, having read David Copperfield, have thereupon sought out a small, long-haired dog of nondescript breed, possessed of an irritating habit of criticising a man's trousers, and of finally commenting upon the same by a sniff, indicative of contempt and disgust. They talk sweet girlish prattle to this animal, when there is anyone near enough to overhear them, and they kiss its nose and put its unwashed head up against their cheek in a most touching manner, though I have noticed that these caresses are principally performed when there are young men hanging about. Then there are the old ladies who worship a fat poodle, scant of breath and full of fleas. I knew a couple of elderly spinsters once who had a sort of German sausage on legs, which they called a dog between them. They used to wash its face with warm water every morning. It had a mutton cutlet regularly for breakfast, and on Sundays when one of the ladies went to church, the other always stopped at home to keep the dog company. There are many families where the whole interest of life is centred upon the dog. Cats, by the way, rarely suffer from excess of adulation. A cat possesses a very fair sense of the ridiculous and will put her paw down kindly but firmly upon any nonsense of this kind. Dogs, however, seem to like it. They encourage their owners in the tomfoolery, and the consequence is that in the circles I am speaking of, what dear Fido has done, does do, will do, won't do, can do, can't do, was doing, is going to do, shall do, shan't do, and is about to be going to have done, is the continual theme of discussion from morning till night. All the conversation, consisting, as it does, of the very dregs of imbecility, is addressed to this confounded animal. The family sit in a row all day long, watching him, commenting upon his actions, telling each other anecdotes about him, recalling his virtues, and remembering with tears how one day they lost him for 2 whole hours, on which occasion he was brought home in a most brutal manner by the butcher boy, who had been met carrying him by the scruff of his neck with one hand while soundly cuffing his head with the other. After recovering from these bitter recollections, they vie with each other in bursts of admiration for the brute, until some more than usually enthusiastic member, unable any longer to control his feelings, swoops down upon the unhappy quadruped in a frenzy of affection, clenches it to his heart and slobbers over it, whereupon the others, mad with envy, rise up and, seizing as much of the dog as the greed of the first one has left to them, murmur praise and devotion. Among these people everything is done through the dog. If you want to make love to the eldest daughter, or get the old man to lend you the garden roller, or the mother to subscribe to the Society for the Suppression of Solo Cornet Players in Theatrical Orchestras, it's a pity there isn't one anyhow, you have to begin with the dog. You must gain its approbation before they will even listen to you. And if, as is highly probable, the animal, whose frank doggy nature has been warped by the unnatural treatment he has received, responds to your overtures of friendship by viciously snapping at you, your cause is lost forever. If Fido won't take to anyone, the father has thoughtfully remarked beforehand, I say that man is not to be trusted. You know, Maria, how often I have said that. Ah, he knows, bless him. Drat him. And to think that the surly brute was once an innocent puppy, all legs and head, full of fun and play and burning with ambition to become a big, good dog and bark like mother. Ah me, life sadly changes us all. The world seems a vast horrible grinding machine into which what is fresh and bright and pure is pushed at one end, to come out old and crabbed and wrinkled at the other. Look even at Pussy Sobersides, with her dull, sleepy glance, her grave, slow walk, and dignified, prudish airs. Who could ever think that once she was the blue-eyed, whirling, scampering, head over heels, mad little firework that we call a kitten? What marvellous vitality a kitten has! It is really something very beautiful the way life bubbles over in the little creatures. They rush about and mew and spring, dance on their hind legs, embrace everything with their front ones, roll over and over, lie on their backs and kick. They don't know what to do with themselves. They are so full of life. Can you remember, reader, when you and I felt something of the same sort of thing? Can you remember those glorious days of fresh young manhood? How when coming home along the moonlit road we felt too full of life for sober walking, and had to spring and skip and wave our arms and shout till belated farmers' wives thought, and with good reason too, that we were mad, and kept close to the hedge while we stood and laughed aloud to see them scuttle off so fast, and made their blood run cold with a wild parting whoop, and the tears came, we knew not why. Oh, that magnificent young life that crowned us kings of the earth, that rushed through every tingling vein till we seemed to walk on air, that thrilled through our throbbing brains and told us to go forth and conquer the whole world, that welled up in our young hearts till we longed to stretch out our arms and gather all the toiling men and women and the little children to our breast and love them all, all. Ah, they were grand days, those deep full days, when our coming life, like an unseen organ, pealed strange, yearnful music in our hearts, and our young blood cried out like a war horse for the battle. Ah, our pulse beats slow and steady now, and our old joints are rheumatic, and we love our easy chair and pipe, and sneer at boys' enthusiasm. But oh, for one brief moment of that godlike life again. End of On Cats and Dogs by Jerome K. Jerome. On the Weather by Jerome K. Jerome. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Things do go so contrary-like with me. I wanted to hit upon an especially novel, out-of-the-way subject for one of these articles. I will write one paper about something altogether new, I said to myself. Something that nobody else has ever written or talked about before, and then I can have it all my own way. And I went about for days trying to think of something of this kind, and I couldn't. And Mrs. Cutting, our charwoman, came yesterday. I don't mind mentioning her name because I know she will not see this book. She would not look at such a frivolous publication. She never reads anything but the Bible and Lloyd's Weekly News. All other literature she considers unnecessary and sinful. She said, "Law, sir, you do look worried." I said, "Mrs. Cutting, I am trying to think of a subject the discussion of which will come upon the world in the nature of a startler, some subject upon which no previous human being has ever said a word, some subject that will attract by its novelty, invigorate by its surprising freshness." She laughed and said I was a funny gentleman. That's my luck again. When I make serious observations, people chuckle. When I attempt a joke, nobody sees it. I had a beautiful one last week. I thought it was so good, and I worked it up and brought it in artfully at a dinner party. I forget how exactly, but we had been talking about the attitude of Shakespeare towards the Reformation, and I said something and immediately added, "Ah, that reminds me, such a funny thing happened the other day in Whitechapel." "Oh," said they, "and what was that?" "Oh, 'twas awfully funny," I replied, beginning to giggle myself. "It will make you roar," and I told them. There was dead silence when I finished. It was one of those long jokes too, and then at last somebody said, "And that was the joke?" I assured them that it was, and they were very polite and took my word for it, all but one old gentleman at the other end of the table who wanted to know which was the joke, what he said to her or what she said to him, and we argued it out. Some people are too much the other way. I knew a fellow once whose natural tendency to laugh at everything was so strong that if you wanted to talk seriously to him, you had to explain beforehand that what you were going to say would not be amusing. Unless you got him to clearly understand this, he would go off into fits of merriment over every word you uttered. I have known him, on being asked the time, stop short in the middle of the road, slap his leg and burst into a roar of laughter. One never dared say anything really funny to that man. A good joke would have killed him on the spot. In the present instance, I vehemently repudiated the accusation of frivolity and pressed Mrs. Cutting for practical ideas. She then became thoughtful and hazarded samplers, saying that she never heard them spoken much of now, but that they used to be all the rage when she was a girl. I declined samplers and begged her to think again. She pondered a long while with a tea tray in her hands, and at last suggested the weather, which she was sure had been most trying of late. And ever since that idiotic suggestion, I've been unable to get the weather out of my thoughts or anything else in. It certainly is most wretched weather. At all events, it is so now at the time I am writing, and if it isn't particularly unpleasant when I come to be read, it soon will be. It always is wretched weather according to us. The weather is like the government, always in the wrong. In summertime we say it's stifling, in winter that it is killing. In spring and autumn we find fault with it for being neither one thing nor the other, and wish it would make up its mind. If it is fine, we say the country is being ruined for want of rain. If it does rain, we pray for fine weather. If December passes without snow, we indignantly demand to know what has become of our good old-fashioned winters, and talk as if we'd been cheated out of something we had bought and paid for. And when it does snow, our language is a disgrace to a Christian nation. We shall never be content until each man makes his own weather and keeps it to himself. If that cannot be arranged, we would rather do without it altogether. Yet I think it is only to us in cities that all weather is so unwelcome. In her own home, the country, nature is sweet in all her moods. What can be more beautiful than the snow, falling big with mystery and silent softness, decking the fields and trees with white, as if for a fairy wedding? And how delightful is a walk when the frozen ground rings beneath our swinging tread, when our blood tingles in the rare, keen air, and the sheepdog's distant bark and children's laughter peals faintly clear like alpine bells across the open hills, and then skating, scudding with wings asteel across the swaying ice, making whirring music as we fly. And oh, how dainty is spring, nature as sweet 18. When the little hopeful leaves peep out so fresh and green, so pure and bright, like young lives pushing shyly out into the bustling world. When the fruit tree blossoms, pink and white, like village maidens in their Sunday frocks, hide each whitewashed cottage in a cloud of fragile splendour, and the cuckoo's note upon the breeze is wafted through the woods. And summer with its deep, dark green and drowsy hum, when the raindrops whisper solemn secrets to the listening leaves, and the twilight lingers in the lanes. And autumn, ah, how sadly fair, with its golden glow and the dying grandeur of its tinted woods, its blood-red sunsets and its ghostly evening mists, with its busy murmur of reapers, and its laden orchards, and the calling of the gleaners, and the festivals of praise. The very rain and sleet and hail seem only nature's useful servants when found doing their simple duties in the country, and the east wind himself is nothing worse than a boisterous friend when we meet him between the hedgerows. But in the city, where the painted stucco blisters under the smoky sun, and the sooty rain brings slush and mud, and the snow lies piled in dirty heaps, and the chill blasts whistle down dingy streets and shriek round flaring gas-lit corners, no face of nature charms us. Weather in towns is like a skylark in a counting-house, out of place and in the way. Towns ought to be covered in, warmed by hot water pipes, and lighted by electricity. The weather is a country lass and does not appear to advantage in town. We liked well enough to flirt with her in the hayfield, but she does not seem so fascinating when we meet her in Pall Mall. There is too much of her there. The frank, free laugh and the hearty voice that sounded so pleasant in the dairy jars against the artificiality of town-bred life, and her ways become exceedingly trying. Just lately she has been favouring us with almost incessant rain for about 3 weeks, and I am a demmed, damp, moist, unpleasant body, as Mr. Mantalani puts it. Our next-door neighbour comes out in the back garden every now and then and says it's doing the country a world of good. Not his coming out into the back garden, but the weather. He doesn't understand anything about it, but ever since he started a cucumber frame last summer, he has regarded himself in the light of an agriculturalist, and talks in this absurd way with the idea of impressing the rest of the terrace with the notion that he is a retired farmer. I can only hope that for this once he is correct, and that the weather really is doing something good to something, because it is doing me a considerable amount of damage. It is spoiling both my clothes and my temper. The latter I can afford, as I have a good supply of it, but it wounds me to the quick to see my dear old hats and trousers sinking, prematurely worn and aged, beneath the cold world's blasts and snows. There is my new spring suit too. A beautiful suit it was, and now it is hanging up so bespattered with mud I can't bear to look at it. That was Jim's fault, that was. I should never have gone out in it that night if it had not been for him. I was just trying it on when he came in. He threw up his arms with a wild yell the moment he caught sight of it, and exclaimed that he had got 'em again. I said, "Does it fit all right behind?" "Spiffin, old man," he replied. And then he wanted to know if I was coming out. I said no at first, but he overruled me. He said that a man with a suit like that had no right to stop indoors. "Every citizen," said he, "owes a duty to the public. Each one should contribute to the general happiness as far as lies in his power. Come out and give the girls a treat." Jim is slangy. I don't know where he picks it up. It certainly is not from me. I said, "Do you think it will really please them?" He said it would be like a day in the country to them. That decided me. It was a lovely evening, and I went. When I got home I undressed and rubbed myself down with whisky, put my feet in hot water and a mustard plaster on my chest, had a basin of gruel and a glass of hot brandy and water, tallowed my nose, and went to bed. These prompt and vigorous measures, aided by a naturally strong constitution, were the means of preserving my life. But as for the suit, well, there, it isn't a suit, it's a splashboard. And I did fancy that suit too, but that's just the way. I never do get particularly fond of anything in this world, but what something dreadful happens to it. I had a tame rat when I was a boy, and I loved that animal as only a boy would love an old water rat. And one day it fell into a large dish of gooseberry fool that was standing to cool in the kitchen, and nobody knew what had become of the poor creature until the second helping. I do hate wet weather in town. At least, it's not so much the wet as the mud that I object to. Somehow or other I seem to possess an irresistible, alluring power over mud. I have only to show myself in the street on a muddy day to be half smothered by it. It all comes of being so attractive, as the old lady said when she was struck by lightning. Other people can go out on dirty days and walk about for hours without getting a speck upon themselves, while if I go across the road I come back a perfect disgrace to be seen, as in my boyish days my poor dear mother tried often to tell me. If there were only one dab of mud to be found in the whole of London, I am convinced I should carry it off from all competitors. I wish I could return the affection, but I fear I never shall be able to. I have a horror of what they call the London particular. I feel miserable and muggy all through a dirty day, and it is quite a relief to pull one's clothes off and get into bed, out of the way of it all. Everything goes wrong in wet weather. I don't know how it is, but there always seem to me to be more people and dogs and perambulators and cabs and carts about in wet weather than at any other time, and they all get in your way more, and everybody is so disagreeable, except myself, and it does make me so wild. And then, too, sometimes I always find myself carrying more things in wet weather than in dry, and when you have a bag and 3 parcels and a newspaper, and it suddenly comes on to rain, you can't open your umbrella. Which reminds me of another phase of the weather that I can't bear, and that is April weather, so called because it always comes in May. Poets think it very nice. As it does not know its own mind 5 minutes together, they liken it to a woman, and it is supposed to be very charming on that account. I don't appreciate it myself. Such lightning change business may all be very agreeable to a girl. It is no doubt highly delightful to have to do with a person who grins one moment about nothing at all and snivels the next for precisely the same cause, and who then giggles and then sulks, and who is rude and affectionate and bad-tempered and jolly and boisterous and silent and passionate and cold and standoffish and flopping all in 1 minute. Mind, I don't say this, it is those poets, and they are supposed to be the connoisseurs of this sort of thing. But in the weather, the disadvantages of the system are more apparent. A woman's tears do not make one wet, but the rain does, and her coldness does not lay the foundation of asthma and rheumatism, as the east wind is apt to. I can prepare for and put up with a regularly bad day, but these ha'porths of all sorts kinds of days do not suit me. It aggravates me to see a bright blue sky above me when I am walking along wet through, and there is something so exasperating about the way the sun comes out smiling after a drenching shower and seems to say, "Lord love you, you don't mean to say you're wet." Well, I am surprised. Why, it was only my fun. They don't give you time to open or shut your umbrella in an English April, especially if it is an automation one. The umbrella, I mean, not the April. I bought an automation once in April, and did I have a time with it. I wanted an umbrella, and I went into a shop in the Strand and told them so, and they said, "Yes, sir, what sort of umbrella would you like?" I said I would like one that would keep the rain off, and that would not allow itself to be left behind in a railway carriage. "Try an automation," said the shopman. "What's an automation?" said I. "Oh, it's a beautiful arrangement," replied the man, with a touch of enthusiasm. "It opens and shuts itself." I bought one and found that he was quite correct. It did open and shut itself. I had no control over it whatsoever. When it began to rain, which it did that season every alternate 5 minutes, I used to try and get the machine to open, but it would not budge. And then I used to stand and struggle with the wretched thing and shake it and swear at it while the rain poured down in torrents. Then the moment the rain ceased, the absurd thing would go up suddenly with a jerk and would not come down again. And I had to walk about under a bright blue sky with an umbrella over my head, wishing that it would come on to rain again so that it might not seem that I was insane. When it did shut, it did so unexpectedly and knocked one's hat off. I don't know why it should be so, but it is an undeniable fact that there is nothing makes a man look so supremely ridiculous as losing his hat. The feeling of helpless misery that shoots down one's back on suddenly becoming aware that one's head is bare is among the most bitter ills that flesh is heir to. And then there is the wild chase after it, accompanied by an excitable small dog,
who thinks it is a game, and in the course of which you are certain to upset 3 or 4 innocent children, to say nothing of their mothers, butt a fat old gentleman on to the top of a perambulator, and carrom off a ladies' seminary into the arms of a wet sweep. After this, the idiotic hilarity of the spectators and the disreputable appearance of the hat, when recovered, appear but of minor importance. Altogether, what between March winds, April showers, and the entire absence of May flowers, spring is not a success in cities. It is all very well in the country, as I said, but in towns whose population is anything over 10,000, it most certainly ought to be abolished. In the world's grim workshops, it is like the children, out of place. Neither shows to advantage amid the dust and din. It seems so sad to see the little dirt-grimed brats try to play in the noisy courts and muddy streets. Poor little uncared-for, unwanted human atoms. They are not children. Children are bright-eyed, chubby and shy. These are dingy, screeching elves, their tiny faces seared and withered, their baby laughter cracked and hoarse. The spring of life and the spring of the year were alike meant to be cradled in the green lap of nature. To us in the town, spring brings but its cold winds and drizzling rains. We must seek it among the leafless woods and the brambly lanes, on the heathy moors and the great still hills, if we want to feel its joyous breath and hear its silent voices. There is a glorious freshness in the spring there. The scurrying clouds, the open bleakness, the rushing wind, and the clear bright air thrill one with vague energies and hopes. Life, like the landscape around us, seems bigger and wider and freer, a rainbow road leading to unknown ends. Through the silvery rents that bar the sky, we seem to catch a glimpse of the great hope and grandeur that lies around this little throbbing world, and the breath of its scent is wafted us on the wings of the wild March wind. Strange thoughts we do not understand are stirring in our hearts. Voices are calling us to some great effort, to some mighty work, but we do not comprehend their meaning yet, and the hidden echoes within us that would reply are struggling, inarticulate and dumb. We stretch our hands like children to the light, seeking to grasp we know not what. Our thoughts, like the boy's thoughts in the Danish song, are very long, lone thoughts, and very vague. We cannot see their end. It must be so. All thoughts that peer outside this narrow world cannot be else than dim and shapeless. The thoughts that we can clearly grasp are very little thoughts. That 2 and 2 makes 4. That when we are hungry it is pleasant to eat. That honesty is the best policy. All greater thoughts are undefined and vast to our poor childish brains. We see but dimly through the mists that roll around our time-girt isle of life, and only hear the distant surging of the great sea beyond. The end of On the Weather by Jerome K. Jerome. The Pensioner by William Caine. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Thomlinson. Miss Crewe was born in the year 1821. She received a sort of education and at the age of 20 became the governess to a little girl, 8 years old, called Martha Bond. She was Martha's governess for the next 10 years. Then Martha came out and Miss Crewe went to be the governess of somebody else. Martha married Mr. William Harper. A year later she gave birth to a son who was named Edward. This brings us to the year 1853. When Edward was 6, Miss Crewe came back to be his governess. 4 years later he went to school and Miss Crewe went away
to be the governess of somebody else. She was now 42 years old. 12 years passed, and Mrs. Harper died, recommending Miss Crewe to her husband's care, for Miss Crewe had recently been smitten by an incurable disease which made it impossible for her to be a governess any longer. Mr. Harper, who had passionately loved his wife, gave instructions to his solicitors to pay Miss Crewe the sum of £150 annually. He had some thoughts of buying her an annuity, but she seemed so ill that he didn't. Edward was now 22. In the year 1888, Mr. Harper died after a very short illness. He had expected Miss Crewe to die any day during the past 13 years, but since she hadn't, he thought it proper now to recommend her to Edward's care. This is how he did it. "That confounded old Crewe, Eddie. You'll have to see to her. Let her have her money as before, but for the Lord's sake don't go and buy her an annuity now. If you do, she'll die on your hands in a week." Shortly afterwards the old gentleman passed away. Edward was now 35, Miss Crewe was 67 and reported to be in an almost desperate state. Edward followed his father's advice. He bought no annuity for Miss Crewe. Her £150 continued to be paid each year into her bank, but by Edward, not by his late father's solicitors. Edward had his own ideas of managing the considerable fortune which he had inherited. These ideas were unsound. The first of them was that he should assume the entire direction of his own affairs. Accordingly, he instructed his solicitors to release all the mortgages and railway stock and other admirable securities in which his money was invested, and hand over the cash to him. He then went in for the highest rate of interest which anyone would promise him. The consequence was that within 12 years he was almost a poor man, his annual income having dwindled from about £3,000 to about £400. Though he was a fool, he was an honourable man, and so he continued to pay Miss Crewe her £150 each year. This left him about £250 for himself. The capital which his so reduced income represented was invested in a Mexican brewery in which he had implicit faith. Nevertheless, he began to think that he might do well were he to try to earn a little extra money. The only thing he could do was to paint, not at all well, in watercolours. He became the pupil, quite seriously, of a young artist whom he knew. He was now 47 years old, while Miss Carew was 79. The year was 1900. To everybody's amazement, Edward soon began to make quite good progress in his painting. Yes, his pictures were not at all unpleasant little things. He sent one of them to the Academy. It was accepted. It was, as I live, sold for £10. Edward was an artist. Soon he was making between £30 and £40 a year. Then he was making over 100, then 200. Then the Mexican brewery failed, General Malefico having burned it to the ground for a lark. This happened in the spring of 1914, when Edward was 61 and Miss Crewe was 93. Edward, after paying her money to Miss Crewe, might flatter himself on the possibility of having some £50 a year for himself, that is to say, if his picture sales did not decline. A single man can, however, get along, more or less, on £50, more or less. Then the Great War broke out. It has been said that in the autumn of 1914 the old men came into their kingdom. As the fields of Britain were gradually stripped bare of their valid toilers, the fathers of each village assumed, at good wages, the burden of agriculture. From their offices the juniors departed or were torn. The senior clerks carried on desperately until the girls were introduced. No man was any longer too old at 40. Octogenarians could command a salary. The very cinemas were glad to dress up ancient fellows in uniform and post them on their doorsteps. Edward could do nothing but paint rather agreeable watercolours, and that was all. The market for this kind of work was shut. A patriotic nation was economising in order to get 5% on the war loans. People were not giving inexpensive little watercolours away to one another as wedding gifts any longer. Only the painters of high reputation, whose work was regarded as a real investment, could dispose of their wares. Starvation stared Edward in the face. Not only his own starvation, you understand, but Miss Crewe's, and Edward was a man of honour. He hated Miss Crewe intensely, but he had undertaken to provide for her, and provide for her he must, even if he failed to provide for himself. He wrapped some samples of his paintings in brown paper and began to seek for a job among the wholesale stationers. He offered himself as one who was prepared to design Christmas cards and calendars and things of the kind. Adversity had sharpened his wits. Even the wholesale stationers were not turning white-headed men from their portals. To Edward was accorded the privilege of displaying the rather agreeable contents of his parcel. After he had unpacked it and packed it up again some 30 times, he was offered work. His pictures were really rather agreeable. It was piecework, and he was able to do it off the premises, no matter where. By toiling day and night, he might be able to earn as much as £4 a week. He went away and toiled. His employers were pleased with what, each Monday, he brought them. They did not offer to increase his remuneration, but they encouraged him to produce and took practically everything he offered. Edward was very fortunate. During the first year of the war, he lived like a beast, worked like a slave, and earned exactly enough to keep his soul in his body and pay Miss Crewe her £150. During the second year of the war, he did it again. The fourth year of the war found him still alive and still punctual to his obligations towards Miss Crewe. Miss Crewe, however, found £150 no longer what it had been. Prices were rising in every direction. She wrote to Edward pointing this out and asking him if he couldn't see his way to increasing her allowance. She invoked the memory of his dear mother and father, adding something about the happy hours that he and she had spent together in the dear old schoolroom, and signed herself his affectionately. Edward petitioned for an increase in pay. He pointed out to his firm of wholesale stationers that prices were rising in every direction. The firm, who knew when they had a marketable thing cheap, granted his petition. Henceforth Edward was able to earn £5 a week. He increased Miss Crewe's allowance by £50 and continued to live more like a beast than ever, for the price of paper and paints was soaring. He worked practically without ceasing, save to sleep, which he could not do, and to eat, which he could not afford. He was now 64, while Miss Crewe was rising 97. Edward had been ailing for a long time. On Armistice Day he struck work for an hour in order to walk about in the streets and share in the general rejoicing. He caught a severe cold, and the next day, instead of staying between his blankets — he had no sheets — he went up to the city with some designs which he had just completed. That night he was feverish. The next night he was delirious. The third night he was dead, and there was an end of him. He had, however, managed before he died, 2 days before, to send to Miss Crewe a money order for her quarter's allowance of £50. This had left him with precisely 4 shillings and twopence in the post office savings bank. He was, consequently, buried by the parish. Miss Crewe received her money. She was delighted to have it, and at once wrote to Edward her customary letter of grateful and affectionate thanks. She added in a postscript that if he could find in his generous heart to let her have still a little more next quarter, it would be most acceptable, because every day seemed to make it harder and harder for her to get along. Edward was dead when this letter was delivered. Miss Crewe sent her money order to her bank, asking that it might be placed to her deposit account. This, she reminded the bank, would bring up the amount of her deposit to exactly £2,000. End of The Pensioner by William Caine.
Suicides by Guy de Maupassant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lisa Reichert. Suicides. To Georges Legrand. Hardly a day goes by without our reading a news item like the following in some newspaper. On Wednesday night, the people living in number 40, Rue de Blanc, were awakened by 2 successive shots. The explosions seemed to come from the apartment occupied by Monsieur X. The door was broken in, and the man was found bathed in his blood, still holding in one hand the revolver with which he had taken his life. Monsieur X was 57 years of age, enjoying a comfortable income, and had everything necessary to make him happy. No cause can be found for his action. What terrible grief, what unknown suffering, hidden despair, secret wounds drive these presumably happy persons to suicide? We search, we imagine tragedies of love, we suspect financial troubles, and as we never find anything definite, we apply to these deaths the word mystery. A letter found on the desk of one of these suicides without cause, and written during his last night beside his loaded revolver, has come into our hands. We deem it rather interesting. It reveals none of those great catastrophes which we always expect to find behind these acts of despair. But it shows us the slow succession of the little vexations of life, the disintegration of a lonely existence, whose dreams have disappeared. It gives the reason for these tragic ends, which only nervous and high-strung people can understand. Here it is. It is midnight. When I have finished this letter, I shall kill myself. Why? I shall attempt to give the reasons, not for those who may read these lines, but for myself, to kindle my waning courage, to impress upon myself the fatal necessity of this act which can, at best, be only deferred. I was brought up by simple-minded parents who were unquestioning believers, and I believed as they did. My dream lasted a long time. The last veil has just been torn from my eyes. During the last few years a strange change has been taking place within me. All the events of my life, which formerly had to me the glow of a beautiful sunset, are now fading away. The true meaning of things has appeared to me in its brutal reality, and the true reason for love has bred in me disgust, even for this poetic sentiment. We are the eternal toys of foolish and charming illusions, which are always being renewed. On growing older, I had become partly reconciled to the awful mystery of life, to the uselessness of effort, when the emptiness of everything appeared to me in a new light this evening after dinner. Formerly I was happy. Everything pleased me, the passing women, the appearance of the streets, the place where I lived, and I even took an interest in the cut of my clothes. But the repetition of the same sights has had the result of filling my heart with weariness and disgust, just as one would feel were one to go every night to the same theatre. For the last 30 years I have been rising at the same hour, and at the same restaurant for 30 years I have been eating at the same hours, the same dishes brought me by different waiters. I have tried travel. The loneliness which one feels in strange places terrified me. I felt so alone, so small on the earth, that I quickly started on my homeward journey. But here the unchanging expression of my furniture, which has stood for 30 years in the same place, the smell of my apartments, for with time each dwelling takes on a particular odour, each night, these and other things disgust me and make me sick of living thus. Everything repeats itself endlessly, the way in which I put my key in the lock, the place where I always find my matches, the first object which meets my eye when I enter the room, makes me feel like jumping out of the window and putting an end to those monotonous events from which we can never escape. Each day when I shave, I feel an inordinate desire to cut my throat, and my face, which I see in that little mirror, always the same, with soap on my cheeks, has several times made me weak from sadness. Now I even hate to be with people whom I used to meet with pleasure. I know them so well. I can tell just what they are going to say and what I am going to answer. Each brain is like a circus, where the same horse keeps circling around eternally. We must circle round always, around the same ideas, the same joys, the same pleasures, the same habits, the same beliefs, the same sensations of disgust. The fog was terrible this evening. It enfolded the boulevard where the street-lights were dimmed and looked like smoking candles. A heavier weight than usual oppressed me. Perhaps my digestion was bad. For good digestion is everything in life. It gives the inspiration to the artist, amorous desires to young people, clear ideas to thinkers, the joy of life to everybody, and it also allows one to eat heartily, which is one of the greatest pleasures. A sick stomach induces skepticism, unbelief, nightmares, and the desire for death. I have often noticed this fact. Perhaps I would not kill myself if my digestion had been good this evening. When I sat down in the armchair where I have been sitting every day for 30 years, I glanced around me, and just then I was seized by such a terrible distress that I thought I must go mad. I tried to think of what I could do to run away from myself. Every occupation struck me as being worse even than inaction. Then I bethought me of putting my papers in order. For a long time I have been thinking of clearing out my drawers, for the last 30 years I have been throwing my letters and bills pell-mell into the same desk, and this confusion has often caused me considerable trouble. But I feel such moral and physical laziness at the sole idea of putting anything in order that I have never had the courage to begin this tedious task. I therefore opened my desk, intending to choose among my old papers and destroy the majority of them. At first I was bewildered by this array of documents, yellowed by age. Then I chose one. Oh, if you cherish life, never disturb the burial place of old letters. And if perchance you should, take the contents by the handful. Close your eyes that you may not read a word, so that you may not recognize some forgotten handwriting, which may plunge you suddenly into a sea of memories. Carry those papers to the fire, and when they are in ashes, crush them to an invisible powder, or otherwise you are lost, just as I have been lost for an hour. The first letters which I read did not interest me greatly. They were recent and came from living men whom I still meet quite often, and whose presence does not move me to any great extent. But all at once one envelope made me start. My name was traced on it in a large, bold handwriting, and suddenly tears came to my eyes. That letter was from my dearest friend, the companion of my youth, the confidant of my hopes, and he appeared before me so clearly, with his pleasant smile and his hand outstretched, that a cold shiver ran down my back. Yes, the dead had come back, for I saw him. Our memory is a more perfect world than the universe. It gives back life to those who no longer exist. With trembling hand and dimmed eyes I reread everything that he told me, and in my poor sobbing heart I felt a wound so painful that I began to groan, as a man whose bones are slowly being crushed. Then I travelled over my whole life, just as one travels along a river. I recognized people so long forgotten that I no longer knew their names. Their faces alone lived in me. In my mother's letters I saw again the old servants, the shape of our house, and the little insignificant odds and ends which cling to our minds. Yes, suddenly I saw again all my mother's old gowns, the different styles which she adopted and the several ways in which she dressed her hair. She haunted me especially in a silk dress trimmed with old lace, and I remembered something she said one day when she was wearing this dress. She said, "Robert, my child, if you do not stand up straight, you will be round-shouldered all your life." Then, opening another drawer, I found myself face to face with memories of tender passions. A dancing pump, a torn handkerchief, even a garter, locks of hair and dried flowers. Then the sweet romances of my life, whose living heroines are now white-haired, plunged me into the deep melancholy of things. Oh, the young brows where blonde locks curl, the caress of the hands, the glance which speaks, the hearts which beat, that smile which promises the lips, those lips which promise the embrace, and the first kiss, that endless kiss which makes you close your eyes, which drowns all thought in the immeasurable joy of approaching possession. Taking these old pledges of former love in both my hands, I covered them with furious caresses, and in my soul, torn by these memories, I saw them each again at the hour of surrender, and I suffered a torture more cruel than all the tortures invented in all the fables about hell. One last letter remained. It was written by me and dictated 50 years ago by my writing teacher. Here it is. My dear little mamma, I am 7 years old today. It is the age of reason. I take advantage of it to thank you for having brought me into this world. Your little son who loves you, Robert. It is all over. I have gone back to the beginning. And suddenly I turned my glance on what remained to me of life. I saw hideous and lonely old age, and approaching infirmities, and everything over and gone, and nobody near me. My revolver is here on the table. I am loading it. Never reread your old letters. And that is how many men come to kill themselves, and we search in vain to discover some great sorrow in their lives. End of Suicides by Guy de Maupassant.
Tobermory by Saki. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Addison. It was a chill, rain-washed afternoon of a late August day, that indefinite season when partridges are still in security or cold storage, and there is nothing to hunt, unless one is bounded on the north by the Bristol Channel, in which case one may lawfully gallop after fat red stags. Lady Blemley's house party was not bounded on the north by the Bristol Channel. Hence there was a full gathering of her guests round the tea-table on this particular afternoon. And in spite of the blankness of the season and the triteness of the occasion, there was no trace in the company of that fatigued restlessness which means a dread of the pianola and a subdued hankering for auction bridge. The undisguised, open-mouthed attention of the entire party was fixed on the homely negative personality of Mr. Cornelius Appin. Of all her guests, he was the one who had come to Lady Blemley with the vaguest reputation. Some one had said he was clever, and he had got his invitation in the moderate expectation on the part of his hostess that some portion at least of his cleverness would be contributed to the general entertainment. Until tea-time that day she had been unable to discover in what direction, if any, his cleverness lay. He was neither a wit nor a croquet champion, a hypnotic force, nor a begetter of amateur theatricals. Neither did his exterior suggest the sort of man in whom women are willing to pardon a generous measure of mental deficiency. He had subsided into mere Mr. Appin, and the Cornelius seemed a piece of transparent baptismal bluff. And now he was claiming to have launched on the world a discovery beside which the invention of gunpowder, of the printing press, and of steam locomotion were inconsiderable trifles. Science had made bewildering strides in many directions during recent decades, but this thing seemed to belong to the domain of miracle rather than to scientific achievement. "And do you really ask us to believe," Sir Wilfrid was saying, "that you have discovered a means for instructing animals in the art of human speech, and that dear old Tobermory has proved your first successful pupil?" "It is a problem at which I have worked for the last 17 years," said Mr. Appin, "but only during the last 8 or 9 months have I been rewarded with glimmerings of success. Of course, I have experimented with thousands of animals, but latterly only with cats, those wonderful creatures which have assimilated themselves so marvellously with our civilization, while retaining all their highly developed feral instincts. Here and there among cats one comes across an outstanding, superior intellect, just as one does among the ruck of human beings, and when I made the acquaintance of Tobermory a week ago, I saw at once that I was in contact with a beyond cat of extraordinary intelligence. I had gone far along the road to success in recent experiments with Tobermory, as you call him. I have reached the goal." Mr. Appin concluded his remarkable statement in a voice which he strove to divest of a triumphant inflection. No one said "rats," though Clovis's lips moved in a monosyllabic contortion which probably invoked those rodents of disbelief. "And do you mean to say," asked Miss Resker, after a slight pause, "that you have taught Tobermory to say and understand easy sentences of one syllable?" "Ha, my dear Miss Resker," said the wonder worker patiently, "one teaches little children and savages and backward adults in that piecemeal fashion. When one has once solved the problem of making a beginning with an animal of highly developed intelligence, one has no need for those halting methods. Tobermory can speak our language with perfect correctness." This time Clovis very distinctly said, "beyond rats." Sir Wilfrid was more polite, but equally sceptical. "Hadn't we better have the cat in and judge for ourselves?" suggested Lady Blemley. Sir Wilfrid went in search of the animal, and the company settled themselves down to the languid expectation of witnessing some more or less adroit drawing-room ventriloquism. In a minute Sir Wilfrid was back in the room, his face white beneath its tan, and his eyes dilated with excitement. "By Gad, it's true!" His agitation was unmistakably genuine, and his hearers started forward in a thrill of awakened interest. Collapsing into an armchair, he continued breathlessly, "I found him dozing in the smoking-room and called out to him to come for his tea. He blinked at me in his usual way, and I said, 'Come on, Toby, don't keep us waiting.' And by God," he drawled out in a most horribly natural voice, "that he'd come when he dashed well pleased. I nearly jumped out of my skin." Appin had preached to absolutely incredulous hearers. Sir Wilfrid's statement carried instant conviction. A Babel-like chorus of startled exclamation arose, amid which the scientist sat mutely enjoying the first fruit of his stupendous discovery. In the midst of the clamour, Tobermory entered the room, and made his way with velvet tread and studied unconcern across to the group seated round the tea-table. A sudden hush of awkwardness and constraint fell on the company. Somehow there seemed an element of embarrassment in addressing on equal terms a domestic cat of acknowledged dental ability. "Will you have some milk, Tobermory?" asked Lady Blemley, in a rather strained voice. "I don't mind if I do," was the response, couched in a tone of even indifference. A shiver of suppressed excitement went through the listeners, and Lady Blemley might be excused for pouring out the saucerful of milk rather unsteadily. "I'm afraid I've spilt a good deal of it," she said apologetically. "After all, it's not my Axminster," was Tobermory's rejoinder. Another silence fell on the group, and then Miss Reskar, in her best district visitor manner, asked if the human language had been difficult to learn. Tobermory looked squarely at her for a moment, and then fixed his gaze serenely on the middle distance. It was obvious that boring questions lay outside his scheme of life. "What do you think of human intelligence?" asked Mavis Pellington lamely. "Of whose intelligence in particular?" asked Tobermory coldly. "Oh, well, mine, for instance," said Mavis, with a feeble laugh. "You put me in an embarrassing position," said Tobermory, whose tone and attitude certainly did not suggest a shred of embarrassment. "When your inclusion in this house party was suggested, Sir Wilfrid protested that you were the most brainless woman of his acquaintance, and that there was a wide distinction between hospitality and the care of the feeble-minded. Lady Blemley replied that your lack of brain power was the precise quality which had earned you your invitation, as you were the only person she could think of who might be idiotic enough to buy their old car. You know, the one they call the envy of Sisyphus, because it goes quite nicely uphill if you push it." Lady Blemley's protestations would have had greater effect if she had not casually suggested to Mavis only that morning that the car in question would be just the thing for her down at her Devonshire home. Major Barfield plunged in heavily to effect a diversion. "How about your carryings on with the tortoiseshell puss up at the stables, eh?" The moment he had said it, every one realized the blunder. "One does not usually discuss these matters in public," said Tobermory frigidly. "From a slight observation of your ways since you've been in this house, I should imagine you'd find it inconvenient if I were to shift the conversation onto your own little affairs." The panic which ensued was not confined to the Major. "Would you like to go and see if cook has got your dinner ready?" suggested Lady Blemley hurriedly, affecting to ignore the fact that it wanted at least 2 hours to Tobermory's dinner time. "Thanks," said Tobermory. "Not quite so soon after my tea. I don't want to die of indigestion." "Cats have 9 lives, you know," said Sir Wilfrid heartily. "Possibly," answered Tobermory, "but only 1 liver." "Adelaide," said Mrs. Cornett, "do you mean to encourage that cat to go out and gossip about us in the servants' hall?" The panic had indeed become general. A narrow ornamental balustrade ran in front of most of the bedroom windows at the Towers, and it was recalled with dismay that this had formed a favourite promenade for Tobermory at all hours, whence he could watch the pigeons, and heaven knew what else besides. If he intended to become reminiscent in his present outspoken strain, the effect would be something more than disconcerting. Mrs. Cornett, who spent much time at her toilette table, and whose complexion was reputed to be of a nomadic though punctual disposition, looked as ill at ease as the Major. Miss Groen, who wrote fiercely sensuous poetry and led a blameless life, merely displayed irritation. If you are methodical and virtuous in private, you don't necessarily want everyone to know it. Bertie Van Tahn, who was so depraved at 17 that he had long ago given up trying to be any worse, turned a dull shade of gardenia white, but he did not commit the error of dashing out of the room like Odo Finsbury, a young gentleman who was understood to be reading for the church, and who was possibly disturbed at the thought of scandals he might hear concerning other people. Clovis had the presence of mind to maintain a composed exterior. Privately, he was calculating how long it would take to procure a box of fancy mice through the agency of the Exchange and Mart as a species of hush money. Even in a delicate situation like the present, Agnes Resker could not endure to remain too long in the background. "Why did I ever come down here?" she asked dramatically. Tobermory immediately accepted the offering. "Judging by what you said to Mrs. Cornett on the croquet lawn yesterday, you were out for food. You described the Blemleys as the dullest people to stay with that you knew, but said they were clever enough to employ a first-rate cook. Otherwise they'd find it difficult to get anyone to come down a second time." "There's not a word of truth in it. I appeal to Mrs. Cornett," exclaimed the discomfited Agnes. "Mrs. Cornett repeated your remark afterwards to Bertie Van Tahn," continued Tobermory, "and said, 'That woman is a regular hunger marcher. She'd go anywhere for 4 square meals a day.' And Bertie Van Tahn said—" At this point the chronicle mercifully ceased. Tobermory had caught a glimpse of the big yellow Tom from the rectory working his way through the shrubbery towards the stable wing. In a flash he had vanished through the open French window. With the disappearance of his too brilliant pupil, Cornelius Appin found himself beset by a hurricane of bitter, upbraiding, anxious inquiry, and frightened entreaty. The responsibility for the situation lay with him, and he must prevent matters from becoming worse. Could Tobermory impart his dangerous gift to other cats? Was the first question he had to answer. It was possible, he replied, that he might have initiated his intimate friend, the stable puss, into his new accomplishment, but it was unlikely that his teaching could have taken a wider range as yet. "Then," said Mrs. Cornett, "Tobermory may be a valuable cat and a great pet, but I'm sure you'll agree, Adelaide, that both he and the stable cat must be done away with without delay." "You don't suppose I've enjoyed the last quarter of an hour, do you?" said Lady Blemley bitterly. "My husband and I are very fond of Tobermory, at least, we were before this horrible accomplishment was infused into him, but now, of course, the only thing is to have him destroyed as soon as possible." "We can put some strychnine in the scraps he always gets at dinner‐time," said Sir Wilfrid, "and I will go and drown the stable cat myself. The coachman will be very sore at losing his pet, but I'll say a very catching form of mange has broken out in both cats, and we're afraid of it spreading to the kennels." "But my great discovery!" expostulated Mr. Appin. "After all my years of research and experiment!" "You can go and experiment on the shorthorns at the farm, who are under proper control," said Mrs. Cornett, "or the elephants at the Zoological Gardens. They're said to be highly intelligent, and they have this recommendation, that they don't come creeping about our bedrooms and under chairs and so forth. An archangel ecstatically proclaiming the millennium, and then finding that it clashed unpardonably with Henley and would have to be indefinitely postponed, could hardly have felt more crestfallen than Cornelius Appin at the reception of his wonderful achievement. Public opinion, however, was against him. In fact, had the general voice been consulted on the subject, it is probable that a strong minority vote would have been in favour of including him in the strychnine diet. Defective train arrangements and a nervous desire to see matters brought to a finish prevented an immediate dispersal of the party, but dinner that evening was not a social success. Sir Wilfrid had had rather a trying time with the stable cat, and subsequently with the coachman. Agnes Rasker ostentatiously limited her repast to a morsel of dry toast, which he bit as though it were a personal enemy, while Mavis Pellington maintained a vindictive silence throughout the meal. Lady Blemley kept up a flow of what she hoped was conversation, but her attention was fixed on the doorway. A plateful of carefully dosed fish scraps was in readiness on the sideboard, but sweets and savoury and dessert went their way, and no Tobermory appeared either in the dining-room or kitchen. The sepulchral dinner was cheerful compared with the subsequent vigil in the smoking-room. Eating and drinking had at least supplied a distraction and cloak to the prevailing embarrassment. Bridge was out of the question in the general tension of nerves and tempers, and after Odo Finsbury had given a lugubrious rendering of Melisande in the Wood to a frigid audience, music was tacitly avoided. At 11 the servants went to bed, announcing that the small window in the pantry had been left open as usual for Tobermory's private use. The guests read steadily through the current batch of magazines and fell back gradually on the Badminton Library and bound volumes of Punch. Lady Blemley made periodic visits to the pantry, returning each time with an expression of listless depression which forestalled questioning. At 2 o'clock Clovis broke the dominating silence. "He won't turn up to-night. He's probably in the local newspaper office at the present moment, dictating the first instalment of his reminiscences. Lady What's-her-name's book won't be in it. It will be the event of the day." Having made this contribution to the general cheerfulness, Clovis went to bed. At long intervals the various members of the house-party followed his example. The servants taking round the early tea made a uniform announcement in reply to a uniform question. Tobermory had not returned. Breakfast was, if anything, a more unpleasant function than dinner had been, but before its conclusion the situation was relieved. Tobermory's corpse was brought in from the shrubbery, where a gardener had just discovered it. From the bites on his throat and the yellow fur which coated his claws, it was evident that he had fallen in unequal combat with the big Tom from the rectory. By midday most of the guests had quitted the Towers, and after lunch Lady Blemley had sufficiently recovered her spirits to write an extremely nasty letter to the rectory about the loss of her valuable pet. Tobermory had been Appin's one successful pupil, and he was destined to have no successor. A few weeks later an elephant in the Dresden Zoological Garden, which had shown no previous signs of irritability, broke loose and killed an Englishman who had apparently been teasing it. The victim's name was variously reported in the papers as Oppin and Eppelin, but his front name was faithfully rendered Cornelius. "If he was trying irregular German verbs on the poor beast," said Clovis, "he deserved all he got." End of Tobermory by Saki.